All right, now you're connected. I've given you back the host power, so you are good to go now.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of your day.
It was harrowing not being the host for a moment. Mac, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to try anything out?
I just have a playing it safe with a run-of-the-mill PDF, so I'm okay.
Okay. All right, guys. We have 4 minutes to grab some more OJ, and we'll start at 10 when our guests arrive. We'll start at 10:10 with ICRA. It always takes a few minutes to get going. Christy, you think you're back? Do you want to try again?
Yeah, I'm gonna try my phone's desktop.
There it is.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. That's a relief. Okay, so we're gonna wait for our guys to show up. Alex, Mike McCall, Ed Ford. Michael Rotondi will join us later in the day.
I'm here, Michael.
Yes, hi, Ed. Just waiting for our 2 local reviewers to show up.
Good luck, everybody, from the floating head.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good luck.
It's funny how Zoom causes extreme punctuality.
You know, Danielle was complaining the other day about how Zoom actually makes people show up immediately at that moment, but
yes, right.
but no, not before at all.
Not before now.
No, like if class is at 9:30, you show up exactly at 9:30.
That's what our class would
Not
do.
for me.
Except for Yue, he would always show up early. But you guys would all show up in a bunch at like
Hey, Alex.
9:30 seconds.
We're talking
Good
about
morning,
you.
Michael.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, look at this. You're 15 seconds early.
I know, right? I love your background. Is this from the studio?
Yeah, from a few semesters ago. It was from a semester.
Great.
You know, I have this reminder that it's a voice reminder and it often participates. So Alex, we're waiting for Mike McCall.
Yeah.
Ed Ford
That's
has
fine.
joined us and he's in the mysterious silhouette mode right now.
And then who else do we
Mike McCall.
Oh, okay, that's it. Just the 2 of us.
3.
Oh, okay.
Ed
Hang
Ford has
on, who
joined
am I?
us. And
Oh, okay.
Ed is the author
Sorry.
of one of the houses.
Fantastic. Sorry, I wasn't
Alex, you
looking
might
at.
remember Ed taught here in the pre-COVID year, the fateful pre-COVID year. Ed was
Yeah.
here. Ed, you taught in Advanced Studios, I recall.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it was hyphenated. It began live and ended. in
Oh,
Zoom.
that's was the semester that went half and half.
Yeah.
And here's Mike McCall.
Hi.
All right. So reviewers, let's do it. Welcome. The students will introduce themselves, but I'll try to introduce you just a little bit. I'll start with Mike McCall. Mike graduated from UT, went to California where he built a beautiful large practice called McCall Design, I think, McCall Design Group. Oh, and Warren Schwarz is joining us too. Warren, I'll introduce you in just a moment. Mike retired from that. Oh, and Murray Legg, that's right. Hi, Murray. And was always a participant, a benefactor at the School of Art, the life at the School of Architecture and the Center. He has, in the last couple of years, actually moved back to Austin and started teaching in earnest. He's a long, good friend, and we understand each other, I think, pretty well. Thank you for coming, Michael. Ed,
Thank you. I think you made it sound a lot better than it is, but I appreciate it.
Ed Ford is someone I probably should have known better earlier, but met him for the first time face-to-face a year ago when he taught here. Ed teaches at Virginia. He is a renowned teacher and a writer. We probably all know him best for the details of modern architecture. He's here today because his was one of the houses we chose to defile or ruin in some way. But I can tell you, Ed, as you'll see from our discussion, we're all intrigued by the motivations and artistry of what you did with your house. And my students are in awe as they try to sort of fathom how your mind works.
I have to tell you, I've left Virginia. So,
Oh, you have?
yes, so I'm a free agent, as they say.
You're a free agent. You're going to join any team that'll have you. Warren Schwarz of Schwarz Silver is also the author of one of the houses we worked with called the Lazarus House in New York. Warren is in practice with 4 new partners, he just told me, but it was Schwarz Silver at the time. And
it still is. It still is.
It's still called Schwarz Silver? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And there are about 20 people now. They do mainly very nice houses and institutional work. He's also a reader of my early writing, so how bad can he be? Murray Legg, a local practitioner, also a product of UT, and a very, very fine designer and frequent teacher here. Also taught at the School of Design, right, Murray? Over in the Fine Arts Department. So Murray has his leg in practice. He's done many fine smaller buildings around town, and is a very welcome addition. Alex Yashki, when did you join us, Alex? Looks like 3 years now.
It's been almost 3 years now. Yeah, 2018.
Thank God. Usually when I mention times, I have to double them because of old age on my part. All right.
So I got it perfect.
And is very much a designer, but also a design researcher. Her interest is in greenhouses. And so, oh gosh, man, we should have had you for the Lazarus House because we have a greenhouse addition to that. Alex, thanks for joining us. So we're in 3 sessions. The students are going to do a very quick overview of what they did in the rest of the semester. there was a kind of a method to our madness. We started with an exercise in pure geometry. We then went to a second exercise, which was about taking a very simple house, sort of a little cottage house, and transforming it systematically. We then did our first truly architectural project, which was to create 2 one-room houses for writers who happened to be married. And in that, we did not only the geometrical transformations, but we talked about relationship. I think the idea of relationship and the idea of architecture that is dynamic, or that is evolving, or that is growing or moving in some way, was very much part of the thematics. And so it seemed a naturally good extension to take a house with a mastery of medium and see if we could add to it. And adding would be an act of possibly extension, possibly emulation, possibly contrast, if the contrast was very precise and not just sort of a random contrast. So, using the standing on the shoulders of giants principle, you first had to understand the original house, all of which were very strong architecturally, and then see how we could respond. I think these students learned a great deal by going straight to the pith of architecture. We did talk about larger issues somewhat, psychological ones, spiritual ones, artistic ones. Not very much, however, about sustainability and social justice and so forth. We really kept our heads in the bucket of architecture and the making of buildings. But we are aware of the larger issues swirling around, but try to keep our devotion to the medium itself, which is architecture. So we're going to start in the first session, which runs between now and 12. We're going to look at the work of 4 students. They have roughly half an hour each. As I said, the students actually chose which houses they wanted to work on. So we have 2 projects that only have 1 student, and 3 projects that have 3. But everyone's work is independent. There was no teamwork. There was lots of team discussion, but everyone has their own project. So we're going to start with Ikra Polani. Ikra chose the Piku residence. And we were not able to actually engage the architect of that. So we're going to be the stand-in for the original architect. And Ikra, you're on.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ikra, and I'm currently in my first year of the MArch program at UT. I came into the program without an architecture background. My prior education is in visual communication and studio art with a focus in sculpture and ceramics. So the first thing I'm going to do is quickly go through a few of the previous exercises that Michael just talked about that we've done this semester. So let me just go ahead and share my screen.
Vince, thanks for joining us.
All right. And are you guys seeing this video right here? Okay. So at the very beginning, we began with thinking about geometry. And one of our first exercises was to create an animation that kind of showcases how one shape can start and create this domino effect and can inspire the creation of additional lines and shapes. And so that really just got us thinking about the very basic principles of geometry and how we can relate that to our other projects. So another exercise that we were doing, was thinking about the basic archetype house and how it can be transformed in a multitude of ways. We began with altering a single element of the house, such as like the scale of the windows, and then progressed
I think you should zoom in on that.
Oh, sorry. If I click off, this video stops,
Yeah.
But I can go ahead and close it. So we progressed with altering a single element of the house, such as the scale of the windows, and then began to exchange transformations with classmates to create various combinations. And this was a great way to combine some of the ideas from the previous exercise and think about how to expand upon a single form. And then our next project was to create a pair of writers' rooms for a couple that wanted a detached space from their home to work. This was actually my first experience in designing an actual building. In my previous studio, we did smaller interventions such as pavilions and bridges. So this was definitely a learning experience for me, especially going into this final project, which I'm about to show. So for the final project I'm going to be showing, I created an addition to the Piku residence, which was designed by Denison and Luchini architects. They are no longer together, but it was built in 1991 in West Bloomfield, Michigan, which is a suburb right outside Detroit, for a middle-aged couple. It's designed so a couple can live on just one floor with their space separated into two separate wings, one which is considered public and one considered more private. The longer wing on the north is the public space, while the, and this one holds the kitchen, dining room, living room, and there's no really walls interrupting the space inside. And then the living room is also the furthest out with a wide view of the lake on the opposite side, which you can see in the plan and Google Earth image. So yeah, Dirk Denison is the founding principal of Dirk Denison Architects, which was founded in 1990. He's actually a local architect for where this building was built in Michigan. He's been a member of the faculty at the College of Architecture at Illinois Institute of Technology for over 30 years. And he grew up admiring Mies van der Rohe's work, but in his own work, he doesn't really have a specific style that he sticks with for architecture. He doesn't really have a certain way of doing things, but he really aims to collaborate with clients and create something that fits their needs and desires. And Adrian Luchini is currently a professor of architecture at the Sam Fox School of Design and Visual Arts at Washington University in St. Louis. So this house, the Piku residence, is essentially a 3-story home, which is pushed back into a hill to create privacy and allow great views of the lake. As I mentioned, the entry wing is split into two, and which really emphasizes the division of the house into these separate wings. And it emphasizes also this like refraction of light, which occurs right at the beginning entrance of the home. And there's also a void, which you can see that's created at that same junction, which creates this triangular courtyard, which again emphasizes views and the lighting conditions. Unfortunately, because the house is divided into these two separate wings, there's a major flaw in the circulation of the home. A gallery actually runs along the length of the north wall, and it was intended to be...
Ikra, I wonder if you shouldn't be showing us plans as you say this?
Oh, sure. So yeah, the circulation problem. A ramped gallery runs the length of the north wall and was intended to be the primary way to reach the living room up here. And this gallery is actually hardly used by the owners of the home. Everyone who visits kind of takes the more direct path along the internal window wall because they're drawn by the view out towards the lake on this side. So for the programming for my addition, I was to create a garage apartment, unit. So actually the Piku house does have two garages, one that's attached to the house right up here, and then one that is detached. And so I decided to build my apartment unit on top of the detached garage, just kind of allow the inhabitant of the space to kind of be separated from the house, but still be nearby and have their own personal private space. So I wanted to include just like how the garage looks underneath. It's very simple. It has like the garage door and then an exit right here, and then kind of a pathway leading out into the entrance of the home right here.
And that's a big stainless steel wall, a corroded steel wall.
Yes, this is a 80-foot core 10 steel wall, this curve right here, which I have some images of. later on. And then this is the plan of the addition that I created. So it's a very small unit. It's about 23 foot square. So it's definitely an efficiency unit, and there's quite a bit packed in there. There's a bedroom section, living room, dining / workspace, and then this large built-in counter, which kind of combines the media console with the kitchenette. Then there's also this deck that floats off the side and stairs leading up to the space. And I really wanted to keep the space open just to kind of emulate the ideas that are existing in the original house, where, you know, there's not really a lot of walls separating the space. It's all very open. And it also helps with the circulation problem, which exists in the original house. You know, there's nothing really blocking your pathway in the addition that I've created. You can kind of get around from everywhere. The only real walls that exist are the spaces for like the bathroom and the closet. So, which also helps open up the space more. And yeah. So I have some elevation views, which kind of help you get an idea of the design. So this represents the Corten steel wall I was talking about. And then this is the north side. So this door right here is that garage exit door. And then there's stairs leading up here, which you can see lead up to the deck above, and then the entrance to the house is from there. I decided to keep the height of the ceilings pretty tall. They're about 15 feet tall, just to, again, elevate the space. Because there's not as much room horizontally, I wanted to open it up as much as I could vertically, also by including a lot of windows to bring in light. Then this is the opposite side on the south side. There's that Corten steel wall again. On this side, it's pretty simple, just a couple of windows leading into the bedroom and bathroom spaces. And this is the east elevation, where you can see the garage below. The steel wall rises just a few feet above that. So it really closes off that space and gives a lot of privacy to that bottom area. And I decided to kind of keep this wall blank and just have this elevated clear story up there to bring in light, but it's very private on this side. So no one on the street side can really look into the building. And then on the west side, you can see the deck and then this curtain wall with door to enter the actual space. And then I have some exterior views of the home. So here's a good view of that wall I was talking about. It really closes up and gives privacy to this space. And you can also start to see the lake down below on the sloped hill.
The garage door is in the steel?
Yes. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how that works. I don't know if I mentioned this, but there's really no images of this.
I imagine that there's a cutout for the door.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some sort of cutout, or it's like a gate that opens up somehow. There's no information on it in the plan or anywhere online, unfortunately. But that's kind of the idea that I was getting, like the wall does somehow cover the garage door. But there probably is like an opening or some sort of sliding gate that occurs. And so here you can see the exit from the garage and then this staircase. I actually decided to keep this covered because this building is in Michigan and it's snowy and cold for half the year. So I wanted to have this sheltered space for people to exit the garage and get inside the apartment without kind of getting rained or snowed upon, and also keeping the stairs clear of any ice. And there's just another closer view of that. Again, it's covered. The roof kind of connects into the roof on top of the stairs there. And then here's an angle kind of showing on the opposite side, there is a street. This is a neighborhood. And the deck out here kind of mimics the look of the deck on the balconies in the main house. And this, same with this curtain wall, which kind of mimics the windowed walls on the main house looking out towards the lake. This is just a nice private area for the resident to sit out and look at the lake or up at the trees, and still have those views that you would get in the main house. And then on the inside, it's quite compact and there's quite a bit in there, but there's still enough room to move around and have good circulation. So again, this is looking out towards that lake view. I wanted to have as much glass and window as possible so I could keep the view without necessarily having to go outside, because as I said, it is cold and it's not the most ideal weather to be going outside in. So yeah. And then again, you can see that built-in counter cabinet space that I mentioned. I just wanted like a streamlined look that again mimics some of the ideas that came up in the original house with how the kitchen and the living rooms are designed. All right.
Ikra, very good. Thank you so much. If anyone would like to jump in, please feel free.
I have just a quick question.
Sure.
Is this a program that was given to you, or did you just, or because the sizes and everything would just, did you write the program or did
I wrote the program.
Okay, great. So,
And
so
each
so
house
you knew,
each house is a slightly different program.
right? So you knew this was going to be in addition to the garage, or you weren't sure?
Yes.
You did. Okay, good.
They could have, she could have added to the other garage, but
Oh, right.
it seemed reasonable.
Maybe I can ask a question, Ikram. Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering how you actually went about analyzing the working methods or the operations that this architect followed in order to design the house, in order to then respond to them either by following similar steps or to contrast some of it. If you can maybe point at some of those elements, because I think what's really interesting is that, well, it's you are working with an existing volume and building on top of it. So in certain ways, in plan especially, there are very few moves that are somehow questioning or reacting to the existing architecture, but there is one, which is, for example, the curved balcony, right? That's in plan. And of course, in elevation, in section, there are many decisions that you took. I was just wondering if you could kind of try to tell us maybe about some of them and how they react or relate to the existing building and the language that you deciphered.
Sure. So as mentioned, the curve of the deck, I kind of got inspired to do that based on the curve of that steel wall that runs on the other end of the building. And I just wanted to kind of have that contrast between that more organic curve versus the very like strict box shape of the existing garage and apartment. And that was just to kind of break up the space and make it a little more contrasted and interesting. And then I played around with like the heights of the roof because I, again, wanted to break up the slant that I have going on. And I wanted to have a dropped ceiling right here above where the bathroom and the bedroom sections are to create a bit more of an intimate space in those areas. And then a very, a higher elevated roof in the spaces with the living room, kitchen, and dining room to bring in a lot of light and really open up those spaces where you would spend more of your time in during the day.
So
Can
it's
I follow
interesting.
up on that a bit, Alex? Is that I think that one of the things when doing additions and remodels and working in a streetscape or an existing building, one of the fundamental decisions one has to make is where do they stand on the continuum between similarity and difference? And I'm really curious about that with this project. And I'm really curious about how it may or may not have carried through the interiors as well. What were your thoughts? Then I have a couple quick criticisms real quickly, but I do not understand why you drew your elevations and your architectural drawings in Photoshop is what it looks like, kind of. I don't care what program it was. I really wish those were all line drawings. Maybe Michael dictated that, I don't know. But I think it detracts because you have all the images and the renderings that do a very good job of showing the sensibility about materiality and color, et cetera. Your plans, I think, are really well drawn. And then these seem like they come from a third hand, kind of. But I would like to know what your thoughts were on your decision, sort of how Alex was talking about operations, but just in general, philosophically, between trying to be of the existing fabric or showing that it's contemporary and new and a bit different in some way.
Yeah, like just to kind of finish my thoughts from before that relates to that. I think what's interesting is that how you explain your decisions, they are all decisions based on functional requirements, the things that you wanted to achieve as an independent architect, but you're still not talking about them in relation to how the first architect operated, right? So it would be interesting how, if you could, except for the first one, you said, I wanted to react to the curve, but when you talk about the windows, you know, the clear story, the facades, the treatment of volumes, etc., etc., your description is a description of an architect, not someone in dialogue with someone else. So it would, maybe that's kind of something you could try to focus on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. So I wanted to kind of keep in line as much as I could with the existing house in terms of like the materiality that I chose and the colors and the shapes. And I didn't want it to look too different from the existing house, but I did want to have like some of my own personal touches to it, such as the height that I chose.
For starters, I think the garage you had to work with, to me, is somewhat awkwardly related to the main house. It looks almost like an addition because your view is actually blocked by the part of the house. So you were stuck. You know, I was starting to replan this thing. This should be more linear. What other shapes could it be? And obviously couldn't because it's on top of the garage. I think my general comment would be that what you've done is about the view, which I understand. It seems a little, literally one-sided. You know, I know that if I lived there, I would want to have at least one window out to the street. If I hear a car crash or dog barking or whatever, it seems you're literally turning your back on the street. And I don't know the neighborhood. Maybe it's, well, who knows what it's like. But I think, you know, views are interesting things. You know, Corbusier liked always to make a window and you're looking through a window, or Wright liked to have glass so you're kind of immersed in it. I think you could have gotten, rather than saying we've got a view and I'm going to make it a view and I'm going to put a balcony beyond the view, I think you'd be a little more systematic about what is the relationship between the inside of the building and the outside of the building, and how is the architecture, just the way you make an opening or where there is an opening, how do those two things relate to one another? Because they're very different attitudes about how we exist in nature. Are we inside looking out at it? Or are we part of it? And how does your building fit into that? So I'd give that a bit more thought. I also keep wanting to turn the kitchen. I want to rearrange the parts in a way. You've got it layered from north to south. I wonder a bit about layering it from, I guess, west to east to west. But maybe what I'd like is to see some alternative plans that shows why this is the best one, as opposed to the ones I'm envisioning, which might be worse. I don't know.
And you don't know until you draw it, right?
Yeah.
There actually were some variations of the plan, and Michael and I talked about it quite a lot. And I ended up choosing this current layout just based on like it maximizing the space to move around the whole unit versus closing off certain places, and also to maximize the view, as you mentioned. So the original house doesn't really have any views towards the street either. And any view it could potentially have is blocked off by that steel wall. So I was just kind of like, again, emulating that element of the original house with that choice.
Yeah, I'll intervene a little bit here. We did talk about extending this much higher so that we had like 2 fingers pointing towards the leg and a thumb going up very, very tall. And, you know, there could have been some more curvature. I'm just talking pure style here, Ikra. I'm not, you know, I think the plan came out quite well, but I think the question of expression, you know, your house your addition is less extravagant than the original house.
Mhm.
Like, you know, it doesn't pull as many tricks. But then my other thought is, yeah, you're in your 2nd semester of design, and a little trepidatious about, you know, what you can do. I think you wanted it to be stylish and sensible, but I think the original house is actually, as you pointed out, a little past rational. It's quite extravagant, you know, and I think maybe your critics are looking for, you know, where's Ikra's extravagant dialogue with the original house.
Maybe I can offer something here.
Sure.
Help me understand just quickly. So the second garage was existing, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that is actually attached to the house, like where the 2 kind of wings meet.
Okay, good. Okay, so it was probably like it's like a cube or something with a flat
Yes.
roof.
It's basically the same thing, just
Yeah.
attached to the house.
And then the core 10 wall is also existing, correct?
Yes.
And it's like maybe 8 feet high or something.
Yes, about
Yeah.
8 to 10 feet high.
Okay.
It's a very powerful presence on the street.
Go back to that 3D where we're looking from the outside, back from the street. I guess I agree. I mean, I actually find this like a super interesting design problem for a studio, and I agree with Ed's comment. Like it looks like the original intention was that. I remember this project actually. I'm old enough to remember when this was published. I don't know when this was, like 90 or something.
91.
91. Okay, I had already graduated from architecture school because I graduated in 90. But I remember this plan. I remember that entry with this point, this not courtyard shard sticking into the building and the kind of floor. It was around the time there were a bunch of forking projects. Like I remember Stephen Hall did a kind of, I can't remember what it's called. I think it was literally called Fork House or something, which is, I don't know if you remember that one, that was kind of forking off and going in 2 directions. But I think Ed's correct. Like you drive into it, right? And you park in the garage and then everything forks off from the garage. So it's a little weird to like add another garage. I guess they had 2 cars and they were like, we need more space.
4 cars, yeah.
4 cars. But what I like about, I think, the opportunity as a design problem is maybe the opposite of the big move, which is, it's often something we're faced with in our office all the time, which is just fitting in with something that's already there in a very quiet, understated way, and kind of learning from it. And I think maybe that's where the design opportunity is. And I just had 3 just specific comments to talk about. One was, I think that it looks in plan like the core 10 wall is actually really like the wall of the garage, and they're not separate objects. So the one thing you've done is you've shown, you know, I just think like I guess if I were to kind of move forward with it, I would just like go with that. Can I annotate here? Where the core 10 wall is really part of that system, because this just can't happen. You can't have like the way you've drawn, you've shown this gap of like a foot between the wall and the building. One's core 10, one's white. So I think that's one thing, is the relationship back to this existing wall, I think and then go back to your 3D view. And I think that just, and these are just like, again, in the vein of a quieter fitting into the existing scheme. This Claire story, I think that, again, like you're drawing it like a cube, standalone object, separate from the wall, but then you're separating them with a roof plane and drawing a Claire story around it. Those are kind of contradictory moves. I think that the opportunity is really to take your cues from that shard shape entry glass thing and make this just like a glass piece, and then let this be a roof that's kind of poking up over it.
Okay.
Rather than being a Claire story. And again, it's about having, I guess, the question of dialogue then in a sense, your addition is in dialogue in a very specific material way with the existing stuff.
Right.
Glass corten, roof corten. To me, the dialogue of contrast that Michael set forward is actually in this project because of to me, this is this new addition poking up above the roof. I imagine the original scheme, the roof was all about like, or this wall was all about like making the garage go away, like we didn't do it, But really what you're doing is you're adding, you're poking up above it like like a kid, poking up above and looking out.
Kilroy was here.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, that's where there's actually like the opportunity in a really quiet way of creating this kind of interesting dialogue. And then just go back to your floor plan. Yeah, okay. I think, again, I think the opportunity as a student, I always love these projects. Like I was on John Blood's studio yesterday and they were dealing with the urban scale and then you jump down to the apartment scale. But I do think like, I like the way you're beginning to organize the space. The kind of like, these are always very challenging, right? Like the bathroom, the bedroom, creating one open living space with the view. I guess here, you think about like just small things, like I like the way it's organized in this kind of linear way with a kind of, service edge TV turns into the kitchen counter, and then you're parking all of your denser stuff like the bedroom and the bathroom against this wall and then letting the view be open. Whether you flip this and it be kitchen first and living room or living room first kitchen, I'm not sure, I think, but I like the kind of openness to the view that way. These moves though, you want to kind of think about, that bathroom door kind of opening up to the dining room is not so good. Right. These are the kind of things I think at this scale that kind of need to be resolved for it to be super convincing in terms of the interior. Are you using, like, it looked like, is it Revit and Inkscape or like, is that Inkscape?
For the renders? Yeah, it was Inkscape.
Yeah, Inkscape. Yeah. I guess just talking about the drawings a little bit more. I mean, I appreciate all those renders. I think they're great. I do feel like maybe a little more time on the orthographic drawings. I agree with Michael there that a nice balance between like focusing on the orthographics a little more. Like I would like to see a larger plan of this with the line weights a little more resolved. I think it would help you. The one thing is like this, I appreciate you picking up on this kind of curving gesture here, but this kind of corners are kind of antithetical to that. I'd almost want the curving gesture to be like a little more fluid or something.
Okay.
Kind of like the handrail in the staircase in this house is this one kind of like swoop. You know the handrail, you know what I'm talking about? In this house, there's a handrail that's kind of like a swooping piece of wood. But I'd want that, it kind of like expresses a kind of movement or something. I guess that's what they were thinking about. It was like 90s, right? So it's all about the sort of expressive moves. But that expressing that as a kind of gesture up towards the view, but focusing on the orthographics more, and maybe you do like one or two renderings. I don't know, one or two renderings that you can spend a little more time in Photoshop to give them a little more of a quality of the place. The Enscape, and we use actually Twin Motion in our office, and I totally get that. there's so many opportunities for renders and looking at light that there's like, you end up with like 20 render views. And like, I think going like in the next project, focus on the orthographics, do proper elevation drawings, and then maybe pick a couple of key views and really think about working them in Photoshop with the Enscape render to give them a little more soul, I guess, and personality. That would be my recommendation.
Murray, what a wonderful and comprehensive and sensitive account you gave. Ikra, I hope you learned a lot from that.
Thank you, everyone.
I think for someone near the beginning, extraordinarily good work. So we have to go on. Thank you, Ikra, and we're going to go on to Steven. And we're looking at Ed's house, his very own house. And Steven is going to open the can of worms here.
I'll try. We'll see how deep I get, Ed. Hey everyone, I'm Steven. Oh, Ed, you're muted, by the way.
You're muted. What did you say?
I said I like the Rothko.
Good.
Steven, I don't know if you're intimidated, but I'm not going to say anything.
Oh God, yeah, and especially I have to analyze this house to Ed, so it'll be fun. Michael, I think you're the only person I haven't met of our reviewers, but my name is Steven. I'm a first-year student. This is my second vertical studio. Yeah, and so let me take you. Oh, my background is in construction and ecology. Okay, so my project is titled Tentative Containment. Michael has been talking to me a lot this semester about how structure defines and organizes architecture. And so, like Michael, like Ed, like Khan, I believe that architecture is most readily expressed directly through structure. So beginning this semester, excuse me. Beginning this semester, we started with an animation. That uses geometries to start expressing two-dimensional space, and then turning that two-dimensional space into three-dimensional space. So seeing how we can use geometry to express geometry and therefore structure to start expressing itself three-dimensionally. This is our second project, our midterm project. This was a writer's room for a married couple. And for it, I've used brick pillars and a system of a gridded system of brick to start expressing a dance between and a relationship to the exterior. So what does it look like to express interior space in reference to a rigid structure? And how do we play with that structure and how do we move it? In this section, you're seeing that the walls are moved inward to allow for a horizontal window that reflects light in. And this is an interior render of the brick wall. So now I will talk to you about Mr. Ed Ford's house. It's in Charlottesville, Virginia, in a suburban context. It's a 3-story house. And this is the facade that is the street view facade. And here we begin to see Ed expressing structure similarly. How does it break? How does it break out of its grid? How does it express itself as a surface? How does it ally to you? Its innards. So here is Ed's house. Again, it's in a suburban context. You can see it's quite densely populated. This is Fair Street, and along this way is Ed, you're about a fourth of a mile from downtown, I believe. So it's in a suburban context that's walkable. But before I talk to you about Ed's plan, I'll talk to you about Ed's structure. So he started with a like a 3x3 cube of wooden glue lamps. So it's a system built on 9-foot boxes. Within that, he's starting to break it and play with it. With this metal structure that's holding up his library and its butterfly roof. And so this structure starts to break through the glue lamps. Here you can see the glue lamps expressed. And this structure is breaking through. And I think Ed is trying to achieve some sort of honest dissonance. Instead of hiding certain steel members for spans, or instead of hiding the wood infill that goes into steel structures, he's attempting to embrace the duality of residential construction, that both steel and wood go into it, and more than one structural system produce a dissonance that is more apparent and honest. And then within it, he has his built-ins, which are expressed in yellow, the hardy board and the pipe rail you saw on the outside. And so this Ed is trying to understand what is the relationship between a open plan and what is the relationship to a plan that fits like an old shoe. So he's using these built-ins to play with steel and to express steel erupting out of the wood frame. And then finally, you see the loft section on the floor plan. So this is the ground floor of Ed's house. The main axiality is north-south upon entrance, but then with the stairs and the fireplaces, we have another axis, excuse me. And so here, I mean, the first thing you notice when you look at this plan is how many dash lines there are. And Ed is drawing every single one of those glue lamps because most of them are exposed. Here's Ed's machine. Again, we have a loft space. The butterfly roof that is held up by these pipe rails that are sliced in. He is alternating the openness. So here we have open and then alternating down here. And here is the rear elevation, the south elevation. And I find this to be quite a didactic and what a dean call it heroic and self-conscious elevation. And here we have a cable coming off 2 C channels in the kitchen, extending out into the yard. And then Ed also, his book is titled 5 Details of Modern Architecture, and in it he says that the detail is, in his mind, the essence of architecture. And so I, of course, have to show one of his details. We have a handrail, we have a 1/4-inch plate that is slicing through a 1 3/8 rail. And so he's playing with lightness, he's playing with piercing, he's playing with different levels of surface. Again, playing with surface, playing with the building as a skin. And here's that table that's wrapping up. So our assignment was a mother-in-law apartment on an auxiliary dwelling unit. It's around 600 square feet. It needs a living room with a TV, a bedroom, and storage space in the bathroom, of course. So back to Ed's site map. There, and a main choice, or a more obvious choice for a structure would be on the west end of the house. Excuse me, I forgot to talk about views. Ed's views are set up towards the west end of the site. Here we have a lot of glazing on the west end. So that's the long end of the site. So he has his views primarily set up in there. He has his bedrooms tucked in to this nook. And so that's how his circulation is mainly divided around the loft space and then down the west end.
Steven, I'd like
Yes.
to just urge you to speed up a little.
Move. I'm sorry.
Your improvement on it.
Yes. And I could talk about this building all day. Okay,
Talk about
so
this for a long time.
I could.
Okay, but you
I'm
didn't do
sorry.
the sensible thing. You did.
No, I didn't do the sensible thing. Here in the backyard, by its incredibly didactic facade, is a location for a structure, for a steel grid. Ed is using a cube and then a half cube to express his volume, and you can fit a cube back here in the buildable area. So I've placed a gridded system 1 cube away, 9 feet away, and then I have a 9-foot grid coming off of it. So here you can see my main moves. I'm expressing the roof as a volume and containing a volume of the cube within a large bridge separately, that's separate in structure, spanning over the creek. The circulation is pretty much, Ed has a side door here, and then the driveway access is here. In plan, my building attempts to work similarly to Ed's in that I'm creating a lofted space, which I'm preserving in its geometry, and then driving circulation around it. And because I have all my views to the west end and I'm trying to preserve those views for both buildings, my circulation has to wrap you around. So here we have my main glazing in front of the dining room, the glass pushed out to the edge, and then circulation begins here. And in section, you can start to see how I am attempting to express my loft space similarly to Ed's, trying to preserve a cube within a cube of air. Further above, we have a roof structure shown in dashed line that is expressed in a hierarchy. So we have the a thick cross coming from the W6 of the grid, and then small rectangular steel members that are holding up this pyramid roof. And again, circulation is arrived around. The window in the bedroom is tucked as far in as I could possibly fit it. Here we have a study nook, bathroom, and the living space is underneath the double height space. Here's a cross-section perspective in which you can start to see how I am playing with structure as well. I have a large, two large W6s coming through in a cross. My steel members are breaking through my grid, and then I'm also, instead of playing with steel, I'm starting to play with wood glue lamps to break through. Here's a rendered perspective. This facade was incredibly important to me. Thinking about falling water and Frank Lloyd Wright, how glass can appear to go through structure and continue through a building, and using the siding to express glass as a surface and siding as a surface to give you the visual cue that the glass is extending all the way around this volume.
You want to give yourself no more than another 2 or 3 minutes.
Got it. Okay.
Go back to the perspective of the skylight. I think that's very telling. Okay, go on. I just didn't want you to shoot past that.
Yeah, and Ed, I had meant to draw you some details. I didn't have time, so I'll just talk to you about this one detail. It's 4 2.5 angle that are welded with 1/4 inch plate welded to the handrail, and then the slot is used for 7/32 plywood, which I'm pretty ecstatic about. So that's how the handrail is constructed. Okay, that's all I have. I put a mural.
Oh my God.
Yes, I put a Miro board in the chat. So I'll switch to Miro, and then you guys are welcome to zoom around there with me, because the line work will be a little bit more visible.
I don't think everyone has a second screen, Steven. I think maybe we should stay with this. Oh, what, you want to go to? Oh,
yeah, I'll still go to Miro.
Okay, all right, anyone can start. I guess Ed, you'd be the first person to speak here.
Oh God.
I guess there's a big I think you've thought about it in plan a lot, obviously, and the geometry of the plan. But I think the section is critical, and I think you can see it's a very different situation. That my house sits on this mountain of gravel, basically, because this was not a radically sloping site, but the house has to be above the water, and so it's on a plane visually and technically. Yours is floating above this, we'll call it a stream, somewhere between a stream and an open sewer, but I think it gives it a very different relationship to the ground. And I guess I'd like it to be a little more freestanding, maybe like a house on piles or something, which is really what you're going to have in this situation. I think I would put, well, you don't use yellow trace anymore, but I would put a sheet of paper over that section and start to play around with pushing it, like the way the bay we call it kissing, which isn't good in architecture. It's kind of almost touching the retaining wall. I'd either engage that or pull that back. And I look at this, well, I'm the worst person to criticize this. I think, well, maybe it should be, visually, I want it to be taller. And of course, my mother-in-law is no longer with us, and she wouldn't want a 3-story house if she was, but, visually, I guess I'd like just as a geometric contrast, I'd like the volume to be a bit more, rather than being a miniature version of the house, being a more of a vertical fragment of the house. But I think somebody else should, with a more
all right, we'll
objective view, should
let you off the hook. Anybody jump in?
Yeah, Steve, I'd like to. With both of these projects, I was kind of confused as to whether they were in contrast or whether they were, whether the smaller pieces were just chips off the old block, and the original house is so rich in terms of the way it's sort of sewn through with steel that. What I think the main characteristic of the house was, and the main sort of impression that you get, no matter what, besides the structure sort of piercing the wooden box, is this incredible sort of space that's wrought inside vertically inside the house, the big space, and so and I think that it kind of it sort of releases, towards the sky, and here I'm torn by the fact that this is that spatially, the roof is kind of a dome over it's a central kind of cube, and I would have preferred in a way to maybe not to say it too differently, but from what Ed was talking about, but I would prefer this thing to be kind of released in the same sort of spirit as sort of the butterfly roof is on the main house. I would see the low point being maybe towards the middle, and the whole thing being a very tall sort of clear story around that. So it would change the section of the house. It could also be a butterfly which is just turned in the other direction, because it seems to be taking its cues from the main house, and in a way, I'm wondering whether I'm still thinking that somehow the steel which is being sort of skewering the house in a sense, skewering the space, can be a little bit more assertive. And sort of so I would say that between the details of the linear elements, basically the steel which both holds it up and kind of activates the space, but the thinness and the smallness of that, but then the volumetric space should then be where that would be the horizontal. The vertical space would then kind of explode through the roof, and so I was wishing for a little for actually more dramatic kind of expression here. I wasn't sure that it was actually over a creek, but I would say that could be reflected even below in sort of a glass floor portion of it. So I'm really looking for kind of a very sort of powerful kind of some of the most expressive elements of the house on the left being put into the house on the right to sort of express this horizontality of the wood and the verticality of the kind of the not really truss structures, but the steel. So I'm kind of looking for kind of a stronger response, I guess.
But to follow up on that, I think that the original house has its own problems, sort of the problems of the problem that the structure is used to solve, and rather than the addition being sort of like in a way, it's like a sampler. You have some steel, you have some wood, etc. I would rather see it be an expression, a structural expression first and foremost, and then the whole idea of volume and skin associated with that, out of this issue of building in and above a creek, and maybe even expressing that. So, I mean, my first inclination was with the yellow trace was, well, what if we really did express the piers and we made this similar to just a big pier structure, and maybe the first floor is the second level and it matches in terms of heights and stuff like that, but that the whole creek still flows through it and is expressed or something. I'm really, I think it's both these jobs. This is, your site plan is awesome, by the way. I wish everyone at school would draw a site plan like that. But I don't find the dialogue between the new and the old to be really compelling. I think everything you've done is is good and all of that, but I don't find that dialogue to be either, you know, fish nor fowl, right? What was it that Warren said? I
Even
can't
trying
remember.
to show us
A
the
chip off the
types.
old block, or is it? And I just think that's the most fundamental question in additions that you have to answer. And I think that in this case, I would have loved to seen the process more drive the form than a sort of sampling of the form and using bits and parts. And then I'm actually very disturbed by that roof. I feel like all of a sudden you went and got Charles Moore and asked him what he would do for the roof and plopped it on there a little bit. I find it to be a very, very way too incongruent, but that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Steven, while people talk, maybe you can show another picture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Murray, do you want to, or Alex, anyone?
Oh yeah, go Alex, go. Sorry, I had to just.
Murray, no, you were starting. Go ahead. I will close with some positive.
Oh, I don't know. I'm actually a huge fan of Charles Moore, so I kind of like I don't know. I've always loved the crazy guy. I wish I could have met Charles Moore. Actually, that's my one disappointment is like I didn't get to Austin soon enough. Anyway, what couple of quick questions. Ed, do you still live in this house?
Yes, I do.
Oh, awesome. Where is it?
It's pretty close to downtown. It's miles from the university, but it's about, as he said, about a quarter mile from the courthouse. So
I'm sorry, downtown. What's
Charlottesville?
Okay, he wants your address. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What city? Which city?
Charlottesville.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm coming to visit for sure.
Welcome.
Steven, what software are you using? What are you drawing with?
This drawing?
Just the whole thing, like your production. I don't know, the drawings, plans. Like, what do you use? What's your
Rhino? Yeah.
Rhino. I just want to say, first of all, just how inspiring it is, Ed, to see your drawings. I mean, I just, you know, I work on architecture like 24/7, and I guess I'm getting jaded as I get older, and the moments of inspiration are rare. But I just want to say that, thank you. I mean, I'm old enough that I draw. And I did Cooper Union, where drawing was like a thing. And I just don't see those hand drawings, the light, the combination, I guess, the light and the technical drawing is just so beautiful. But just a quick comment, Steven, I just wanted to say, like, I just also really I really appreciate like the level of detail you're tackling this thing, looking at structure, the handrail details, like really kind of unpacking the whole thing. I mean, I agree with all of the previous comments. I'm sorry. What software did you say you've been using for
Rhino?
Rhino. Okay, everything's in Rhino.
For drawing or for
the drawings are not Rhino. This is not Rhino we're looking at, is it?
No. I CAD it in Rhino and then I move it to Illustrator.
Revit to Illustrator. Okay.
No. Rhino to Illustrator.
Rhino to Illustrator. Do you have a background?
No.
Okay. I mean, this is the level of interest, and I would just say you need to get serious with the technical drawing tools. I mean, you're ready. You need, we should be seeing the drawings that Ed showed of the structure and this kind of like interesting experimentation. I would love to see that. You're ready for that. I mean, I want to see, there's such a level of detail here between the frame and is the envelope exterior to the frame and expressed inside only? Is it expressed inside outside? Like all of that nuance and level of detail. I mean, I can kind of see you're drawing it all here and plan the handrail. I mean, you're ready for that. That's what I would want to see from this project to really, and then the design, I mean, everyone was spot on with the relationship to the ground plane, other questions, but I actually I kind of like the roof. I'm sorry, Michael. I kind of like coming from the north in Canada. I love flat skylights in Canada with the snow on it. Oh my God, it's just the most beautiful thing. I know it's a technical nightmare and it's really hard. And I also kind of like the way it's sort of the inverse of Ed's roof. Like Ed's creating clear stories. It's a wing that's kind of popping up. I kind of like that you're kind of playing with that and inverting it. And I'll just leave it at that.
There was a moment when it was a pyramidal butterfly. When it turned this way. I think,
Well,
Alex, I'm going to jump in. I think as a teacher here to Steven, it's an unfortunate way you've drawn the section, although it's sort of accurate. Like you've cut right through the piers of the columns and made them look like walls. You've cut through the steel beam that holds up the skylight. And so, you know, you've made
so it appears heavier than
boxier, you know.
Well, it is boxy.
Yeah, and I think it exaggerates a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry, I should have not.
I just wanted to say I really appreciate the sensitivity, obviously. And my favorite part of this, I think, is this dining table that's half in and half out of the sitting on.
I didn't show a detail of that either, but it is it's coming up through the structure, and then it's like sitting on brackets that get welded down to C channels.
I have a strange affinity for those kind of edgy bases. I mean, edgy in the sense that it's not quite in and not quite out. So.
Yeah, lovely. Alex, did we cut you off?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, no, you didn't, don't worry. Just to kind of wrap up, because you said so many important points, but one thing that I wanted to pick up on what Ed was saying in the very beginning that I was thinking about is really how you approach, you know, thinking about a project in section. It's something that would have really enriched your process. If you have originally cut a number of sections and, you know, in both directions, it would have helped you to think about the proportions, the relationship between a space and structure in a different way. And I think that you were really close to it because your analysis of the structural system was incredibly thorough and detailed. And you know, Michael had to stop you at some point. I mean, we know that you kind of figured it all out to the last detail, but I think sometimes it's about how you look at something, and that sectional analysis maybe would have taken you towards a slightly different approach. And so I would just emphasize that. Otherwise, I think you have an incredible sensibility to structure and detail, and we see it in plan, we see it in some of the solutions that are there hidden in Rhino, but maybe not expressed properly because of the type of rendering. So I would, for example, really suggest that you explore line perspectival sections, you know, line drawings. That would allow you to really explore those details to a degree that attracts you, because I know you're really interested in that. So rather than trying to master, you know, rather than mastering rendering immediately, master three-dimensional perspectives, section perspectives that just use lines.
Yeah, we do tend to go to the renderer because it's so rewarding.
No, it's not always, right? Like sometimes it takes away because it shows details that we're not yet fully, we haven't worked out. And if you haven't worked it out, and it distracts you from what you have worked out. So if you had just stayed with line drawings, I think we would have really been able to appreciate more the detail and your attention to, you know, to construction details.
It's also interesting to see the two houses side by side. And I would agree with Mike McCall that I know you have more to say about the relationship, but you can see that your building looks smaller, but its walls look thicker. It seems like a much denser volumetric object. And you can see how Ed's just graphically, strives for lightness everywhere. That would have been.
In truth, I drew Ed's walls much thinner than they actually are.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I just generated from my model, and it's not entirely accurate.
All right,
but
Stephen,
But I
I think
understand
we
where you're
all
coming
agree
from.
you did a great job here. And we have to,
Okay.
all right. Nikki, you're on.
Hello. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to send my Miro link into the chat.
But you're also going to show it, right?
Yes. Okay, here we go. Screen 2. So I am a first year MArch 1 student, and I do not have a background. I studied cognitive science at Vanderbilt University, and I graduated in 2020. And so my geometry exercise is pretty basic, and I just wanted to explore kind of what shapes look like next to each other and how they can function, the relationship between the circle and the square. And that really, I think what was really helpful about these exercises is that it allowed us to kind of break down these bigger issues into smaller things. So like just to understand that any house can be really broken down into basic shapes is a really valuable tool. And so I had this transformation where the house split up on its half on one end and turned into a triangle on the other end. And below, the chimney roof ended up expanding to encompass the whole structure. And in this case, there ended up being kind of this like double engulfing effect that happened. And so moving on to project 3, I kind of took what I learned about, can you see this? The Miro board?
Yeah, it's a little bit
Okay.
small.
Okay, I'll enlarge it. I took what I understood to be about geometry in this little circle exploration, and I used that to better understand the relationship between two parts and sort of the consequences that happen, not only when you have two of the same thing next to each other, but also how you can make them different and shine on their own. And I think what the main thing that I learned from this project 1 was that I really appreciate the exposed beams in a roof and what that can do. And it allowed light to filter in from these clear stories through the exposed beams and out the bottom transom windows. So as you've already heard about the writer's room, but basically this was also a really big introduction to color for me, and just sort of experimenting what color can do in this setting, what that means. And Richard and Amy were the two, we were given a case study, and those were the names of each of the authors, and they each had one side, and this is sort of the main takeaways from that project.
Okay.
And I think, yeah.
Go on, Nikki.
Okay. So as I move into project 2, Steven gave a very thorough background of the Ford residence. So first, thank you for letting us build additions to your building and meeting with us earlier in the semester. I know this is probably difficult to watch us make additions for, but I'm excited that I had the opportunity to do it. And so first, I just want to say, like, I chose the Ford house because I thought it would challenge me. I think the bold colors, I haven't seen exposed beams and structural systems denotated by color in that way. And so it was really, I thought it would push me to be a better designer. So as you know where the site is, this is just a reminder from the last image. And I think these photos from your presentation, thank you for sharing those, were the ones that stuck out to me the most. The first being this pulled out V and W just in front of it, because it was so like almost weird to me that you decided to pull it out. And I was like, I need to understand this building more. And it just looked very complex. But upon breaking it down, I see that everything in this house actually has a place and is very intentional, which I really appreciate. And each windows are not just placed because you ran out of space, rather they're put there because they're meant to show you a specific view. I think there's power in that. And this is my favorite photo, is the color scheme with this tractor photo.
That's more than the color scheme.
Yes, it's also representing the fact that each of the colors represent different structural systems. So you've seen the plan already, so I will zoom through this, but I decided to build west of the building, which is maybe, I didn't take that challenge with the creek. And I went about 30 feet west of the main so that there would be enough for this structure to stand on its own, but also be able to communicate with the main home. And before I talk about my floor plans, I want to talk about sort of this diagram I made here. I wanted my building to have, I really appreciated how you broke down every piece, and I wanted my addition to do the same. And I think a driving force in mine was to use the circulation to build as form, or to kind of shape the form of the building. But that being said, I also created a 5x3 grid so that everything had a matched up place. And I used the structure or the roof exposed beams all the way down to the floor. And so here we have my floor plans, and I don't know why they're showing up a little bit blurry. I think that might just be Miro, but I split this into 2 floors. And the reason why I have an elevator and stairs was because I really wanted to have these stairs to sort of create a meandering down walkway, so you could go from the addition to the main and have this kind of experiential walk. But that being said, I know that in this unit, I'll probably have someone who is aging, and I wanted them to be able to use the space given the fact that they might not be able to walk upstairs at a certain point. And so I have my kitchenette and study as built-ins mirroring one another with some storage space in the middle. And on the right, when you walk through the entryway, I have this little living area, and it's blocked off. The windows are blocked off because I wanted this side to sort of be more private on the bottom floor, just because the main house is 30 feet east of it, and I didn't want them to constantly be looking into one another. Whereas on the west side, it's more open and there's some trees blocking, and they have more room to sort of just enjoy the open windows. On the second floor, I have the bedroom with a built-in behind it that doubles as a closet and a vanity, followed by the bathroom and then this outdoor exterior porch. So here I have my 2 exterior renders. On the left, this shows, I wanted to also have the addition be a nod to the main. We're also breaking out in certain ways. So I decided to keep this butterfly roof and create my own form of extension out of the front doorway. And this is the bedroom I just showed, and then the kitchen and study area. And this is it from the opposite view. And this is this kind of soft relationship between the two. You can look out from the addition onto the main, where people will be sitting out with the tables, and I have a better view of it, but I wanted this to face the main house so that you could intentionally choose to come up to the second floor porch and say hello to the main house without it being forced upon you. So if I move back, I decided to include all elevation sides because I think they each tell a very different story. So this is the front view, and I wish that I had, upon reflecting, included the main house in this drawing. I have it a bit in the back elevation, but I think that would have made this a bit stronger. But I like that the elevator has glass windows, so you can look out and sort of have that experience of moving up in space versus it being a closed off thing. And because it's outside, you have opportunity to do that. And in this back elevation, I wanted to show the main views that you could have from this back area. Moving forward to the west elevation, you can see the main house in the background. Let me zoom into this. And so this is someone coming up the stairs, and you can see this is where the table is, and this sort of shared outdoor space, versus this is like the more private, even though it's public, the more private area of the home. This is an interior render of the top bedroom. I made the window this height so that while you're laying in bed, you can roll over and just look straight out versus it being the entire length of the room. And then this is my interior render of the bottom floor, followed by my east elevation and a nice, and then we have my section drawing. And I wanted to kind of pay detail to the colors used. So I thought that using it in the design like that could like have it peek through the exposed beams and the beams in here from the structural frame. So that's why I chose to leave those open. And lastly, I have my section drawing. Admittedly, I also wish I could have had the main next to it. I think that would have been really strong. But given the circumstances, here I am. And this is a view of cut through east to west side. And I have one more lighting video I'd like to show that just shows how light moves throughout the space. I don't think the sound is working, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm open to any questions. Yes.
Again, I appreciate the sensitivity. And let me say, Sea Ranch remains one of my favorite buildings, and I don't know how conscious I was. I mean, but the way the colors, not the colors of Sea Ranch, but the way, like, I stayed in Moore's condo for about a week at some point, and it was mostly natural materials, but there were these very bright blues and reds with parts of it, like what do you call the machines? And I think that concept has always appealed to me, is that you use a little bit of color, but you use it in an intense way. And then you mostly use natural materials. I mean, this scheme, it's the same question. Do I do a small version of a scaled down version of the big house, or do I fragment of the house, or do I just do something completely different? And I would say, what's very different about this edition is the external elevator and the external stair. And it's not wrong because that main house doesn't have one. I'd say they should be more different. I would break them away pull them away from the house, and because they're not like anything in the house, I would say, and really make them that way. Use their difference as a virtue. I'd also say, again, the mother-in-law, the elderly people are already in this house. They're in the other house, and we're not that far away from glaciers and elevators. But that said, I think there's a great opportunity there's a space between my house and your addition to my house. There's just grass right now, and it could be a wonderful, if it were a rental space, which would be allowed where I live, I think you might pull it farther away or do something. But the way it's engaged, and the idea that it's a house for somebody I know, I would think you would want to utilize that space in between, at least pave it, make it an outdoor, wouldn't need.
You're finding it strange that there's no windows looking back at the house.
Yeah. I understand. Again, that's another one I've seen. Like, there's either all glass or nothing, and it reminds me of Aldo Van Eyck. He was on a review of this guy had done this big beach house and had this glass window. And he said, if I did that, I'd have a wall and I'd have a 1 foot square window in it. So when you wanted to look at the beach, you'd have to walk to the window and look through the window. All glass doesn't necessarily connect things. But I agree. I'll be quiet.
So,
I do think that was I agree with you. That was a criticism given to me in the mid-review, the lack of attention to the space in between. And I think I didn't know what to do with it, and I didn't want to, we sort of were at this point in the project where I had to choose what I focused on, but given more time, that is where I would like to put my time, in between the two.
Mike McCall.
Well, it was the notion that it was literally for an in-law, or was it, is that a term of art?
I think we took it quite literally.
Yeah, okay. So then that's what I was curious. Then I would think that I definitely want an opening, because say my mother was living there and I would want to know if the light's on, if things are, it'd be like a communication device kind of. And then the irony of having the big deck facing that way sort of is a complete contradiction, which might be intentional and might be really profound and powerful. I'm just saying that I'm not sure how you got there quite yet. So those are just, because I love the idea of secondary units, and I don't want to get involved in like socially public interest design or something and how they might function for society. But if it's literally for a mother-in-law, then a lot of what I wanted to say is moot. So I'll be quiet.
Well, I think that, in a way, one could also think about it completely in the opposite way and say, well, she wanted to give privacy to both of them. And yes, I agree totally that the space in between should be designed, but in some way, this was not the focus of the studio. So what I see in the facade is actually an attempt to give privacy, but create an intermediate kind of space where someone could step out to engage, for example, at a distance with someone who is standing next to the main house. And the door that we see, it could be translucent. So you could still have that signaling function somehow embedded in that. Correct me if I'm wrong in the way I'm reading this section, but this elevation. But I think that could happen. And this would basically be a way to say, look, those two are still independent, but they have a degree, like a possibility of communication that is built into that. So you could defend it like that, I think. One thing I just add very briefly to, Ed already talked about it, but I actually really appreciated how you pulled out the circulation. And I was a little bit worried when I looked at the plan and I thought, oh God, the lift is kind of in but out, not really clear if it's in and out. And I really I was happy to see that it was external, but I totally agree that it would really benefit from way more autonomy, as if it was just a little bit pulled away and only connected in the moments when you have to go in and out. That would make it really, really strong. Otherwise, I think this is pretty successful in the way you're relating to the building. Again, a long section would have really helped you to almost like check what the relationships are in terms of proportions and whether it is a section that was cut away from the building or it's a separate thing. That sectional verification, I think, would be very important as you were designing. I'm not saying like, post as a kind of representation. Thank you.
A long section and a long elevation also, because I think the two things could have. Well, actually, I really like what you've done because of the simple concept and the simple form. I think it works really, really well, and then it just really turns out to be the details of the expression. I agree with everything that's been said about the autonomy of the elements that sort of make up the whole, and I think for me the house, the main house, is complex in a detailed sort of way, and simple in a conceptual sort of way, and I think that's the in spatial sort of way. I think that's the value of the house, and I think taking the long the long side of the house and pulling it out, then gives you the opportunity, and you took that opportunity to make basically a smaller scale, with still kind of a kind of a large. It's smaller scale, but you've pared down the elements that you're using, and I think that's a very smart way to approach this. And then I would just say pulling them out a little bit the way that the steel is actually pulled out from the outside, from away from the main house
Yeah.
itself.
For
Yeah,
me, for me as the teacher of all this, or the guide, the coach, the hardest thing about understanding Ed's house was, whether the structural expression and the expression of parts was whether it was a style of expression, which would mean this is a regular house, but I have applied to it a structural expression. I've done an X-ray of an otherwise normal house, and I've allowed the bones to sort of get a little bit out of hand. But really, if you don't have the kind of money and time I have, you could stuff everything back into its skin, and then you'd have a normal house. It's kind of educational in that way. And I think it's for young students, I've realized they come with certain preconceptions of what architecture is, which is it's a box with a roof, and you put windows in it. And you can put big ones, little ones, skinny ones, whatever you do, but it's fundamentally a box with windows. And I don't think that Ed's was ever a box with windows. In other words, I think what we're seeing here is someone like Nikki, who worked very hard and very well on this, still struggling to not have it be a regular house. And it comes off as the structural stuff being a little bit gratuitous. It is a little bit like, damn, I've got to show some steel. Damn, I've got to put a butterfly roof on it. But in plan, it's compact. It just wants to be a normal house.
Let me respond. And I think the line between the gratuitous and the monumental, well, there isn't one, is it? I mean, the Parthenon is gratuitous. You don't really need all those stone columns. I mean, and there's clearly, I don't know if their things are oversized. I think the walls are actually thinner than Steven drew them.
Yeah.
Some of the structure is oversized, with some of the beams span 3 feet. But and I've been severely criticized by people say, what, putting this on the outside, it's thermal bridging, it's not sustainable, you're crazy, what's wrong with you? And icicles are going to form on that. And but I mean, to me, it's Viollet-le-Duc. The buttress is on the outside and the vault's on the inside. You look at the Pompidou, you walk inside the Pompidou Center, find a piece of structure inside a high-tech building. Once you're inside, it's all ceilings and drywall.
Yeah. Right.
So that was always.
But I think it's the way you've done it, though, Ed, as a master and as an educator, is to go to the sort of you go deep under the hood of architecture and rearrange the parts, so that what's in and out is in dialogue. And I think that's a very deep art that I think younger students find difficult, because they're starting with the idea of the compact waterproof house, the salt box, the envelope, rules, and it's an attack on the envelope to do anything except that.
Can I just get back to the student project here? Because there's one section I'm really disturbed about. It shows the butterfly roof.
And Nikki, want to go there?
Yeah, right there.
Disturbed is never a good word.
This is easily solved with Photoshop. We just take, one roof is all you need. You've got to, if you're going to build the roof, it's got to be the roof, not it is, you understand what I'm saying?
Why is there a ceiling? Why do you have a second roof, Nikki? Especially over the porch, by the way.
This is
rather be under the butterfly.
We're gonna chalk this one up to finals.
And before you go for your job interview, do about 2 minutes of Photoshop, and there we go.
I will. Thank you guys so much for your commentary, or thank you all, I should say.
Murray, do you want to pass on this one, or do you want to say something?
No, I can say, always can say a couple of things.
Okay.
I appreciate Ed mentioned that. It stuck in my head when I saw that section. I really like this little building. I mean, aside from the exercise, I like these simple kind of small houses are fun. I appreciated the comment about pulling things apart. I think that, one of the things that makes Ed's house special is that, and like Michael said, he's like taking the structure out and playing with it and kind of thinking about how it can work. And I do like that elevator, the comment that the elevator should be separated. I'm got white here now, but that the elevator could be separated from the structure, and you bridge across. That the stair could be separated, and in a way, it's a kind of again, to use this word like didactic, like taking the pieces of architecture and separating them out so that you can understand the parts to the whole. And one of the things I kind of love about Ed's house is that it's like his those exploded axos of details. You're kind of like, it's like living in an exploded axo of a detail, which is like super interesting to me, like taking the architect's drawing technique and making architecture out of it. I mean, it's not, I know it sounds silly, like it's a joke, but it's really not. I mean, it's a fundamental, like Kahn, one of the keys to Kahn's success is separating things. Like separating things, little gap, larger gap, keeping the components separate so that you can read them autonomously, but then they also work as a whole. There's something very powerful and profound. You can spend your career working on that sort of thing. But
because it's about relationship, Murray. It's about how things stand in relation to each other.
Yes, it's how meaning is generated. It's a space between things, a space between letters to form words, a space between words to form sentences. Meaning is formed between things. And I think that is something very powerful, very profound, but also very practical too in architecture, because if you can separate things out, then you can kind of work on them autonomously. And I think that having the two circulation pieces, the elevator, the stair as autonomous pieces, like I would continue to work on this.
And the roof is autonomous.
Well, I was going to say, the thing that I find really beautiful about this roof is that, the roof could cover the whole thing. That's the only move I would make, like, that the idea that the roof actually covers all of the pieces rather than it being a discrete element. I mean, it's a discrete element, it's popped off the top, but that it could cover those. It would serve practical purpose too, like the rain, it would cover the stair or maybe cover the elevator a little bit, but the roof would hover over it as a kind of
like the Heidi Weber Pavilion.
I think it would just be like a help move.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is all such good feedback.
Yes.
Guys, we've got to go on.
Thank you so much.
Really, one quick thing, Michael. I think that the notion of relationships needs to be studied in pretty much a lot of detail on the way that openings or penetrations or whatever you want to make them are. And I think that even this balcony, when I look at that, and you go back to Stefan's Rothko, and you see the types of relationships that are made when you put shapes within shapes. And I really like the banded window. I don't know where it comes from. And I don't like the way it doesn't either wrap the corners or is brought in and has space to the side. Same with this balcony. I think that all those relationships are still a little bit clumsy.
All right. Well, I thank you. I just have to leave it at that. We could pursue that more, but time to go on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikki. And last for this morning is Hannah. Welcome, Hannah.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share a link to the mural board as well, if you want to take a peek yourself, but I'll also share my screen. And just dive right in. So my name's Hannah, and I'm in my second vertical studio in the 3-year Master of Architecture program at UT. And we've seen some of the other work that we've done early in the semester. So just to start, we kind of did these geometry studies where what I experimented with was how these similar but different forms could be generated from the same sort of geometry exercise. And this I kind of read as a sort of offspring to this first one in a way, how it could be kind of evolutionary and figuring out these geometric relationships. And then we were studying, sometimes I'm going to have to zoom in just for it to focus. Yeah. And then we were studying these archetypal house transformations. So thinking about evolution and how that can apply on different scales. So these matrices were created with different sort of transformations applied to each house that we've looked at. And then the middle of the semester consisted of this project, 2 rooms for 2 writers, where we examined how 2 separate units could have a relationship with each other. And in the ones that I was exploring, all these study models, I kind of explored like structure with this as well, with rafters and beams. But more importantly, thinking about how in section, these 2 separate rooms could come together at the top and form this sort of shared loft. So each of the writers have their own space, but they have that shared loft in the middle and some shared outdoor elements as well.
And let's look at that's the perspectives of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is one side, this is Amy's side of the house, and then this is Richard's side. So again, sort of experimenting with how that structural system would look, but also developing the interior in a way that seemed to make sense for 2 separate writers doing very different styles of literature, but having the same sort of or shared world at the top. And then now to dive into this project. So it was really exciting to choose this project, I think, for me, because I don't have a lot of knowledge with structure, and that was something I wanted to understand a little bit more. And this right here was my favorite picture that I saw of all of the photos that Ed shared with us and that we found on the internet, because of the way it emphasizes the light coming into the space and the way that you can tell this is like a social gathering space for the family. And it's definitely placing a lot of importance on the books at the top. And then, you know, some of those structural aspects as well, but also some aspects that maybe aren't as structural and are more expressive. I think this house is really interesting for the fact that it's like ruthlessly systematic, yet very playful at the same time. So just in my own studies, you know, trying to understand that and make sense of that, and noticing all these linear relationships, these axialities, symmetries, geometries. Ed started with this grid, 9x9. And I think just trying to make sense of that and appreciate that was sort of my goal for exploring how an addition could be designed. And then also thinking about how they could relate to each other, but still have their very own identity, and thinking about the relationship from being in one and looking across to the other, perhaps as a mother-in-law unit, you know, being able to see other parts of the house, but also having your own world to exist in and to enjoy. So we actually reconstructed Ed's house in 3D, and that alone was like an experience. And it did teach me a lot about how the parts and pieces kind of fit together, and how this axiality and symmetry could be explored in the site plan there we've seen. But in the floor plans, I think the important thing for me was to have an accessory dwelling unit that would gesture toward the main house, but also have its own little world. And like how Ed's house has all these parts that are sort of broken up, but yet there's somehow these very open spaces as well as you move up. I made the decision really early on to design a building that was located on the far west end, and that was only 1 story, just to keep in mind a mother-in-law who might be aging. So with that, I ended up having ended up designing a few elements that project out and sort of carry that same dialogue as the main house, or, you know, with like this cantilever table. And so how that relationship with the creek could be explored, but also that that dialogue that they'll have with each other, and all the glazing that's exposed to the east versus the west, how they face each other, but yet they also are able to face out and back into their own little environment back there. And get to the section. Yeah, so definitely different differences in height, but as we saw in the plan, there's still a lot of that axiality and symmetry being carried out in this design. And I think that's something that I really picked up on in Ed's house and wanted to emphasize that. But I did also want to have some similar language with the roof too, because that's such a big part of the design and the spaces in the study. So just having these subtle differences, but carrying the same DNA across board. And then this cross section showing how they line up from east to west and how that height is emphasized in a smaller way, in a more nuanced way, but in that central living room space, and having the study that's cantilevered out over that little creek. I'm not sure how much water is usually in there, but I thought that it was nice to kind of have that own little world to create a special place for reading and studying. And then these elevations showing how, you know, this relationship with the main house to the street is sort of confident, and it's really prominently located on the street from the photos that I saw. So I think to kind of counter that, I designed something that was a little bit more discreet and tucked behind some of these larger trees to the west end of the site, but also taking advantage of that driveway that's existing on the west end. And then these were just some studies regarding views and how you could exist in the main kitchen of each space and see out towards each other, but also out in many different directions. And then this study perspective where you can kind of see the relationship there, where you can see out. So views and
zoom in on those, Hannah.
Oh, these diagrams?
No, those perspectives. No, the
yeah,
perspectives.
Yeah, so I think this one really shows kind of that difference between the main house, you know, getting a lot more light on that side, but also being more prominently located on the street. And this one is a little bit tucked back further, but we also have the clear story windows to let in some extra light at the top. So having those moments of drama, I think, was really important, but having an overall scheme that was still practical and logical. And I liked how this location for perspective showed that dialogue with the creek and that similarity between those sort of cantilevered elements. But again, I was trying to really explore and understand how these structural elements could come into play and be expressed, and thinking even about like the assembly layers, something I've never thought of before really. So that was kind of exciting, thinking about how we could incorporate some of the natural elements the way Ed did in the main house. And then finally, some looks at the interiors. So this being one of the main spaces of the house that I wanted to emphasize, those books and how the light comes in to the study, but you can also get glimpses of the other house in the back. And then this last sort of performative aspect of these beams in the central location of the ADU, and how that can let light in and how the roof can still be expressed, not in the exact same way, but very similar language overall. So,
all right,
yeah.
You might want to just pull out a little bit and we can dive back in.
Mm-hmm.
Ed, I'm going to give you pride of place again.
Maybe if I can just jump in because I have to leave at noon.
Okay.
I apologize about that. I just wanted to compliment you for how complete this project is and how well it's represented both in sections and in all those views. I think you're showing a lot of confidence and a lot of mastery of of what you're working with, and I think that you've managed to identify and very clear points in Ed's house that you decided to work with, and really the way it reads in, for example, in the elevation, the street elevation, there is a very clear continuity exactly in this one, and a kind of the same playfulness when it comes to expressing the structure around the openings, the colors. So I think there's a lot of intelligence. One point that I was a little bit critical about, I think is, and it's visible in one of the final perspectives, is how you're relating the cantilever of the table to the very heavy cantilever of the, of the study. And I think as an idea, it's a really interesting idea to try to play with, but I would almost want you to test what would happen if this had a different identity, a little bit like the table, that it wasn't cluttered with the same material, right? So that we could really see it as something maybe lighter, maybe more glazed and cluttered with, metal elements, colored. I don't know, maybe that would be too much, but I think that the independence of these two volumes would have benefited from being expressed more clearly in material terms. But otherwise, congratulations on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Good feedback.
Did Ed?
I'm here.
Okay. All right,
I was
sorry.
going to say, I think the second thing we looked at were some sketches. They were roof. Yeah, I think everybody, I find these perhaps not that helpful because they're not related to the final scheme, but that's what I've really been looking for is more, the most effective student presentation I've ever seen was a design that had 2 walls in it, but it had 40 different versions of things that had a lot more than 2 walls. And it was basically the scientific, the experiments that led up to the final version. And I think, the renderings are really impressive, but I like in this presentation when an idea is sketchy, there's a sketch of it and not a Lumion rendering of the thing. And I like that aspect of it. And I like this scheme. It's very Wrightian. Could we look at the plan?
Yeah, we actually talked about that.
Well, that's I meant that as a compliment.
Yeah.
That's what my house particularly is.
Right.
I look at that plan and I think, this is tiny, and it seems far more complex than it really needs to be. I don't need that the bathroom needs to stick out, and I think I want to put the fireplace on the other side, which could be talked about. But I agree. I think that it could be more different. It might benefit by being more different than the house. Like the steel framework for this square, it's I don't know how, it can't be more than 18 feet. It's not a huge space. And I like, as I've said before, I like over-designed monumental structures. But I think this built, maybe you keep the siding, maybe even keep some of the elements, but I think it could be more different. And I think you could continue this and do a lot of interesting things. Like there's a lot of symmetries in it, which I find interesting, but I also wonder about ones that were less symmetrical. And,
Oh, we were looking at your kitchen, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, no,
these main accents.
I was saying, I think it could be more different. I don't know. I think there's a lot of possibilities that remain in this scheme. And, if I spent a lot of time looking at lots in the country, And if I'd bought one of those, I would have done something far more, maybe more Breuer than Wright, something that really rambled out all over the but in part because I had this very landlocked urban site and I had a lot of setbacks and didn't have that much money. The box was a sort of inevitable solution. So I have a sympathy for the intent here, although it's different than the house that I did.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Alex.
Sorry, go on, Ed.
Well, no, I'll let other people talk. Actually, I have to step out for just a second, but.
Okay.
It's really the house is kind of compresses all the elements of the main house, but it's really I think quite sophisticated, and you may have sort of taken some wrong turns. Maybe you were trying something with the library sticking out and trying heavy against light, that kind of thing. It's funny, the wood which is a light material reads in that element there as being heavy, whereas the steel, which is a heavy material, reads as being very light. Mm-hmm. So it's I don't think that you meant that reversal, but I agree with Alex's kind of original assessment that could be a lighter element, and then the sort of the linearity, the length of the house, which sort of extends out towards the end of the lot, or in the direction of the creek, would then be maybe a little bit just more of the original house. But I think the scale is terrific. I think that your sort of limited use of the three, the green, the yellow, the red, orange. I think it's all really very very carefully meted out, very carefully used, and I think your drawings are actually beautiful. The Lumion drawings, which you've either drawn over or something, but I think they kind of actually have I think the character of those drawings is something more than if it were to be purely photographic. So I think it's a really good project, and I think that you have shown understanding really of a lot of the elements of architecture, which are expressed in that particular rendering right there, but also in the sections and that kind of thing. So congratulations! It's a beautiful project.
Oh, thank you.
So I agree that it's really well done and really well thought out, and I think that the relationships that you're trying to do are all really well documented, so we can see them. One of the things that you said, there was one photograph that Ed had given you that was your favorite, and I think that and the drawing, like that, if you go back to your interior with the bookcase over the windows and things,
and that, it's
I
like
think there's
really
such
got
a
it.
beautiful resonance there, and I think it's much more, to me. Oh, I hate the word. I keep saying profound, but I don't know. It's really beautiful and important, and I think in some ways more than some of the other things. Although I think your use has been of the other elements and the similarities have been really well handled. The one thing I find a teeny bit questionable, and I'm not sure. I can't really get my point of view quite right on this, is that it somehow feels a bit like a miniaturization as opposed to something like, but smaller. And I find that a little troubling, but I'm not sure if I'm right about that. So
yeah, you can see it in the plan. It looks like a slight miniaturization. It's not a fragment that keeps the scale of the moves of the original house. It's a little brother or a whatever.
It's big dog, little dog, kind of.
Yeah, and it we talked about it, Hannah and I. We just couldn't fix it, but it does seem like there's something about it that it deserves to be a foot or two bigger, maybe just blown up a little bit, or maybe the clear story could be a little more excessive and come up to the second floor. It does seem like a wonderful mobile home that's been parked on the, you know, like a wonderful Airstream, Frank Lloyd Wright Airstream sort of thing. And in, you know, but once you look inside, it seems really habitable. You look at the bedroom, you go, that's not too small. It all seems to sort of be a good compact size.
It's the Petite Trianon or whatever, right?
Yeah. So Ed, the other thing could be your house is too big. I mean, maybe that's...
Yeah, that's right. Can you make that thing a little smaller, more to scale?
I want to echo the, I like the graphics of this. I like the drawings. You know, I like the perspective that was talked about, that it has, and I'm a big photorealism fan in a way. And that said, though, I really like the in-between quality of these, both the elevations and the perspectives, in the sense that they're, it makes you realize you're not looking at the real thing. You're looking at an abstract, any drawing, any representation is an abstraction. And these, particularly in the way they call out the geometry and so forth. Although that's one thing, you know, it's lining things up, like the line, you know, like in these drawings, it seems terribly important that the height of her building versus my house. In reality, I don't think anyone would know or care, you know, whether the parapets or the windows lined up.
Yeah, right.
But
But we do.
No, but I find that to be sort of, I was going to say irrelevant, but that's not polite enough. It's like sometimes those things aren't read, but they're felt.
Yeah.
Or they get you to where you're going, and it makes it something good.
Yeah. Anyway, Murray, you've been quiet so far, I think. Have you? Yeah.
Great job. Where are you in your, wait, this is vertical, right, Michael?
Yes.
Yeah, second vertical. Yeah.
Second vertical. So wait, you started in this fall?
Yep.
And then
what's your background?
I had Nicole Wiedemann last semester. So we had you for a couple.
Yes, okay, I remember. And then tell me your background again.
So I went to the University of Minnesota, and they have two different tracks for architecture, and I took a Bachelor of Design in architecture. So I've never had any formal like structures or construction courses. And I never learned Rhino or anything else. So that, like Revit, Rhino, all those have been like a huge learning curve. I would say that that program in particular at the University of Minnesota is a little bit more, it's a little bit more theoretical, I guess you could say, and a little bit more design based and a little looser than the more rigid Bachelor of Science program that they also had, because I didn't know at the time if I was wanted to be committed to studying architecture.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You okay? But so I'm in the 3-year MArch program, because that the Bachelor of Design program wasn't like a super formal or accredited program.
This is a beautifully done project. I mean, this is great. This is one of the best projects I've seen in a long time. I'm just going to say it.
Oh, thank you.
Just from student work. I mean, it's just been a weird few years. I've been doing like a lot of Zoom reviews and that sort of thing. The level of resolution, the relationship back to the existing structure, there's a lot of originality in it, I think. Something new, things that are fresh. I like the flatness of it. I mean, I like the compactness and flatness, and I like the way I like the language you're developing of boxes squishing out. Like there are 3 boxes squishing out.
Yeah, we called it pop outs. Yeah, using
I
thought that was language. Yeah,
I love that one is growing and turning into a giant thing. I mean, I just love that relationship of the bay window as a normal kind of bay window squishing out, which we do a lot when spaces are small. You get forced to kind of push things out. And then I love this moment of this one sticking out over the creek. It starts to become something else. It's really ambiguous. It's no longer a bay window. It's getting as big as the main house. It has a different kind of structure because you'd have to cantilever the slab. I think that's really nice. I'm glad Michael pointed out this relationship between the bookshelf and the window looking back at the house. That's a great moment. I mean, just fantastic. I also like just your color scheme too. Like I love the way it presents on the street with this seat on the street is so nice. Like just to sit there. I've always loved buildings like, I just hate it with this giant setbacks in Austin, 25 feet from the street, right? Like I just love buildings that are like, I mean, those moments at houses, you walk around Austin and it's just like when we used to be able to build like 5 feet from the sidewalk, it's just like a beautiful kind of connection there. And I just love this too. Like I love that. You just have, the scale of this is just fantastic. And with the Claire story kind of poking up above, striking that datum, it's just really well done. I don't have actually anything negative, anything constructive to say other than that.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting.
can't offer anything new. Even just flip to your plan for a second, because we're doing tons of houses right now. It's just like what the market is. There's so many people moving to Austin. I mean, this move is.
Why are you going to pay for 2 more years of school when you can go get a job right now?
Yeah, come work for us.
Don't be saying that.
Stuff like, the way you've handled the bedroom. This is like the best bedroom I've seen. I've been seeing, again, like John's review, all the apartments. I mean, that little simple things in the bedroom is like having a view from the bed is important. Not walking past the side. I mean, this is like such mundane things that we spend our days thinking about. Like having the side tables away from, like, you're not looking at a bathroom. You're not like people aren't walking by you. The door's not right here, right? And then also having the closet and the bathroom not accept, like using that as a transition space, right? I mean, these are fundamentals of like residential design that are actually really hard to achieve. And then most students never get it, right? They don't get that level of resolution. I just feel like this looks to me like you've been working like, I don't know, you studied that house really carefully, or you've been working on like a lot of residential design. Have you worked in offices before? No, but like this move here, right? Like having the principal bedroom, we call it the principal bedroom, and then not having to have the doors off of the bedroom, right? Being able to use that as a transition moment. I mean, this is like a really practical, smart, it's a fundamental of like residential design that I don't really ever expect to see in a student work. I mean, it's something we struggle with in our own projects to try to achieve that. So just like on the level of detail, I mean, there's other things I could say too, but I'll be quiet. But it's a really well done project.
Yeah, and also has a little entrance hall. Like you enter, the front door, and you're still not in the living room.
Yeah, it's nice.
And you can light a fire and see it from the bed.
Come in, you see the fire, you see out, right? I mean, it's through the spaces, the fireplace acts, I don't know, was this like a little office or something here?
That's a little kitchenette.
Oh, kitchenette, right? You sit on the bench of the bay window. I don't know. There's just like a lot to really like about this little project. It's really well done.
And did you study where to put the door, the double doors, where it closes off the primary bedroom? In other words, you could have put it in the other wall too, right off the foyer. And that was my question. Because you must have studied that, because you made a decision. It could have been either one, but
had to do with guests. Had to do with guests using the bathroom.
Yeah. Right. I was going to say, in one case, it's closing the bedroom off to the bathroom. In the other case, it opens the bathroom up to the rest of the house, and there's only one bathroom. So little things like that, I think, are just really kind of
super practical, right? So powder room, right? One bathroom. You don't need freaking 5. We have these clients who want like 5 bathrooms. Bathroom at the front door, bathroom at the back door, bathroom upstairs, downstairs. Like this too. I like this move. I like the shower sticking out next to the water. I don't know.
With a little window.
Yeah.
So I say, what I
Okay,
think would have
guys,
been even better about the doors, I was going to suggest, since we're getting down to these kind of details, I think you should have put pocket doors in both.
So you have a choice.
Yeah, so you have a choice. Yeah.
So when you're home alone in your bathroom at night, you can go
Reviewers,
into it.
we need to wrap up. We need to congratulate Hannah again. Thank you, Hannah. If you'd like to say anything about the projects you've seen, we've got to close and get ready to start again at 12:30.
Well, I want to thank everybody. It's been a great morning for my ego. And I appreciate, I have to say I had some misgivings, like I thought I would be, it's been nothing. I liked everything I've seen. Let's put it that way.
So good. That's so, we all feel great about that. Thank you, Ed. Thanks for doing that amazing piece of work too.
Michael, I really feel the same way. I think that it's the work we saw today was really, really well done, very thoughtful, and I thought all of it had a lot of really good qualities. I do want to say one thing though. I want to say that I don't quite agree with my friend Michael that when he postures sustainability and social justice being possibly removed, and I find it troubling if you set those up as a possible opposition. I understand that it's not an emphasis in the studio, but I always think that sustainability and social justice are necessary conditions for architecture. They're not sufficient conditions, and I don't think that they should be what necessarily drives. But I mean, I think that in these projects we've seen, there's lots of things that I think are very sustainably driven and bring beauty and quality to the project. If that's fair, Michael.
Yeah, it is fair. And it's where we're at. Michael, I'm somewhat, by being a little rhetorical about that, I'm a little distressed.
I know that.
At the number of studios that think that because we put sustainability and social justice forward, that that's sufficient to make architecture. I just feel like it's not. And someone's got to be helping students find their way into the art and science of architecture so that we can bring that knowledge to the larger social problems. I mean, anyway, let's not get onto that.
Yeah, no, I was trying to pull my best Michael Benedikt.
No, very good. We don't disagree. Anything else? Warren, are you going to stay with us? You're going to be back at 12:30, right?
Yeah, I have to.
The world's quickest lunchtime.
Right.
Murray, thanks so much.
Welcome.
Everyone who's reviewing is welcome to come back. We have 2 more sessions today. If you've got the time,
to another review.
Please come back.
Looking forward to meeting everybody in person. I don't know if I've met any of you in person.
Are the reviewers or the students?
The students, and you too. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in person, but maybe in the fall, right? I don't know.
Murray, I sent you a chat message. I don't know if you saw it.
So Ed and Warren, thank you guys very, very much for all your time and commitment to this.
Yeah.
It's really, really wonderful. And students, thank you for letting me share this with
Okay.
you. I've got to go. I've got another review to get to.
Yeah, so do I. Well,
Very
this-
good meeting you all.
All right,
Really
guys,
nice work, you guys.
grab some lunch. We'll see you at 12:30.
Thank you.
Hannah, that's really well done.
Thanks, Yue.
Hey, Coleman. Hi, Brett.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, good to see you.
You too.
Yeah, we ended the last session at like 12:20. I think people are stuffing fries into their face or whatever they're having for lunch. Hi, Coleman. Did you just come off a review as well?
I did. We got out of Nicole's about 12:22, so just made some tea and ready to go.
All right. Let's see. Warren, are you there? The reason we need to wait for Warren, or would like to, is because he's the architect of the first project, of the original house of the first project. And Smelia should be joining us. Smelia in the coolest sunglasses ever made.
No.
Hi, Smelia.
Hi there.
Thanks for joining us.
Sure.
The hero of the day, Warren Schwarz, you can see his name up there, was with us. He was actually with us for the first session. I'm just going to give him a minute to come back.
Okay. Hello, Coleman. Hello, Brett.
Hi, Smelia.
Smelia, I wish I were where you are.
Oh, that's a birthplace of my mother.
Wow, beautiful. Where is that? Switzerland?
No, it's in Slovenia, Logarska Dolina.
Beautiful.
How come we don't have a student travel program there, Smelia?
Yeah, right. It's a good question. Listen, my mind is over the ocean.
Are we going to do Italy this fall?
No.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, I probably don't know that you almost single-handedly built the travel in Italy program.
Yeah.
And Brett, how are you? How's
I'm
practice?
great. Yeah. Just I'm not broadcasting from my construction trailer, but that's where I'm living up these days, is a Ernesto Cagnolino job site. So yeah.
Oh wow. Which one is it?
The top of City Park Road. So
I know
I
what
can
that is.
see everything. It's pretty amazing.
There's some very, very large villas up there.
We share the mountaintop with such Italian villa. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done by, also, I forget who the architect was.
Shiflet, I think.
Shiflet, right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still going too. It's been 22 years.
You know that in the early stages of that project, I was a consultant for him.
Really?
Yeah. And I worked with their guys, and I did some sketches of very, very classically simple villas, and they refused to show their clients.
I'm gonna say they crumpled them up and threw them away.
Yes, they refused to show their clients. And I said, well, I'm not going to work with you if you don't show what I'm doing to your clients. And they said, yeah, well, we have to do hillside villages. That's what we want to do. So yeah, entire villages of about 30 houses in one house.
Yeah, the caryatids were not your idea.
Ah, geez. No.
Yeah.
That was the end of that relationship. Hey, Warren, thanks for coming back. We're all picking our teeth and having gotten some lunch. Warren, let me introduce you to 3 teachers from our school. First, let me just say Warren Schwarz of Schwarz Silver designed the house we're going to look at first, the Lazarus House, in 1991. we only have one student, Dylan Trillevin, who actually chose to work on this, probably because he's the bravest student we have. Or the dumbest, I'm not sure, but one of the two. Dylan and Warren have actually communicated a little over the last few weeks. And Dylan knows more about Warren than Warren thinks he knows. So we'll get into that soon.
I know Dylan better than anybody else in the on this
You're right.
gallery here.
Brett Krieg is Brett, you graduated from here too, didn't you?
I did, 2007.
Yes, 2007. So Brett practices here and spends her days now in a travel trailer, construction trailer.
I've switched over to the dark side to construction, yes.
Almost, yeah. Coleman Coker, who has been teaching here for 10, 15 years now. From Mockbee Coker. You might know him from his years as a partner of Mockbee Coker, Warren.
Oh yeah, sure, definitely.
Warren, we may have met before many years ago.
Right. I recognize your name, but I didn't. Now I really recognize it.
Well, Coleman's a very beloved teacher here. Teaches a Gulf Coast lab. They actually do hands-on building, but he also teaches philosophy and poetry and all the rest of it. So, and he's a good friend. And Smilja Milovanovic, also experienced, usually teaches in the earlier years. This semester, I think, did advanced design studio. And I think your kids did great stuff, at least the ones I saw. So welcome, Smilja. I think that's the four of us. Yeah. So I'm going to have Dylan kick off. He'll, I think, show a couple of the early exercises that the whole class did and move pretty quickly into what's called the Lazarus House. I guess that was the client's name, right, Warren?
It was the client. It is the client's name.
It is the client's name. Okay. We're going to do 30 minutes per student. After Dylan, we'll look at another house, the Ridge House by Tom Kundig, who unfortunately couldn't make it. So it'll just be us, and hopefully Warren will stay with us and assassinate Tom Kundig. No. All right, Dylan, you're on.
All right, thanks, Michael. Thanks everyone for being here. My name is Dylan Trillevin. I'm a first-year graduate student in the MArch-1 program. I have a background, my undergraduate degree is from Brown University. I studied modern culture and media and worked as a carpenter for the last 6 or 7 years. Share my screen here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so earlier in this semester, we worked on a few different projects, sort of involving generative geometry, creating videos with shapes within shapes, and sort of putting those to use to sort of play off of each other. This was a still from our first assignment, kind of a brief sketching exercise. This was some kind of work from my second project, which was developing a kind of generative system based on the geometry of the circle of fifths and a color-coded version developed by Scriabin. And so I was playing with that to sort of create sort of forms and color mixing based on a piece of music that I wrote, a simple piano kind of composition. And this is sort of indicative of the results of that. These.
Are you going to play it, Dylan?
Do you want me to?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, I'll dig it up real quick. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, it's let's see here.
Excuse me.
Sorry, if this takes too long, we can skip.
No, I've got it here. One
Okay.
second.
I don't mean to freak you out.
No, that's all right. I wasn't planning on playing it, but I'll pull it up here.
Yay.
So
we all needed that.
So anyway, that was so one of the earlier projects that we had done. Let's see, go back into. And then, so we started, so using these sort of like form generation ideas, we started thinking about an archetypal like house that a child might draw. And we all sort of came up with our own versions of that. And my classmate Claire, hers sort of won out, which is this, this one in the upper left here. And so we each messed around with shifting and cutting and twisting and turning and expanding and doing all kinds of operations to this sort of archetypal house to get different, to sort of get different forms from that. Here are a few of my sort of transformations using different kind of operations and then blending them together. And then, so after that project, we did sort of a cabin for two writers, married couple, the program that Michael came up with. And so my version of that is sort of taking that archetypal house, splitting it off and elongating it. Let's see here. And sort of giving them each their own little nook at the end of this kind of like long corridor. There's bookshelves along the sides that sort of represent this house being built on books. They're both writers. And working on sort of a formal execution that sort of represents the work that they're doing there. And so from that, I'll get into the final project here, growing a house by addition. So this is the Lazarus House by Schwarz Silver Architects. I have 92. I think, I'm not sure if you remember exactly, Warren, but I think it was maybe 89 to 92 or something that it was finally finished. And this was built for a couple and an older, I think, couple and their 3 adult sons. This is in upstate New York. And it's on this rural lot. It's fairly, the house is sort of standing off on its own, fairly abstract on this grassy landscape. And the exterior is fairly formal, these geometric forms with windows sort of cut into them, set in this field essentially. But on the interior, it's much warmer and kind of more personable. So I think there's an interesting contrast here between the exterior, the kind of blank, like exterior materials such as the stucco, and then the warmer, more technical aspects of the wood and these custom trusses on the roof. It's a fairly large lot, like I said, 15 acres. Satellite view. There's a private pond on it that the house looks down towards. And this is sort of showing the topography here. These lines that are drawn on this original drawing, these topo lines, are something that I ended up using in sort of my analysis and my addition. Some documentation from the house was featured in several magazines. This is a German magazine that had some cool drawings that I was able to kind of use to analyze. And then original floor plans, and Warren was generous enough to share a lot of the original construction drawings with me. So I had a lot of great information to work from.
Dylan, why don't you be sure to take us through this and make some comments about the compositional strategy, but also I think just tell us what things are.
Yeah, so there's a central, this larger kind of central room with 3 bedrooms downstairs underneath with a garage underneath. So the ground floor is the lower floor, the first floor is the upper floor. The parents' bedroom is on the upper floor. The son's bedrooms are down below. So there's a fairly straightforward hierarchy of the great room, plus the bedrooms coming off of it. The great room has the arched roof. It's the central form. The other rooms kind of come off of that.
And maybe talk about the entry a little bit.
Yeah, the entry.
A lot of work.
The entry is fairly simple. It's this little box right here up off the top. There's the parking area up above for guests, and then you enter into the great room, and then break off from there.
There's a kind of an airlock and that glass block thing.
Yeah. I'll get into that.
Okay.
Yeah, and so this is me taking that kind of archetypal house and trying to think about how these forms might have been derived from that. So stretching and pulling and sort of twisting to get these other forms coming off of it. I also kind of drew some of these golden rectangles and root 2 rectangles that I realized were in the original forms. And so I used those and the contours of the topo lines in my design to try to work from that. I wanted to keep this really in line with the original house. So mine is definitely not meant to contrast it. It's meant to look like maybe it was always part of it. So that was my approach.
And mention what the program is, because it's unusual.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the program is it is I think a roughly 300 square foot home gym with a hot tub and roof deck, and then 250 square foot greenhouse as well. And I also took the liberty of, as I sort of set those in relation to the house, sort of sculpting the landscape around them as well. So this is me kind of just messing around with different iterations, trying to figure out how I wanted these forms to sit in relation to the original form of the house, the great room, plus the other little boxes. And what I ended up settling on was a gym in the upper right up here that's attached, that sort of takes over the little entryway and creates sort of a new entry in the same place, but twisted around a little bit differently. Adding a greenhouse that's attached that takes on the shape of the roof of the great room. So I think of that as being sort of a primary structure the great room is like the primary structure with these boxes as secondary structures. And so since the greenhouse is detached, I was treating that as its own sort of primary structure, whereas the gym is a secondary structure. So it gets the sort of more square boxy shape. And then using the topo lines from the original site drawings, I basically extruded them to form these terraces and stairs that kind of wrap around the backside of the house and envelop the gym in the greenhouse. So just elevations here showing in red my additions to contrast the original. And then I have floor plans. So it's gym up here on the left, the greenhouse detached up there. The site showing the terraces and what I've added around. So in relation to these drives that were pre-existing gravel driveways. So the guest parking up top and the main parking for the family down below with the garage entrance down below. So I wanted to create this new sort of guest entry and develop that a little bit more, as it's just kind of a plain grassy space in the original. So here's some sort of section perspectives showing my reimagining of this kind of new entry in relation to the forms that I've added. Section through the gym here. And then some visualizations of what I imagined it could look like on the interiors. And then I'll play you a little walkthrough video that I have. Which now I've lost. 1 second.
Wow.
Right.
Great
And
video,
I'll go
great
back.
music too.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll go back to the plans here. We can kind of dig in. I'll open it up for comments.
I think I should start.
Yeah.
But you know, I wasn't sure what you would how you would approach this and how you'd go about it. I actually like the fact that you've changed the character of it to the extent that it now well, the house is sort of the main room is a central room, but we didn't have enough elements sort of swirling around the house. So it was all really all towards the view. But I think the gym and the greenhouse really add to really make it make the house more I guess more of a complete more complete piece of architecture, because with that little greenhouse there creates a space to the entrance and kind of pins the landscape, which also the house really was not landscaped at all. It was on the main just in the main on the hill there. So I think that by doing those by making those moves and by attaching the gym and making it even a larger element, I think that to me that works, and it makes much kind of greater place in the landscape. So I like the fact that you use the roof, the roof in one, and then made the glass roof in the other one. I'm not sure about the curve in the glass, but you know, it's a good question. How do you have an autonomous element like that? What do you do with it? And I think that the contrast actually between that and the roof form of the main kind of space, I think that does work. And I'm just sort of wondering how you saw it in from a distance with these two roofs, one little, one large. But I think the fact that they're different in character, I think makes it work.
Yeah, I felt like I had to figure out some system or some hierarchy of how the new forms would operate in relation to the other ones. And I just decided that because, you know, the greenhouse was detached, it was going to echo that shape of the great room. There wasn't really anything more complex to it than that. Other than that, I wanted to have a glazed roof and I wanted it to drain. So I figured that I probably shouldn't have it flat. So having some sort of slope to it seemed necessary. And I know that it would still present quite a technical challenge. But you know, if it was leaky, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal since it is just a greenhouse.
The site wall is a bit of a question of mine because it's tough to get around the gym, you know, to kind of move around that corner of the gym.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I mean, we're not the landscape. I think I'm wondering how that appears to be in the how that works actually three-dimensionally in the.
Do you have a rendering of it with the landscape?
Yeah, I'll jump back to this one here. Kind of shows that. So it's like the off to the left. There's the kind of gravel area. So this part of the site, I didn't really make a footpath or anything. I was assuming that as you'd be driving in, like the family would drive into the lower area down here, right, and the guests would drive up above. So there's only stairs on the other side, the far end, the southern end. Right. And I guess I figured that if you were entering in either of these places, you would just use the interior stairs.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think this for me is the I don't know if it's, I mean, we're not talking about, we're talking about the setting for the house. It's that part to me is the least resolved, you know, the landscape area between the garage. But I think it's also a difficult issue. I'm not sure what I would have done otherwise, you know. I think that the retaining wall that we had actually built between the upper and the lower parts, it was not a really good resolution either, because my sort of memory of that is that it's a little bit dangerous. So there's a I mean, no one's ever fallen on it, but I'm just wondering whether other types of architectural elements like trees, you know,
right,
would be kind of a sort of an in between construction and complete landscape. Whether those might be useful kind of elements, 3-dimensional elements as well.
Yeah.
Still, the greenhouse is all glass except for the wall in the back, the entry wall.
Yeah, except for the back wall. I wanted a way to because I sort of set it into these retaining walls a bit.
Yeah.
I wanted a way to have the door break through that didn't kind of mess up the grid of the windows, which echo the sliders and the windows on the front side of the house, kind of the view side. And so that seemed like a good way to sort of resolve that. And also just giving you a wall to have, you know, you could have shelves for tools and pots and those sort of things on there, just practically.
Right. I do feel that the way that you've kind of that you made a space between the two elements that you added and the house itself, I think that's a benefit to the house. I think it's a good one.
Maybe I can ask you, since we didn't talk about this before, what was the intention of the original entry? Because you kind of come in, it's like a 90-degree turn to go into the house, and it's just this little kind of box that comes off the main structure with a tiny little kind of covering.
The entry, I think that the entry would have been more successful had it been larger. I'm not sure. I think they just wanted a place to sort of stash coats. You know.
Yeah, it looks like an airlock because it has two doors.
Right.
Yeah.
So
kind of weatherproof.
More could have been made of it. The interesting thing to me was that the owners wanted to have a stucco house in this kind of green landscape. So that's also maybe you might have kind of questioned that. We want to have a stucco house here on the kind of the hill, and yet wanted it to be warm inside. So that sort of accounts for the kind of the character of the inside compared to the sort of sculptural nature of the outside. So that's it's interesting to kind of go back 20 something, 30 years.
Oh, you were a young architect back then, Warren, and you let your clients roll over you. I know that. Smelia, do you want to throw something in?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I was designing that, how would I choose the shape of the greenhouse? And I wonder, I have some issues with being a mini version of what the main house is about.
Sure.
I'm wondering if there is a way in which you can look at, let's go to the plan, look at the the word greenhouse. So maybe it is like a tree. It's a greenhouse. And that can you go to the
Yeah, I'll jump.
plan that they've shown?
Which one do you want to see? The
one that you just, when we're looking at both of the one on the left, on the bottom, you're almost there. No, go back to the right here, the one on the left.
Okay.
Yeah, where we're seeing the house and the greenhouse.
Oh, with the section perspective.
Oh, yeah, right here. Stop. That's good. So I just have conceptually difficulties of making the same shape as what the essence of the house is, which is sort of ever encompassing space. And I'm just wondering if, so first I would, I'm not sure that I would have a wall there. I think I would really let that be a greenhouse. And then I would just play to see of how many, is it really like a tree? Is it a gable roof? Is it I mean, there's so many different three-dimensional centering roofs that you can design that, but that it's all transparent. So that it's a cultivated greenery housed. So that would be my comment on that. And the other, let me think, the exercise room. I think that, could you take it back to the plan for a second?
I'm going to jump back into the design. This isn't loading for some reason. You want to see that one or the interior floor?
No, the plan.
Maybe the actual floor plan. Yeah, there.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so I think that I'm trying to figure out of what are your set of rules of how you hinge the exercise room of the main house. And so I'm wondering if there's a way in which that can be expressed more as an idea of a hinge, because right now you have a door, you open it, you're backing up to, what is this, holding weights and everything?
It's a weight rack.
I just think that, I just think that relationship of the room, a rectangle room, and how it hinges onto the existing one. Could you go back up so I can look at everything in plan? Keep going. I want to see the existing against the existing house.
What I was trying to do with, I mean, I wanted to use that angle because the original entry has this little angle off the back side of it that echoes this angle that cuts through here. And so I was trying to create like a sight line, that would go all the way through like this. And because the other rooms coming off of the great room are essentially rectangular, they're either, I think they're this one is a golden rectangle and these ones are root 2 or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
I wanted to use that same ratio, and also give it sort of that 8-degree twist that was based on the landscape too. So that was how I was trying to express that relationship.
And I think using geometry that you found in existing house and then applying it to your proposal sounds like a good idea. I'm not sure that your geometry, I mean, there's so many different ways you can work on that. The way that I would look into is that, look what's going on in here. We have a pure rectangle where this other piece comes in, and then this beautiful, the way that this fireplace just sort of juts out and recognizes the room where it's situated, yet this wall then implies how the bedroom is attached to the main structure. So I think another way in which, I'm just trying to take a part of what you're seeing. You've taken this and then you sort of took part in here. I wonder if that connection, the hinge of going from the existing house to yours, if that can be more articulated in a way that it actually does something three-dimensionally inside here. Maybe, I don't know if that's part of the closet or
yeah, I see what you're getting at. It looks like
Yeah.
a spatially interesting interlock.
Yeah,
Whereas
it's
you've
the fact
treated it
that
as a
they
very
just-
discrete room.
Yeah, it's the fact that they just hit each other and there's no sense of transition to this space.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're?
Yeah, because the other rooms you can sort of see into them somehow. We have only 5 minutes left, guys. So if you don't mind, Brett and Coleman, if you wouldn't mind, just.
I just wanted to kind of build on that a little bit. Like, I find it kind of this fascinating sort of inversion of what you expect in the typical, again, we're talking about sort of the normative house experience, where you walk into a house and there's the foyer, the traditional receiving room, and, you know, maybe there's the powder room and the mud room drop off. But here, your sort of receiving room is immediately this glass door to the gym. And it's kind of an interesting, like, is that a really purposeful sort of placement in that way? Because programmatically, it's kind of funny. It's this inversion of public-private. You know, you think of gyms as sort of tucked away off the master closet and it's kind of a funny play.
It is a public place to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it, like, it was complicated in that regard. There was, you know, when trying to figure out where these things were going to go, there's, like, you know, you could put something down here, you could put it underneath this yellow box that's sitting out here. There's a couple of kind of other places where you might add something, but I felt like this back area here was sort of the least developed. Even though that would be the guest entrance, it seemed kind of the most blank to me, and I didn't want to, like, block any of the view. I didn't want to put anything out in this kind of the central view area.
Yeah, and I think, but Warren also said there was not enough program to justify something there.
Yeah.
And we came along and gave a good reason for it.
Yeah. Real quick, because I want Coleman to have a chance to speak, but I think maybe in the future too, that maybe there's a little bit more of a sectional solution to that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you've done is very sort of flat in plan. And I was actually like really confused at first by your rendering with the low ceiling and the column. And part of it was that once I figured that out in the section, that you've decided to recess the hot tub and kind of create this sort of funky bowl space underneath. One thing is your section didn't read right, because as you're cutting through that, you're showing that hot tub as a solid, and it would be much more illustrative to see that as sort of the void kind of sinking down in.
That makes sense. I mean, I did it like that because I wanted it to echo, you know, there's this concrete support kind of like this room on that one down below.
Through the tub,
but I think your solution is in this view in general, is that look at all of the sort of dead, and this is me coming at you from a totally pragmatic construction point of view. Look at all the dead foundation space that you've had to do to build that up. And then all the crazy wonky land sculpting that again was, you know, Warren brought up too. I think there's some clues there about
like it's too much work to pull that off in that spot or something.
Or it could have been maybe lowered the whole thing a little bit.
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm going to support you, Dylan, on this. First of all, I want to commend you on the body of work. It's remarkable. Second, that if Warren needs a new employee anytime soon, as soon as you get out of school, I think he needs to consider you, because it pays. You've paid homage to an already beautiful house, and in some ways, I believe improved it. The entry sequence coming into that, you've now created a space, an exterior entry space of sorts, and that really opens the experience of the house up, I think, in a way that wasn't available before, as Warren said, because the program just wasn't large enough to give it that. It really works well in that regard. And I'll respectfully disagree with you, Smilia, on the shape of the greenhouse. I think adding another form to an already complex body of forms might confuse it. And so paying homage again to the house, a mini curve seems appropriate to me. I'm okay with that. But what I think most of all, it's very mature, I think, for a student is to embrace the ground plane. I think most students would have just seen it as a nuisance or something to work around, but you've embraced it. You've tried to tier it, to step it down, and then bringing this gym up. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but that's okay. But marrying your design to the house and to the landscape, I think, is very, very mature of you in doing it that way. There's some awkward moments. I think Warren may have pointed some out in the way you're terracing the landscape, particularly when you come into the entry and you have steps leading up to the hot tub on the roof. Those steps there are awkward. They don't work too well. And then some of the terracing, they're awkward moments. I think if you were to have another couple of weeks to work on this, I would have loved to seen you develop those terraces, into orchards or,
Yeah, and I think Coleman, to go along, I agree, because if we'd had more time, but Dylan and I actually did talk about it. I said, you're treating the greenhouse as a kind of a showroom from the front side. If a greenhouse is a working greenhouse, it would probably be have doors on the other side, where you could take plant material in and out from the terraces into the greenhouse. I mean, the greenhouse is actually kind of museum, a little bit museum quality. It doesn't look like a working place because it doesn't have a related outdoors. It doesn't have that sort of thing. But I think we agreed about that, but sort of life went on. Yeah, and I remember when I first saw him do the curve on that roof, I thought, yeah, that's, given that there's a limited choice here, that would be the thing that worked.
Warren, do the original owners still live in the home?
Interesting thing. They just sold it about in the fall.
Oh,
so it's about 6 months ago. They were the owners up until that point. So it's been.
Would the new clients be interested in an addition?
That's right. That's where
you've got one in your hip
I was thinking about I wanted to send whatever you were doing to them, because I think that this is maybe.
Really, you should do it just for grins. I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah, sure. I think they would definitely enjoy seeing it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we do have to move on. Dylan, what a great job. I agree with Coleman. You really, really put it out here. And your video, the music was almost too good. Yeah, the video was very convincing. I really felt, and you built, like everyone, by the way, built a full digital model of the original house.
Great.
Okay, kind of bit of overkill, but I thought it was a good vehicle for training younger students on Rhino and understanding what the original house was about. I think that Dylan showed it to us. It was very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to a new house called the Ridge House by Kundig Olson. As I say, its original architect could not join us, so it's up to us. And Warren, I hope you're going to stick with us.
We'll stay, sure.
All right. So, to Aidan Johnston falls the enviable task of explaining the whole damn thing to us. Okay, Aidan.
Hey, everybody. I'm actually in upstate New York. I thought I had seen that house before, the Lazarus house. I went for a drive to look for it the other day, but the house that I thought it was not it, and it was less interesting. So it was a disappointment. But also, I want Dylan to play that little music video.
That was beautiful.
Every time before I have to present. It'd be really nice. Yes, my name is Aiden Johnston. I'm a first year in the 3-year MArch track with no background. This is my first vertical studio. It's nice to meet, sort of, Brett, Coleman, Smilia, and Warren. I'll just do a brief, we're going to look at the prior work in the studio. We'll do an overview of the Ridge House for my whole group. There's 3 of us who are going to present on it. I'm sure they will also touch on a couple of specific things they focused on, but I'll give a general overview, and then I'll talk about the specific aspects that I focused on and show my proposal. So as Dylan sort of showed, and Michael has explained a little bit, we were really working on geometric proportion, and just sort of trying to build from the basic blocks and take it from there. So I have a little video also, which is just an overview, just sort of highlights of a few of the projects that we did earlier in the term. And someone might have to remind me how to share the sound. Share sound, I got it. So hopefully are we seeing black?
Yes.
Great. So this is just a couple minutes. Should explain itself.
Give me some footwork, baby. We are New Orleans babies. No ifs, ands, buts, or maybes. Give me the trim, me please. Down crave on New Orleans. We are New Orleans babies. No ifs, ands, buts, or maybes. Give me the trim, me please. Down crave on New Orleans.
Aiden, I'd forgotten about all these. The drama of it all.
Yeah. So that brings us up to the present moment.
Nice.
I should say, Michael was also encouraging us to sort of make some of these animations. And so I was trying to have a good time with that. Okay, so moving on to the Ridge House. Yeah, so the Ridge House was designed in 2001 for a prominent Spokane family on a large plot of land outside of town. The design principals, Tom Kundig, who was a larger firm before, now it's Olson Kundig. It's in a semi-arid climate, and it is, sort of perches on a ridge line. And we did ask him about the structural components. We had a lot of discussion about that, and it is all wood structure. He said this was an homage to the timber industry in the area, and as well as the house's location in a forest. I would also, obviously we'll keep seeing this, but he's really expressing the timber in these external beams and sort of struts, of course. He said that one of the things he was working with was Jay Appleton's concept of prospect and refuge, which I'm going to talk about a bit more. He has sort of more private areas of the house over here. There's bedrooms, bathrooms. The kitchen is sort of in the middle, and then it opens up to this large bridge of a dining room and living room, which sort of goes over this swale. He also said that one of the inspirations for him was the agricultural and industrial buildings, and that the truest precedent for this home was the barn, which I thought was interesting, something I ended up focusing on as well. This is probably the best shot showing the house on its ridge line. He's trying to only contact the ground at the highest points and span the lowest points. And the other significant thing to see here is this is an office. It's a small office, and our program was to design a much larger office for an architecture firm.
The bridge that comes off the master bedroom, which is
it comes off the master bedroom. It's a sort of an odd setup. We also talked about this being the front of the house. It really is looking down across the creek, even though the road, runs up behind it, and sort of parking area down there, and there's garages that are in here. So the program that we were given was an architecture office, reception area, drafting room, conference room, storage area, wood shop, kitchenette, and a bathroom. I ended up really focusing on the structural expression of the house, as well as the agricultural industrial typology, and this idea of prospect and refuge. And of course, we were working with some of the geometries too, which I'll talk about in a second. Materials for my project, I ended up going with glue laminated timber and CLT panels. I would like to use an exterior grade soy-based non-toxic adhesive to get the formaldehyde out of there. In construction, they said that was possible. I actually didn't research that part. There is a lot of site cast concrete. And so I proposed Blue Planet aggregate with a carbon cure injected CO2 process, which should make it carbon negative. Shout out to the UT Materials program for an awesome workshop they did on that. And of course, we'll try to specify recycled steel for the window frames. So this is the existing site. This is mostly the Kundig Olson drawings that they sent to us. I did a little bit of modification on it. And what I really want to talk about in these few slides is back to the idea of prospect and refuge. So I think we can see it on a few different levels. One of them is within the house. This is the second floor level with this bedroom and the bridge going to the office, as we mentioned. And then there's other bedrooms and bathrooms, and this is very much the refuge. There are no windows on this side of the house. There's a few windows there, and then looking out here, of course. And then this is really a prospect from within the house. There's actually a little balcony coming off the end of the hall right here that overlooks that large living room. I should have zoomed before. So this is the sort of refuge area at this layer of the house. This is the sort of prospect. And then the house, the next layer out, of course, the house is looking out at its environment. It's on top of this ridge line, has quite a few sight lines. And then if you're in this section, you can also be seen from the outside, which is part of Appleton's original idea of prospect. So in thinking about this idea and then taking it out one more layer, and I was thinking about bringing, not only is this architect that has purchased this home bringing work home, but they're bringing the entire office home. And that really sort of concerned me a little bit. I think there should be some separation from work and play, work and home life. And so I think of home as a refuge from work, and work can sometimes be a refuge from home as well. But I was concerned about their sanity. So I started thinking about this entire area northeast of the office as the sort of a refuge location, which ended up giving me my site, which was in the other direction. It does bridge the road. There's more to that. And then this house, the office will also not have, it has clear story windows on this side, but the prospect for this house is looking away from, office is looking away from the main house. Touching briefly on the geometry of the house, since that was one of our early focuses, it's essentially 5 20 by 20 squares in plan as it's laid out, or 19 by 19 if you go to the insides of the walls. And it's just, 2 for the bridge living area, 1 for the kitchen, 1 for this little nook and pantry, and then 1 basically takes up the garage. The span from the edge of this bridge to here is also, it's 2 squares. So my plan, I had to spin it a little bit. I apologize for that, but we have limited room on the screen. The circulation is, we add a parking area over here, we come in for reception, past wood shop, up the stairs into the 2nd floor, which is the main work area. There's compost chambers underneath the bathrooms upstairs. And then we use the existing office downstairs for file storage. There is an existing small bathroom there in case you have a client that doesn't care for the composting bathroom. And then upstairs, there's a large open room for real drafting and computer drafting, as well as a big table which was specified, the conference room, and of course, the 2 toilets. This is working again with the geometries. This is like his bridge, mostly a 1:2. It actually grew a little bit. It's 24 feet across. In 48, it ended up being more like 54 for reasons I'm not going to get into right now. This is also a 1:2, so 12 to 24. The bathrooms are root 2s, and this is a 6 foot by 24 foot hallway, which gives you a 1:4 ratio. I should mention I took Vince Snyder's class on proportion in Renaissance last term, and all those ideas are still very prevalent in my mind. And then this is the existing, what was an office, and now would have a little kitchenette and a table and chairs. I'm including this sketch, earlier sketches, because I spent a lot of time thinking about the proportion of the elevations as well. And I drew it, I don't know, like 12 times. I have like a whole stack of these things. But I do think that this bottom one sort of expresses, it gets close to sort of what I was going for, both in terms of proportion and also thinking about this as sort of a gateway and almost a barrier to the private area of the house. So you can drive through here. It's a private drive, it's not a road. But for the public, they would be turning off and parking in front here. And then I think that takes us to another video.
love the
That's
self-reference.
very clever. You end up with it like it.
Yeah, then you should present in the video.
Yeah,
It's
you
on the
could.
walls in the video.
Well, it is an architecture office, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Michael, how do you get students with such good taste in music? I mean,
Yeah, good question.
And then I will just.
Yeah, we need to speed up a little bit, Aiden.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good to take comments. I was just going to open.
We're enjoying your presentation, but that damn clock is ticking.
I think, yeah. So
Aiden, we don't have a complete site plan, right? Did I just skip it? Was I looking away?
Oh, we saw somewhere.
Like with the old house?
Yeah, there was somewhere an image of that.
I don't have it with the new plan drawn. I mean, I have it just like a block of where the new plan goes.
Okay.
Can you?
Because I think it took the reviewers a little while to figure out that we're driving right through this thing to arrive at the house.
No,
But anyway, guys, let's launch in.
Okay, well, I really like your thinking in this project because you're taking the original work, you distilled it to idea generators that are driving what you're proposing. And that is the modularity that you're doing, also bridging over high, low points and connection. And I think this is I really like the way that you have led us through a structure that Kundig had thought about it at the beginning, which is that little, what we're seeing here. What was the program for? That was the original office, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
then,
just a little business office.
Yeah, and then that you're actually going through an addition to get to yours. And so the sequence of thinking and organizing this, I really like. I think it's very clever in the way that you have translated from the original and the way that you took it as guidelines, but you have your own identity in here. The one thing I would sort of ask is how did you then use Kundig's idea of how do you treat interiors, color, materials, whether that translation could have occurred a little closer to what Kundig has done by becoming your own interpretation. Because I found that the colors and materials are, the interior of it is less successful than the larger idea, the layout, the structure and everything.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The idea was that, you know, all of the red components, those were actually just in there. I was looking at Japanese gates as well when I was thinking about this, and I just put it in there when I was building the model. And the idea was to make it, you know, those are the glue lamb, you know, structure. And so the idea was to express that like he was expressing, you know, his on the interior. And then some of those interior walls where you can see the structural elements there, and the CLT panels are structure; those are shear walls. But I totally agree with you. I mean, it didn't get to that point. You know, that's not representative.
Just in your own translation in terms of the color.
Those my own
well
translation.
worked out as the other steps, which I think are fabulous. I mean, I really like the way you have measured, translated, hopped over low points, got up high. But you own all of the procedures, that way of thinking. Okay, I'm gonna give time to others.
Thanks.
So I'll jump in real quick. I think the overall this is very successful. I like the way that the perpendicular quality of your intervention changes the relationship of the existing house to the ridge it sits on. I think it makes it stronger because it makes it more evident that it is on a ridge just because of this quality, and you have to pass through a gate. All of that, I think, it helps that in a very mature way. So I find that very intriguing. Some of the I don't know about the color, but I'll pass on that for a moment. It is paying homage to Tom's house, but it is a different vocabulary to some degree. I guess it's not as funky in that regard. It's more classical, and maybe Vince had too much of an effect on it. But that's so be it. I think another small thing I really found interesting is that upstairs you have to pass through the drafting space to go to the conference room. Most architects' offices never see the back, the belly of the beast, so to speak. They go into a nice conference room and are isolated from it. So that I think that adds to the informal quality that you're trying to set up here of a casualness that seems to work very well here. So all in all, it's successful. I would definitely look at the materials more in Tom's house and see how you can find relationship with that. Because right now, and you said so when Samuel was speaking, that it just hasn't been fleshed out interior-wise. It's more of a shell. And with more time, I think you could develop that as well. So all in all, I think it improves the house while working as an office.
For sure. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I meant to mention that I did have a similar idea with sort of an open kitchen concept. If clients are driving out to this office, they're not in town and they are sort of being welcomed in. So both with the shop downstairs and then walking through the drafting room upstairs with a sort of wall, the display wall under the clear stories. But yeah, I'll just agree a second time on the interiors and the materiality. That was fell a little short there.
Marty, would you like to?
Yes, I wanted to see if you could show us the second floor, because just the whole
interior.
Well, I was just looking at the plan. Want to see the plan?
Oh, this is the plan. Yeah, that should be right here. Hang on. There's the second floor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I wanted to see in relation to the main house, but I see that's anyway. It's I think this is I agree with Coleman that you've changed the way the house was before. it was at the top of the ridge and sort of aligned the ridge. This here makes a gate and makes a space, basically an L-shaped space on the other side. I think altogether it's good. I'd like to see. I think that I'd like to see a little bit more development of the of your elevations, because I think you've done that in building the model and sort of walking us through. But but the house, the Olson house, Kundig house. is kind of rich with detail, the way that a previous house was by Ed Ford, and I think that's the next step in just sort of putting this thing all together, putting it to bed. I like the fact that that most of it is that you sort of give the entire composition kind of loft up in the second up in the air, because rather than I think it's important at the ridge line to allow the ridge to sort of rise up to the high point and then sort of go back down. So you've created another bridge essentially, and I think that you've made it even kind of more ridge-like. So I didn't want to make the comments too long because I know that we're sort of going to the next one, but I did want to say just a couple of things like that.
Great.
So thank you. Just these presentations are impressive for people who have not been doing it for long. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brett sends her apologies. She had a client meeting. I don't know what I need to add to here. I think because we've worked with this for a while, I think a proper site plan with showing the house, which I have to remember is going off to the right. Also showing the contours of more of the contours. Like, I really don't know where the drop off starts. I think I remember it starts right at the end of, right where your toilets are or your composting stations are. And it makes me wonder whether we couldn't have sort of worked on just following Warren's comments. I think the contours are here.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so they sort of, the hillside is here to sort of maybe falsely make a hill here. So that your bridge was like, so this whole gesture is exactly like the house itself. And then I think the trouble with that suggestion is that the workshop's got to somehow enter this space. It needs to get out of the way of the bridge or cruise around here.
No, there's room enough for it. I like that suggestion of it. I'm sure you remember we talked about that end quite a bit. And the sort of concrete wing walls that are there are sort of doing the work of the hill, but it's maybe not as elegant as a little bit of earthwork would be.
Right. So, I think long run, these things are going to enter your designing. I think that you focused in on construction issues as fast as you could. But I think it was probably some more pure form work to be done. But I love the Y-shaped thing that you got going there. And I think it's got some of the heroic sculpture feeling of the Kundig house. I feel like the space between is a little underdeveloped, this space. It seems like you've really made something there, that maybe could be the construction yard or something like that.
Aiden, next time you're in Austin, if you want to see what another architect did in creating drafting space, go to Charles Moore compound. He's got it, his house is full of tchotchkes and so forth, and there's just this simple rectangular building to the side. It's almost a service building, forming an edge of the compound. So
that's right. The house is fancy, but the drafting room is a shack sort of thing.
Take a look at that when you're in town next. I think since you took this problem on, you'll find that interesting.
All right, guys, we're running 10 minutes late. We've got to go on.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Okay, thank you, Aiden.
Love the movies.
Thanks.
Sorry. Hey, everyone. Let me copy the Zoom link, not the Zoom link, sorry. The mirror link to the chat so you guys can open it up for yourself as well. So yeah. Sadly, I don't have the same music taste as Dylan and Hayden, so I'm not gonna bother showing a lot of videos. I'm just gonna explain what I did for the first two projects. So the first one is really just like a geometric transformation, kind of coming from different geometry using intersections and midpoints and stuff.
Circles and squares.
Circles and squares, yes. And the second project, I was really looking into the relationship between circles and polygon, because like in calculus, basically we can see, basically like how you calculate the area of a circle is basically infinite side of polygon. So I was really looking into that and did an animation on that. The third one is kind of a house transformation, focusing different transformation just by doing one simple move. And the fourth one is really just two writer studio. I was deriving the building from two quarter circles that intersect with each other to kind of, I would say, to describe the relationship between the two writers. And I was really focusing on how to provide different strata within the house to differentiate space and kind of lighting condition. And let's see. So yeah, then it comes to our main project. As I introduced, my name is Yu Huang. This is my second vertical studio. I have no background. And this is the growing house and the ridge house by Tom Kundig. So as Aiden was kind enough to give a overall kind of explanation to the house, I just want to emphasize a few points that happening or I'm focusing on this house. So this house is on the ridge of this contour and kind of looking down at this kind of forest and the creek on the edge. The house sits on the three high point of the contour that forms the origin idea of the three major body of the original house. You have this open living room area, a relatively closed bedroom area, and a home studio on the side. This is the interior photo of the original house. You can see the living room area is a very exposed kind of structure. The structure is like completely wood with this kind of signature double rafter interlocking with the colians or the mullions that support the beam and the tilted roof. This is the site plan of the site. And these are the plans of the original house and an exploded oblique. So the material language of this house is trying to imitate the landscape by having this stone base and some wood plating and members on top. As the project stated, it's trying to blend into the material by doing those moves. A significant part of this site are those like tall pine trees. I feel like in order to achieve that ideas of blending into the environment, it's like the origin house is not doing enough of that vertical element. So my goals on this project are, firstly, follow the siding rule of the original house to kind of site the addition. Then I want to utilize the landscape characteristic and generate an experience that's fit into the physical context of the site, including the contour and the climate. So they use the existing structure and material language and even amplify some language that help the building to suit more into the landscape. So this is just a massing diagram. The original house is separated with it, as I said, in three parts. And the home office is separated completely from the living part of the house. So I wanted the addition to be away from the living area as well, and also connect to the original cabin. So yeah, this is where I cite my project. This is a site plan of the new addition. The building is kind of partially extruded from the cliff, partly because I wanted the addition to be closer to those pine trees and forests and even have a feeling of be in the forest. But mostly it's because I want to use the cliff condition to generate a descending experience inside the building. And this is what I made. So there's a dramatic slope on this ridge, and it's kind of indicating a motion of descent. So I separate the addition into three levels. Those three levels lead people kind of drop down as like they're experiencing the landscape. At the same time, the roof climb up to create a more half space that let more light in and kind of light up the drafting room, which is in the middle part of it. This is a plan of the project. So you can see this is where an entrance is. Employees will be able to walk in and walk to the draft room, while the guests can, go a separate way and go into the conference room without going into the workspace. The workspace also connected to the exterior terrace. I'm sorry about the line weight here. It doesn't seems to show up really well when I'm zoomed out. But yeah, you can see workers, employees, they can come out of the draft room, come into the workspace, or go to the terrace for like a work time relief, or even go to the garden on the site. So this is kind of explore the oblique of the work. So as you can see from the original structure, there are those connection details and like the structure ideas, the double rafter and the tilted roof. Those structure ideas fit really well within the climate, within the snowy climate, and the material choices stated as imitating the landscape. So those characteristics I found it's worth keeping in my edition. So by doing that, I will be able to keep a good amount of the genetic from the original house. As you can see here, like I'm using the same double rafter and the kind of Modian layout. This is a section at the entrance. You can see the 3 level dropping down, and section at the middle of the house. There's opening to the terrace. And this is a section at the workshop. The sloping of this contour here is not as dramatic as it was in the entrance. It was at the entrance, so I kind of got rid of the level separation in order to fit into that flat contour. So another huge focus of this design is the lighting condition of the draft room and the usage of the light shelf. The initial ideas of adding those light shelf was to add more vertical element into the structure to emphasize the feeling of being in the forest. Then I realized the structure could provide more shading and lighting condition to the draft room by making it a light shelf. And it will help optimize the passive heating and the cooling of the space. This is the light study for my light shelf design. So during winter time, the sun will go to get into the space, basically from morning to around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the thermomaster floor will be able to provide good passive heating to the space for the rest of work hours. During the summertime, it's generally completely shaded after around 9 a.m. So the glass space, which is the whole draft room, won't be so heated during the day, and the terrace do provide a good amount of reflective light into the space. At the same time, the light shelf also able to reflect light to the ceiling throughout the day to light up the rafter structure and kind of emphasize that structure characteristics. This is just another diagram of showing like anytime before 3 p.m. during winter and after 9 a.m. in the summertime. And just to justify my point, I have 2 little sun study animation.
Good.
To kind of show if it shows up. There you go. Okay, so during winter time, you can see there's an extended period of time where sun comes into the space, while during the summertime, there you go. During the summertime, it's like completely shaded during the day. So yeah.
We're also getting to see the light reflection on the rafters.
Yeah, there's good amount of light reflection on the top.
Yeah.
And this is a view from the terrace to the garden area. I put a cherry blossom there because it's here. It's close to Seattle. I just want to put it there.
And someone brought their kid to work, I see.
Oh yeah, it's close to their house, so why not?
It is.
Yeah, this is a view from the driveway approaching the house. You can see the original house here, and this is the original cabin of the home office. And this is a view from the original house, kind of like I would say it's a kind of a reading area to look into house and render the overall view of the project. And just to show my effort, I try to make a physical model, but like I failed.
That's good. That's good. Look at that.
Are you crazy?
All right. Thank you for.
Can you?
Your patience.
That's good. That's very nice.
Thank you.
Can you show us what we're looking at plan? I'm trying to mentally see where where is the existing room? That's on the corner to the what you went
there you go.
Yeah.
This is the original.
So that's it. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a studio upstairs, and the idea is for it to be a principal office or whatever, and the guy, the owner, can kind of walk down the stairs and get into the space as well. So.
Well, I just want to commend you on the ability to do this this is your second semester only, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because you have a very clear architectural strategy, how you translated Kundig's work into yours. And I really like the way that you have brought in study of light, being in space, the sections that you've shown us, how you're working with the site, capturing the view, the light, it's all done very well.
Thank you.
You have already acquired a great deal of skills of how to make spaces and how to build them, and that's what really comes obvious. I think one of the questions that I have, and my mind is sort of looking at it, and is your relationship to how you go from the existing. What was the program was a workspace. Yeah, the architect's office. How do you go from how you transition or how you crash into your proposal? That connection is something that I think you may want to look at it, because my tendency would be to perhaps move it a little bit so that you sort of bridge over. The existing one crashes into your beautiful proposal. So how to actually solve that encounter of old and new. So that's
well, you can still walk from the bedroom, from the master bedroom, you can still go to the office.
Yeah.
Because this is the bridge. There's a bridge, and then you go into this little building, and then there's a stair that takes you down to here.
It's not that, it's just that you're
talking about this joint here.
Yes, I'm talking about, let's see, let me get this annotate. I'm talking about this right here, that.
Yeah, yeah.
That conceptually, and then conceptually and tectonically, how do you come and crash and build into the existing one? I think that's the only pause that I would take and try to figure out what is the relationship of yours to the existing one, because right now they're slammed one against each other. But this section through here and how you developed the exterior of the structure, it's all done really quite well, and it feels right when you look at the section. And I like the composition of looking out when you had a view of stepping outside. When we're looking at right here, the composition of the parts, I think you got it done very nicely. What was that exterior view? Was it in a model? We were looking at this edge looking.
The exterior
view? Right here, right here. Yeah, leave that on. Okay, so right there, this is.
Yeah, I can
I
see
think
exactly
this is really quite nice, but this right here.
This joint here is like, what?
Well, you know what? If you thought about it with the same kind of attention that you had to the rest of the project, I think you would figure it out, because you have there's incredible sensitivity to move from something that was there and create your own and I think you would have, at one point, you would have sort of gone, how in the world am I going to build this, for one thing? Anyways.
Ed, are you still here with us? I see your little icon.
I'm listening in.
Oh, okay. Feel free to jump in anytime you want.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask a question. You go against the contour here, and I was wondering if you had moved the building in this direction. Oops, sorry.
Which way?
Like
I can go to the side plan.
Yeah,
if you want.
slide
Go
them
to the
closer
plan.
together.
It would have, yeah.
Do you mean
The
like
side plan,
kind of
if you-
rotate
Yeah,
it?
if you, yeah, just slightly. In other words, more like, oh, here we go. Let me get rid of this. I need to clear it. There. The contours go along like this,
Can we see? Yeah.
and this is angled like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if what your choice, if you had chosen to make the building like this, did you try that? What would the consequences have been? Because it would have been a little bit more on the kind of driving in, parking kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It would still leave this entry to the house available, I guess, or I guess this drive around. I'm not sure where it goes, but it probably goes to some kind of a more private entry. And but mainly, I think it would create a facade on the downside of the hill, which was just where the foundations didn't step down the hill, but they were basically the same contour. So,
yeah, but Yue did that on purpose. He was looking for trouble.
I think it's a little harder to do it this way, but
I think one reason for me to do that is because of how the original studio was set up. If I want to do something like along the ridge there, I will have to create this kind of angle.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I definitely can do it. It was like not in my brain during the time. I really want to kind of extend the kind of line of the original studio to kind of, get that. I mean, like totally kind of parallel structure, but like that's definitely one choice to do it.
The simplicity of the architecture and the strength of it is really compelling. I think it really works beautifully.
Yeah,
So,
it is a
just
healthy
really looking
thing.
about the orientation.
Sorry, Coleman.
No, I wanted to agree with Warren and support him on that because right now the word stiff comes to mind in its relation to the existing building, and to ease that around the natural topography would give it a much more natural feel, a much more comfortable feel. Even if you had to tear that little footnote of an addition down to achieve that, I wouldn't hesitate about it. Don't take that condition automatically and figure out how to live with it, because it's already been pointed out that bringing those two together, it's not successful. So you had choices there to make, but I don't want to take away from the strength of your building by saying this, because I think it's really well resolved. You're giving employees an extraordinary view out. That's remarkable. So I commend you on that.
Yeah.
Second that.
So Yue, I think this is a strong design, a strong project. But what's killing me is I think I've seen better drawings of it in the past. And I don't know.
More realistic ones.
Yeah, like just maybe zoom in on the plan a little bit.
Yeah.
Just zoom. I just want to see.
Maybe
the
I
middle
don't
one.
mind if I
One that's
No,
called-
erase it. I was just thinking ahead what I would do, but
yeah.
Bring it in. Yeah, like something's gone wrong with the showing of glass here.
Oh, it's probably
glass. That's where the conference room is.
Oh,
What
yeah.
looks to be a helicopter landing
Yeah,
on your.
what's the helicopter?
I just
I
keep
have
seeing
to-
a helicopter. I think it's supposed to be a fan.
No, it's a helicopter.
It's a helicopter.
All right.
It's a drop room. It's just drop table. I need to put something on it. That was the
Okay, so
helicopter
we
was
should
the
see that in the rendering. A helicopter in the middle of the office would be fan. I mean, there's a weird sense of scale offness to it still, UA. Like the spacing of the stairs seem to be gigantic and not the same as the other stairs. The width of the hallway that goes past the conference room. Right? I mean, it doesn't have to be more than 3'6".
Oh, I think
It's just something. I don't know what's big and what's small. I'm still like losing it.
The scale in
Respect
the
to like
plan.
how big this office is. It's actually, I mean, maybe could you tell us some actual numbers? Like how wide is it and how long is it?
I forgot. Like
I mean, in my mind, when I go to bed at night and I think about your project, which I do every night, I think of the terrace as 8 feet wide and the office as 24 feet wide. But
I
now I
think
look at
this
this
one
plan and I
is-
go, what?
I think this one is 10 feet, and here to here is 16 and 2. I am 4.
Something, yeah. It's pretty cozy, and the architecture is pretty heroic. I think there's a little bit of a something going on there. But listen, you know, it takes years to get this stuff just right. And I think the overall composition is pretty cool. All right, we're going to go on.
All right,
UA,
thank
thank
you.
you so much. Last for this session is Kirsten. Same problem, same project.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Michael. Welcome.
Hey.
This is Michael Rotondi from SciArc. Hopefully he'll be with us the rest of the afternoon. This is the addition to a Tom Kundig house in Washington, D.C. This is the third attempt to add to it. All right,
Okay.
go, Kirsten.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Kirsten Vogel. I have a background in environmental science and energy efficiency, no architecture background, and I'm in my second vertical studio. So I'm going to start out looking at some previous work. So we started the semester working with geometry to understand relationships between geometrical forms like squares, circles, root 2 rectangles. And then we translated this into an archetypal house and performed a series of transformations and combinations of those transformations. The results got a little wacky, as you can see, but the exercise really helped me understand ways to take a simple form and perform transformations to it. So for our third project, we worked on a small studio, well, 2 small studios for 2 writers. And we started from the archetypal house and transformed it. So I took the roof of each building, extended them outwards, and connected them together to form this sort of exaggerated deck and courtyard space with this exposed framing system. And if you would like to follow along on the Miro board, it's the same link as for UAs. So I chose the Ridge House designed by Tom Kundig. It was completed in 2001. And I chose it for the challenge of learning about the exposed roof structure and this incredible landscape and the view on a ridgeline in this conifer forest. The house is designed to sit along the ridgeline, grounded to the high points of the land and bridging the living room over the low point of the ground. And then it falls steeply down this ridgeline, as you can see over here. Here's an interior shot. I know we saw this with UA, but just pointing out again the exposed double rafters here, and then pointing out the sort of planar sloped roof that they have on this main house. And then here's that little sort of, they called it the fort. It's their little like extra work office space.
You know, that picture of the bridge is the first time I've ever seen it. I didn't know that existed.
This one?
There's a little perspective of walking across the bridge from the bedroom. It's a photo somewhere.
Oh, this one here.
Bottom, yeah. Has anyone ever seen that before? I've never seen that before. That's coming out of the master bedroom, right?
Correct. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, so this house, as Aidan explained, was designed with this strong concept of prospect and refuge. So you can see here sort of this like living room, really exposed area, and then the bedrooms over here, this more like private and less exposed area. And going back up to this one real quick, I want to point out this like really large glazing system, floor to ceiling windows with these roughly like 6 foot by 3 foot windows repeating horizontal pattern here. And then something kind of interesting with this house is everything has, the main house has this planar sloping roof, and then the little work office space has this doubly sloped roof. So it's sloping down this way and it's sloping down this way, which is kind of like a funky, different sort of language than the main house. Here's a plan really quickly, just to sort of remind you of where the office space is located. And here, this is one of my favorite drawings. I liked this sketch a lot from his early design process, where he has this really exaggerated chimney here. It's just so tall. And I wanted to use this as a starting point. So here, moving into my own work, this is some of my early sketches. And I took this sort of like exaggerated chimney and thought, what if I exaggerate this roof and reach it all the way up to the height of this chimney? And you can see here sort of working through the geometry of a potential floor plan, the feeling of some pop outs like the main house has, and an early elevation having this sort of like dramatic roof line and stair system. So here is the site plan. I have in green the addition that I am proposing. The addition is an architect's office space, including a reception area, a conference room, a workshop, a large drafting room, storage space, and a kitchenette. So I decided to take that sort of odd detail of the roof of the office space and work with that. So I'm taking that doubly angled roof and extending it outward. And in an effort to engage with the interesting topography of the ridge line, I pushed the new mast outwards towards the ridge, and I oriented it on a perfectly perpendicular axis to the existing house.
Kirsten, can I I think it's from this, when I saw this drawing, I realized for the first time why the roof on the little office was the way it was. And your drawing shows that it's actually exactly the same pitch as the house's roof.
Yeah.
But the pitch is now put on a rotated rectangle. And
yeah.
So we get sloping edges all around. And so I just wanted to point out to the reviewers that in a certain way, you've let the roof now dictate the weird roof become a normal roof. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So using that roof, extending that roof outward creates this very sloped roof that.
Zoom in a bit, Kirsten.
Yep.
Okay.
What's this?
Yep.
That generates enough space for me to put a third floor balcony up here. So I have this 2 staircases leading all the way up. On the first floor, our entrance is right here. We have a conference room, a drafting room, some office storage space. This is existing. I'm just building onto it this way. And a little kitchenette and this large drafting room, and then this balcony on the third floor up here. So here in this elevation, Oh, I should mention the cardinal direction is a little confusing in this project. And so I'm mostly referring to this as the access side over here and the slope side. So that is what this is right here. This is the access side elevation. So I'm pulling the double exposed rafters system from the existing house and including them in the addition. And I attempted to use this same structural beams and angled support columns of the existing house as well, which you can kind of see over here. Here is a north elevation. This is the access side, the south elevation looking at that balcony and the support columns. And then here, the slope side, you can see that really dramatic floor to ceiling windows with the 3 foot by 6 foot horizontal repeating pattern. This is a section looking towards the access side. So I, again, mirrored that 3 by 6 pattern, and it's on the exact same line as on either side of the building, on the slope side and the access side. But here I added clear story windows on the first floor and the second floor to allow light in, but sort of play off of that idea of prospect and refuge. So having a little bit more refuge over here, but relief with these smaller sort of like pop out or peek out windows.
View windows, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then here's looking towards the slope side. This sort of dramatic staircase. This is a nice little reception area, conference room with a view into the slope and the workspace.
And we're not seeing the lower staircase because that's frosted glass, or what is that?
This is, yeah, so this is a wall in the conference room.
It's a wall.
That opens up here. There's a wall like directly behind this.
Okay.
So you can see the
So that's not
window.
translucent or anything, that's just a regular wall.
Correct. Okay, and lastly, I have some
It'd be nice to zoom in on these.
Yeah.
Make them nice and big, yeah.
So this is looking from the existing house. This is what that drafting room might feel like. And then here is a perspective with the existing house over here. And that is what I have.
Let me ask you, can I ask you, this is Michael.
Yes.
From the other Michael.
Okay.
Michael too. You use the word drafting. And we all know that words stick around, like even on iPhone, the terminology that we use is from, could be from 50 years ago. I'm wondering what your thoughts are and how that leads to a concept of the sort of the character and the quality of the space based on, let's say, the workflow in a room now, since we don't do drafting per se, and perhaps the kind of mind construct that you're in, the character and quality of the space in a work space where you're trying to be creative versus the house space which you're trying to chill out, let's say. And I'm wondering, and if you had any thoughts on that.
Sure. Yeah, I think for a workspace, I was going for this really nice natural light and lots of views of nature. I'm not sure if this is just me, but I personally find it much more pleasant to work when I can, take a break, look outside, have nice natural light. And then I was also kind of hoping that as this open floor plan, this office is not too big. I think the program was maybe 6 employees or so. So having this sort of open office footprint where people can chat and take a break and enjoy the space up here.
Do you think it's indefinite, that everybody will have their own work table when you're working on projects, or might there be a different configuration of working together?
Yeah, totally. I think desks could be moved around, could be joined. Maybe they need a giant table to all work together. I think it could be.
I think that's what Mike was thinking, is that this does look like a bunch of realtors here.
Sure.
Or insurance salesmen. Yeah, it would take the project to another level to go, oh my God, this is an architect's office, How would that?
Well, even it could be an architect's office. I'm just wondering, like, this might be the way that I would work, but I'm not sure it's the way your generation would work, and whether or not you have any strong feelings about this way of working, or you're merely doing this because you've inherited it from my generation.
Wow, that's fascinating. This seemed like a pleasant place for me to work.
No, I'm not saying it's not pleasant. Yeah. But sometimes you want to work. Historically, you want to, architects would choose spaces that were on the edge of the city, where it was, you would imagine it was a little more dangerous than it was, industrial areas. But then the spaces were a little bit less finished, and then everywhere you look, your mind is somehow prompted to finish it. And it's not that it's raw necessarily, but there's something about the space that prompts a kind of creative mode and puts you in. And I'm just wondering and it could be that instead of telling you got to change your concept, this is really a wonderful space, I could work here. I'm just trying to see if you were to think beyond the what you've done here, like how you might speculate. Because we could talk about just how beautifully you've done this, and the placement of the windows and the great views. For instance, when I made the first space that I made for myself, I was afraid that I was going to be distracted by the views out. So I put all the windows up high so that I couldn't see directly out. And if there was anything down below, it was to bring in daylight, but not view. And so when I was looking out, I was mostly seeing the sky. And then when I'd see the sky, I did see the tops of trees, or I'd see clouds moving. And it would basically put things I'd have a different perspective on what I was doing, Yeah. So I'm just thinking about, how you might conceive of a space based on the kind of mind that you want to be in when you're working.
Yeah. Are you saying that maybe leaving this with more room, like maybe slightly less finished, so that there's more room for the imagination in the actual space for the architects?
Well, this looks like a domestic space, which is fine. But if you're wanting to be, if you want to do things that surprise you, you want to be in a space that's somewhat surprising as well.
Okay.
Like maybe all the views aren't the same. Maybe there's a different kind of views. Maybe there's verticality in one direction, horizontality in another. Maybe. So all the things that we'll end up talking about on your project, pushing architecture from the practical into, let's say, a more theoretical, you might begin to see how the building could start to get people to think differently, or in a different way when they're looking in different directions. Like maybe they wouldn't think about the verticality of trees when you see like 20 trees, but they think about the verticality of a tree if there's just a slot window that's looking on 100-foot cedar, or a beautiful sunset where you're really interested in having them see the color of the sky rather than the horizon, whereas in another view, you frame the horizon. So,
yeah, I think, it's like you've made a very beautiful space, and I think you're hearing, is that all there is? Like it could be a beautiful living room, could be, it's a nice space, a nice place to work. But maybe architecture is a little more difficult somehow.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think you've made a very lovely space, and I'm so glad you rendered, because it really it's the proof of your pudding, you know. But I don't need to speak. We need to have our reviewers.
Okay, I'll stay quiet for a bit.
No, Michael, it's perfect.
Okay, am I the only one left? Let's see.
No, I think, is Coleman still here?
Coleman,
Yeah,
is he here?
I don't know. Smilia, off you
I
go.
don't think so. Okay. Well, I think I would say about this project the same thing I spoke in the last one, that connection between the old office and your proposition. Because just that relationship, and what we can talk about it just from outside. Yeah, just actually, let's go to the exterior view that you had a minute ago. I think we're seeing in here. So here, that's the, what, stop, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, okay, so the existing workspace is here, correct? Oh, no, excuse me, it's right here.
Correct. Yeah, the second one.
Okay. So, this is a similar comment to the one I made in the project before, and that had to do with how do you begin your intervention when you're coming right up against this second phase of Kundig, the remodeling, the office space. So how do you do that? Because that then sets up the roof. I know you talked about roof, and I like what you were talking about, that being assuming angles from this existing workspace. I'm just not quite comfortable with how, again, let's take this now to the plan for a second. We had it earlier. Okay, so this whole transition from the office, how do we go from here to there? I still think it needs to have some differentiation, maybe idea of having the bridge coming in, maybe the bridge sort of continues out and then your proposal arrives. And I think that way you can then also rethink the roof that would have some things from the existing building, some from here, but this has taken a pause before it goes into your space.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting what you just suggested. This line here is super interesting. Had we like cut the floor out right there, then this edge, it might seem that the bridge had come through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But the fact that we just sort of grabbed the floor, as though every square inch was precious. But yeah, you can see it in the drawing. That's the figure. Oh well, where were you when we needed you, Smilia?
That would actually make a really nice transition, or a threshold going from the original space into that drafting room.
Yeah.
And then you get another hit of the outside as you're going across that.
Right. It would be a moment. Warren, are you with us?
I'm back now. I got thrown off this meeting for about 10 minutes, it seems.
Oh well, you missed so much.
I probably did. Okay, Kirsten, did anyone talk about your perspective? First of all, conceptually, I think it's very cool to have the roof slope up the way you have it, basically treating changing the direction of the geometry and making a room which slopes towards a very sort of kind of a really a viewing area.
Yeah.
So, but I'm wondering if the stair itself, have you tried it on the right side as well as the left side? I was wondering what your choice was, because the stair keeps you from being away from the window if you're seated or if you're in the space, whereas the solid wall might be kind of nice with the stair on it. Instead of the window, instead of the stair crossing the window. I was just wondering how you decided that, because I think it could have been on either side, and that may have helped the transition, but I don't really know, from the place that you had been talking about with the little fort or whatever that's called, the transition there.
Yeah.
So.
I think the stair's been on the left and on the right.
It has. It has. I think we decided this floor plan worked the best, and I kind of liked the idea of having this dramatic staircase being seen through the windows
against the glass. Also, I'm very fond, Warren, of doing layers, and so I love that there was the roof edge, the glass edge, the stair edge, in front of each other. I sort of like that. Maybe that just influenced Kirsten.
No, I like it too, but I was wondering if actually you have a horizontal line drawn. I don't know. Let's see if I can annotate it. Well, it's above the square windows, and I think that's both a window and a wall. I'm wondering if the roof timbers could come down as they do on what I call the view side, down to that horizontal on the.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
On the other side,
so the interior perspective, Kirsten.
Yeah.
Warren, go on. I think we know what you're saying.
Yes. So the roof seems to be raised from a horizontal, from a rectangular kind of a datum.
Yeah.
It's a perspective that would show it best, I think, Kirsten.
The interior perspective.
Oh, the interior perspective.
We're trying out sort of alternates here, and I was just
a strong horizontal here, and then these guys come down.
Right, and sort of sit on top of that rectangular room, and that's what made me think that maybe the stair should be there. But I very much hear what you're saying about the railing and the stair. Although I think I might take the railing itself. Although it looks like it's the same. It looks like it's very light here. The lightness I think is really important. To having both to sort of framing the stair with the stair rail.
And maybe I say maybe because we live in Texas, I find this daringly glary and open. I keep thinking about shades and awnings and shutters and blinds and curtains and.
Right. I may be wrong about the orientation of the thing too, because I'm assuming that which direction does the glass wall face now?
It's roughly east.
East.
It's a little bit northeast.
Yeah, that could work.
Maybe I'm thinking of how UA sort of tried to baffle it a little bit. I find it very precipitous. Anyway.
There's a lot of glass there, right?
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking about how it might otherwise be imagined. The architecture on the right side. But I mean, I think this is very strong as a concept, and quite well worked out. I mean, I can't believe that all of you have been only at this for such a short period of time. I mean,
that is amazing.
Yeah, well, I did tell them the secret.
Making those videos.
I just told them this. I know we're supposed to keep it from them for at least 4 or 5 years.
Well, you've compressed.
I just told them the secret.
You've compressed core and development all into one short term.
No problem. Yeah. All right, Ed, I know you're lurking now. You're invited to unlurk. Did that work?
I'm half listening, but
oh, you're half listening.
Yeah,
gosh.
I do find I was skeptical of the roof in the beginning, but
yeah,
the renderings convinced me that
well,
it
because
is.
yeah, the original house is all roof. It's the most expressive.
Yeah,
most expressive thing about it. All right, I think Coleman took off.
Okay.
He did, didn't
Yes.
he? All right. Kirsten, thank you so much. Does anyone have anything they want to say about this particular session? Because our next one starts at 3.
Well, I just want to.
And you're all invited to stay with it, by the way.
Thank you for invitation. One of the things I wanted to say, what I really appreciated, Michael, in your pedagogy is to have them look at the geometry and then make videos, because I think making videos, there's something that reaches our creative mind in a different way that drawing or building a model does. And I think that those students are richer for that because they're able to sort of make their own film within their own design thinking.
Yeah, it brings time into space somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I think it just helps them sort of restructure how they visualize of what they're making in a different way than what a hand or a computer program does.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that I think that's really great. And
Yeah, I remember when we did those things, I went on and on about how geometry is life, or how geometries can be living things, and about time and about generation. And even though we did squares and circles, which are associated with static, like that's what it is. But even a circle is a swinging action, and a diagonal is a different action, and all those things. It's sort of action geometry.
And I think that really helps creative minds take an additional journey through thinking. Anyway, I really appreciated that.
Good, thank you. No one explained those morphologies very well, I have to tell you guys.
Yeah,
I wanted to jump in every time and say, those grids of little funny little houses, there's logic in there, there's logic in there. But maybe in the final session, I'll screw up my courage and do that.
Yeah. Well,
Warren, did you want to say,
I think,
are you going to stick with us?
I have to go at this point,
Okay.
but I'm hoping to drop back in before you end.
All right.
But I wanted to say this has been not only fascinating, but each student has worked with one project. But Michael, you've worked with 5, and the variations therein. So it's a great mind sort of it keeps it all alive. It's fantastic to see this. So
yeah, it's like playing simultaneous chess.
Yes.
Thanks, Warren. Roto, you just started. If you want to say something, let's do it. Otherwise, shall I see you at 3?
See me at 3.
Okay, 1 o'clock your time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, take a little break. We'll see you back at 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
bye-bye. Thank you.
Roto, where are you? What's a beautiful background? I see an umbrella.
I'm in my yard.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I just got back from my what.
Yeah, you feeling all right?
Yeah, feeling good. A little bit tired. Yeah, anesthesia is like running through my system.
Oh God.
That big oak
yard.
tree?
What a beautiful yard.
That's a 150-year-old oak tree right there. Can you see it?
Oh,
no, which way is the tree?
Looked like a tree.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's me. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
you. You're also 150 years old. Yeah, I get it.
I feel like it actually. So,
what's the temperature?
right now it's about 72.
Jeez, you guys in Los Angeles.
I know.
Listen, I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll see you at 3.
Okay. Okay. See you in a while.
Hello, David. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
Steven. Thank
I
you
made
for
it.
coming. Oh, you did too. I so appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll
Glad
see.
to be here.
We'll see what the kids did. We've had a whole day of people adding to those different houses, and yeah, we'll see two that look indistinguishable from yours, and one that's a little different. Anyway, we try to pick up on the more abstract principles as well as the more practical things you did. So we look forward to it. People
Thank
are
you.
slowly joining.
Okay.
As 3 o'clock rolls around. People are unbelievably punctual about Zoom.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be late, but I was able to make it. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
good.
great. Are you Zooming from home?
Yes, from home.
Yeah.
And I see a few familiar faces. Yeah.
Hey, David. Thanks for coming.
Michael, hey, Stephen, how are you? Stephen, you and I have met before a long time ago.
Yeah, I recognize you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, we were on a jury. We were on a jury together somewhere. Was it an awards jury?
It was.
I can't recall.
Let me guess. It was in person back then.
It was in person back then.
We actually met. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Michael, how are you?
Good. And have you had a long day reviewing, David?
No, just a kind of long review in the middle here that was very kind of rushed because their technology they were connecting people from all over the world. There was a student presenting from Irkutsk. I mean, it was just 3 a.m, for her time. So it was crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's exotic.
Yeah.
Listen,
is Michael Rotundi with us?
He is.
Where's Michael?
Stephen, do you know him?
Yeah, of course. How could I not know Michael?
I don't know. The tangled web of connections among architects.
Oh yeah.
You know, hi Abby, we've not met, but well, have we met? No, we've not.
I know who you are, but I'm sure you don't know who I am.
Well, I've probably seen you in the halls, right?
Yes.
All right. And
Abby, I haven't met you before either. It's nice to see you.
Hi, David.
Does anyone know Digo? It's an interesting name, no? Digo. I thought it was Diego, but it's Digo. Right. We have one other reviewer, and Michael Roto was here just minutes ago.
His little icons there, but he's
yeah, he's probably gone off to get a. So if we'll give him another minute, if you don't mind.
Michael, you're in Austin now?
Yeah, I'm in Austin. Most of my students are in Austin, but no, 3 of them are not. Christy's not in Austin. Aiden's, where, Christy, remind me where you are?
In Arizona.
In Arizona. One guy in New York State. Who else is not with us? We have one other student who's not. Mac. Where are you, Mac? Remind me.
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. No one in Irkutsk, though. That's disappointing. Well, guys, I'm going to just sort of launch off. Rota will join us in a minute. He came into the middle of the last session, so he has something of an idea. So the semester, this is called Vertical Studio, Stephen, for your benefit. Okay. These are graduate students, most of them from, David?
No, I'm just waving at Rotundi, who just joined us.
Oh,
he's outside. Hey, man, how are you?
All right.
He is.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Now we get to have a wrestling match. All right. Thanks, David.
I promise I won't. I better behavior this year.
Michael, do you know Steven?
I was looking forward to it. Sorry,
you know Steven Erlich? Yeah, I'm leaving the room just to.
Stephen who? Stephen who?
I don't need to be here to listen to you guys.
Hey, no shit, man.
I know what you guys are going to say. I'm just going to go and take a break. So mainly for Stephen's benefit, these are graduate students, most of whom
do not have an architecture background or very, very light architecture background, maybe a history or a studio at some point, art studio or something. They're in their second semester, so they're definitely on a learning slope. I personally think they've done remarkably mature work for that. But part of my pedagogy for this level of what's called vertical studio is to really teach fundamentals of geometry, fundamentals of how you deal with form and shape. Trying to talk about the relationship between volumes, things, and spaces, and that's why I chose for this semester especially to do an addition to a great house, or not a super famous house like an add to Korb or add to Frank Lloyd Wright, but to really, really fine homes done by fine architects, where there's already a kind of an admixture of different ideas, because it would let students sort of examine that a little bit, where these ideas were coming from. It would give them a sort of a shoulder to stand on, or something to start with, to emulate, or to contrast, or to begin to understand how difficult it is to make things look easy. And we'll see how they do that with different degrees. So I'm going to let Claire is our first student.
Right.
She's going to be doing your Schulman residence of 1992. And coming up first, I think Claire's going to try to do as good a job as she can of introducing the house itself. And Steven, you can make corrections or add any kind of comment you want. All right, Claire, off you go.
All right, thank you, Michael, and
We
good
do 30
afternoon.
minutes per person, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here virtually. As Michael mentioned, this is the end of my second semester at UT in the MArch program. I have an undergraduate degree in economics from Vanderbilt University in Nashville. And so finishing up my first year now. And so I'll get started on my presentation. Are you all seeing the PDF?
Yes.
Okay. And Michael named this studio Evolution as Design. And so for our first two exercises in the beginning of the semester, we worked primarily with pure geometrical transformations based on squares and circles and various intersections, and how these lines and can be a form generator. And we created an animation based off of two interacting geometries. And so that led into our second exercise, which was based on house transformations of the archetypal house. And so in this grid on the right, this house on the left is what we determined to be the archetypal house. And so the first half of this exercise was to create single transformations. So isolating one element in the house and in the form and providing the change and showing how incrementally you get from the pure geometrical or archetypal form to your single transformation. So in this grid, this top row is the transformation of a house twisting. And then in the vertical column, this transformation is the second story sliding over. And so each of the intermediate steps show incrementally how one would get from this original form to the end result. And then the second half of this exercise was to combine two of the single transformations. And so in this grid, each square represents whatever stage of this first transformation is with the second stage. And so it was really fun and iterative assignment, and we ended up with some crazy results, but it was also interesting not only to see this 4-4 square, but what came between in the middle. And so these exercises really taught me to think about form in a more abstract and analytical way, and not as buildings as simply as facades with windows and doors. So this transformation exercise led into our first official project, which was designing 2 writers' rooms for a married couple. And so my transformations, which is illustrated on the left from this original archetypal house, they illustrate the movement of each room forming one half of the complete whole, while orienting each half to the outward views of the respective landscape features. And the plans also join at their back tangentially. And so I thought of this as being able to preserve the identity of the individual writers while still joining them through a pocket doorway and affording both visual and acoustic connection. And so this project, not only as a geometric exploration, but focusing on design on a smaller scale really taught me about like how rooms can relate to each other. And so moving on to our second and final project, Growing a House by Addition. As Michael mentioned, we were able to select from 5 houses. And for this project, I selected the Schulman residence designed by Mr. Steven Erlich, who we're grateful to have with us today. And it was built in 1992 in Brentwood, California, in a residential neighborhood for a couple of young children. And so I'm going to set at the front of the lot, which you'll be able to see and plan on the next, in a few slides. But it was done so to create a large backyard defined by 3 sloping hillsides. And the concrete entryway and mitered glass corner windows were inspired by California modernism, and specifically the Rudolph Schindler Kings Road residence. At the time of the project, Mr. Erlich was working on a project in Japan, and we can see influences in the horizontal emphasis of the window trim, the material use of wood and the grooved concrete, as well as the integration of nature, especially in this entrance courtyard. And so the program for our addition was a flat for aging parents, requiring almost 1,000 square feet of living area, as well as a significant portion of storage. And so these are some interior views that really drew me to the project. This is in the living room, a double height central living space that I'll highlight and plan its importance in the spatial organization of the house. And this is the hallway between the main entrance, which would be on the right, and this living room on the left. And the clear story windows really allow for some great lighting moments, which this staircase, this image of the staircase highlighted pretty well. And I also included a little snapshot from the primary bedroom to show the use of the clear stories, which became central or an important factor in my design. And so here is the site plan, which this got altered just a little. There's no guest or pool house, and the pool is more oriented along this axis. But there's a long driveway that comes up to the garage, which is built into the slope side. And we have the central double height living area with 2 wings on each side. And these are the more detailed floor plans. And so, yeah, I chose this residence because I was really drawn to the partie concept of the 2 wings flanking the central living area, as well as the material palette chosen and the relationship with the outdoors, and how it was able to really create, through the design and the siting, create an enclosure in the backyard and within the like densely populated neighborhood in Brentwood. And so these are, this is the entrance elevation and a section looking north, and this is through the double height living room. And one thing I just wanted to highlight, because it's something that I took and kind of celebrated even further in my design, but the slight winged roof of the central living space. And so the design intent of my addition was to preserve the schematic concept of the main house, which is centered around this communal central living area with a great connection to the outdoors while continuing the formal language of the addition as the house's third wing. And so these are some working drawings where I started to play with the partie and the siding. I was definitely trying to continue the both material language, but as I mentioned, the spatial organization as well, kind of with the emphasis on the central living zone and wanting to integrate it with the backyard. And also you can see using clear stories to help allow for the light to get into the interior. And then Michael helped guide me by imposing a more, referring back to our earlier exercises and imposing a more geometric proportional rigor to my design. And so in this diagram, I explained how I essentially took the volume of this southern wing, this wing on the left, and extended it out, separated it from the building so that there could be some independence, some separation between the flat for the parents, and then orienting it along the same axis as the northern wing and carving out the roof and adding the study room in the back, and then adding the clear stories and the pergola, as well as this covered connection to the main house. And so in this site plan, you can really see how the orientation along with the northern wing creates a dialogue with the pool that is asymmetrical, the way that these two wings are. And you can also see in this figure ground study all these neighboring residential areas and how it relates to the surrounding site. And this also is a clear story in the primary bedroom of the main house, which I continued that language in the plot or the flat as well. And so in this floor plan, you can see how the circulation from the kitchen into the living room is really directed, and throughout the house is really directed around this patio, and emphasizing the importance of the central space and directing views pretty much at all times to this area and to the connection with the back door. And in this more zoomed in focused plan of the addition, you can see this connection to the main house is directed towards the east elevation, which which wasn't always in my design, but I thought this allowed the central zone to create a more separated area had the entrance been through this area. And so in these elevations, you can start to get an idea of the clear stories and the corner glass windows, continuing that material language from the main house. And in this west elevation, you start to understand its relationship to the main house in the background. And in these elevations, you can begin to see the winged roof of that's above the kitchen, which allows for clear stories and again, emphasizing, celebrating this more central living space. And also referring to that slight wing in the living room of the main house that I emphasized earlier. And so this section is cutting through the living room and the kitchen and looking out. I jogged it so it could go through the study and bedroom as well. And you see this connection and the relationship to the main house. And in this section perspective, I wanted to show how the views were afforded to the main house and the access that you could go through either by this less formal pathway, but also to the house itself. And this is an exterior perspective from the primary bedroom balcony of the main house and looking down and out to the edge of the property. And I think this is a good view to get an idea of how, you know, if your parents are aging, you can still have them in sight and see if they're up and kind of have your eye on them from an advantage view. And this is an interior perspective shot from the living room, which I think helps to show the clear story, lighting impact that really I think was what drew me to this project in the first place. And that photo I showed from the staircase and the stairwell, and helps to show also the winged roof as well. And so I am going to switch my presentation to a mirror board to help facilitate moving around, but I'll go back to my main plan. Are you all seeing the plan now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Steven, maybe it's a good ceremonial to start with you.
Ouch. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I had met with Claire and two other students about the project, a month ago or so, and it's really evolved really nicely. Well done, Claire. So I guess one thing that I think is, I do like the connection to the main house. In a way, you've taken the strategy of, how do I say it? I think you've taken the strategy that the house is growing out of this house that was designed about 30 years ago, and you're continuing the language. And I'm kind of curious as to why you chose to do that. I can see that it is certainly a valid option. And I do like the way you've kept it parallel to the, to the canted wing on the other side of the main house. So I think there's a really strong relationship, and I like the connection, the lower roofs. So that's all good. So could you address the first question about why you chose to continue in the same language? And also, since it is for aging parents, do they have to have, is there a place for them to actually drive right up to this new unit or not? So those are just a couple of questions that I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I think the main reason I wanted to continue the language is just because it was what drew me to the house in the first place, both the materiality and as well as that party concept. And I also, on the kind of more abstract level, kind of think of this parent-children relationship as being a continuation. So I didn't think that flat for aging parents, it made more sense to completely divert from the language of the main house. And for your second question, the line weight's not showing up too well, but they could park in the garage and then follow this pathway. So there would be an independent entrance, not having to go through the main house, but that's as close as a car can pull up.
Okay, thank you.
Could I pick up on that, Steven? And I think this isn't in any way telling you, often when we talk about projects, it can go in a direction where you chose the wrong concept. And that isn't this at all. It's like what you can learn from what Steven's, by him saying this was a valid approach, means that there's other ways that you could have approached this and still, in principle, adhere to the original house. One way of doing that, I think, and this is for your future projects, when you're starting with a very strong precedent, is to continue studying the body of work of that architect and to see how the work of that architect has evolved. Steven's work, like most other what I would consider to be critical architects in critical practice, who know how to solve very practical problems, but at the same time, their work is pushing further into a realm where other architects study it and learn from it as well. So when you look at the body of his work, you could see where from this period how his work has evolved
let's say just simply in form language over 30 years, but in principle, it stayed the same. And I think that's a really good object lesson for you. And that doesn't in any way discount the quality of what you've done, because I think you've taken the form languages of the existing house and done I think a really wonderful job. What I would like to ask you is specifically from your geometry studies that you did, how did the geometry studies, assuming that you started to look at the geometry not as a pure manifestation, but as sort of the hidden structure within a project, how did the geometry study play into this? You mentioned the word symmetry. When I look at the original house, I could see a symmetry but an asymmetry at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like you started to understand that.
Yeah, I tried, as I mentioned, with the orientation, I tried to create that same condition with the asymmetry, but just only slightly with the pool. And so on another level, as I took the existing volume, this was about 18 feet wide, and this is the same footprint as this wing. And so I started to think about it in more of like an 18-foot square module. And so this is an 18-foot square. This width is also 18. This patio becomes an 18-foot wide square. And so that helped me dictate moments where I maybe wanted to break this rectangle form of the wing. And so this strips out 4.5 feet and et cetera.
Does yours read as one rectilinear prism or three, the aggregation of three pieces?
In my opinion, I think it reads as one aggregate.
Okay, because I think in Stevens, those are the two bars are primarily rectilinear prisms before he starts operating on them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to, Claire, could you just the last image, the site plan, floor plan, could you just blow it up bigger again?
This one?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, the main. Yeah, if you could just make it one image. Yeah, but shrink it down so we see as much information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just no, but we need to see the rest of the house.
Sorry.
As well.
One on the left.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
okay.
This one. Then your page 12. Yeah. If you can. So one of the things that actually, I don't think it's hard to grab a lot of information all at once, but the contours of the site are actually pretty much going like that. This is a buried garage. It's literally, we carved out the hill, built a concrete structure and put the hill back on top of it. So one of the things that I think Claire is doing quite well is that she's really preserving all the open space. And I think that was really how these wings became asymmetrical, as Michael pointed out, that it was really based on contour. So I like, Claire, that you've embraced the contours and you've opened up the open spaces as more or less as big as they can be. So I like that. Well done.
I think what you're all seeing is the tension that we've felt. The position of the front door was like 10 days of anxiety.
Position of the front door in Claire's building.
In Claire's building. Yeah, because I mean, entering it in the patio would be like entering the main house in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Which is the right place to enter things. But the skinniness of the plan at that point. But it strikes me now that the only reason we kept the plan so skinny was to keep it imitating one of the bars of the main house.
Yeah, actually, the plan could stay that way. I mean, I like that gesture. I mean, Claire, I think I wanted to say that for the end of your first year, this is a good place to be. It's a terrific project. I'm glad to see it. knowing you from last semester, I'm happy to see projects are actually quite nice. I mean, if I look at my immediate reactions, are there some things that have done well, and then some things I have some doubts about. I mean, for me, actually, I like when I look at this building, even though you said it's really one thing, I find it quite piecey. Like, because actually, I mean, Steven just mentioned this kind of really important thing. So you have this, you have what's essentially a kind of visual device, right? That acts as a kind of threshold that projects you outward and holds you back, right? And then the kind of landscape flattening out, and then the view dropping away. So as much as you could say, well, this bar is an extension of, it's just another one of these, it's also to a certain extent the thing that makes this hillside work. And I would argue, if you look at it, that all the kind of modulation of it up and down, especially in and out in plan, like when you look at the kind of three-dimensional version, I would argue it could be a little bit simpler than it would help, right? Like a version of it would help, because it does a couple of things. I mean, it's not exactly the same thing as this. It's not the same kind of institutional piece. It's in some ways as much like the garage as it is like one of these bars in terms of how it sets up space. And then the second thing is
Are you saying, sorry, is it more like the garage is what you're saying? Or?
No, I actually think that it's more like a landscape piece, right? I would argue that especially these some of the small gestures. I want to note that if you look at what happens over here, and this comes from Japanese architecture, the way asymmetry and the way especially asymmetry has gotten over here is actually through the assaulting of a volume with screens, right? Like, as opposed to in plan making a lot of like the plan gestures are hidden on the back, right? That they're hidden on the back, so you get these relatively simple readings where then the screens are the things that introduce asymmetry, both in section and plan, right? So the first floor of the screens are on one side, second floor, they flip to the outside. Right? So then I think then the other thing is that then if you look at this thing at really as a thing that's more like that's as much a part of the hillside, there's another thing about the thinness of this that I think is thin houses are really hard. I mean, like like thin houses, Merkit makes all these super thin houses. They're super one-sided, right? Which is just a little bit of a problem. I think this is other thing which I like. It really comes from the program of bringing the adults into the house. I like the separation. I think this is really smart. I think the weirdest thing about this house is how focused it is on this shared space. You know, I wish that it took a little bit more advantage of the south side of the house, both because it gives a private realm for the people who are living in that house, their own place. And then also because almost everyone I know that's elderly likes to sit in the sun, right? And so or likes to have this kind of place where you can be warm. So you can be warm and away from your stupid children who have deigned to allow you to come move in with them, those assholes. They're still telling me what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's this kind of social dynamic that then plays itself out in the kind of landscape dynamic. But I mean, I have a couple of other things kind of noted, but for me,
David, can I ask you something? What you're suggesting, which is what pops into my mind, is perhaps like, what if their entry was here? This courtyard becomes their primary courtyard, and the entry is from here. So they're sliding through this really beautiful new garden,
right?
Assuming that the sun is coming from the south, not assuming it comes from the south, and that this would be a real sunlit place, and then they could move to their backyard, which would be the yard of them. But
right,
I would do quite beautiful. That'd be.
I would do it the same way, where you basically bring them in underneath a kind of screen like this to that middle portion, and then rotate the master bedroom out and away from. I mean, for me, this space, just having and knowing a lot of elderly adults and their complex relationships with children, I think you want to allow for as many different layers of privacies that are separated from that. Then I do think the one other kind of point I would make is that the symmetry of this move, right? Like if you look at the original diagram, right, it's like this, and the critical move is this rotation, right, to set up this kind of lens outward. And I think the other kind of area that begs for some operation is sort of this constructed landscape between the houses. I mean, right now it's sort of imagined just as a kind of connector, but I actually think that it has the potential to be a kind of, I mean, this is a kind of place where you might want to excavate into the site slightly or drop in section. I don't know, but for me, the other place that's sort of missing over here is a kind of connection to the pool and back for the elderly. And I mean, these are just, they're kind of funny. All of my comments have to do with the the change in the definition of a house when you bring the elderly parents back in, and then how you reconceive the whole institution of the house and the architecture in relationship to it, both in terms of the programs that you have, but particularly in terms of the complexity of the social realm, inside and out.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
point.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Claire also had the entrance on the back a few times too, didn't we?
Yeah, the issue with that is that this is a very like steep slope side. So I'm not sure it would actually get a lot of sun.
Deep and overgrown.
It would get sun. It would get sun when you need it, and you could bounce some sun down there, for crying out loud. Or you can excavate back there. Come on, excavate a slot of space that's like this one that brings sunlight in there. You know, like.
And I would say in terms of like, and I think this is maybe Steven's first question is like, Steven's going, hell, if they called me back and told me to add to this house, I probably wouldn't be such a slave to my younger self. And I would do something that was of today. Yeah. And I think that's a good point. I just think that where Claire is at in her education, maybe not yet.
Yeah, that's a super interesting question, conversation. And I'll just give you an example. I about 10 years ago, I bought a Rudolf Schindler house and basically renovated it and went in on it with one of my daughters. And so it was for her family. And so we had to figure out how do we find the answer to this? It was a major renovation. So we said, we decided that we would do not what Rudolf Schindler would do back then in 1940, but what would he do today? And that's how we tried to channel Schindler, but we tried to reimagine what Schindler would do today. So I think that's right. I probably would have, I think the tying in of the similar materials, concrete, wooden elements, mud, mullions, copper, thin roofs, I probably would include those materials again, but I probably would also do something incredibly minimalist. And I don't know what that answer is specifically, but that's probably what I would do as kind of the next evolution.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it could be said though, I remember when I saw Rothko's show many years ago at LACMA, and all I knew was the late Rothko work. I had no idea that he was painting Cézanne, and Matisse, all of those guys in the early work. And that's when I became very familiar with the way you begin to understand the work of a master is by actually trying to copy it. And you're not necessarily literally doing it because you have something you're trying to extract out of it. Rothko was trying to figure out how they painted light, not how he painted trees. So I think in many ways, what Claire has done, it could have been done in originally as part of it. So I think there's a lot that she learned. I'm pretty certain she learned a lot by doing it this way. But I still think that it's really important for you to begin to understand the body of work in an architect's body of work. I've seen over and over again, because of how easy it is and the way we do research. It used to be we did research by thumbing through pages until you found the particular thing you were looking for. And by thumbing through the pages, you look at a body of work. Now, like a surgical strike, you could go in, grab something and pull it out, and you don't really look around to see what else was done. So I would suggest that when you're looking at precedent, you study the entire body of work.
We have a landscape architect with us. Abby, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Abby, would you care to comment on this from your
Sure.
point of view?
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying I think it was a really nice, very clear presentation. Really, I appreciate the way that you brought us through the project and kind of your operations. I think, as a landscape designer, I think I'm really focused on kind of that connection between this building and the exterior space. And it's particularly in this building, the original, where you have this forecourt that is that mediating element that brings you from the outside into the building. And that's such a, for me at least, an important piece of the project. So kind of in that vein, I was kind of wondering how you thought about that transition from the exterior into the building. I think when I was looking at the kind of exterior courtyard that points out towards the pool, I thought that the low wall was an interesting addition, and I understood it as providing a bit of a sense of privacy, yet at the same time kind of blocking the flow to the pool or to that exterior space. So I was curious to see why you thought to do that. And then I was also wondering, as David was speaking, does that, if you had that courtyard on the other side, would that enclosure be available there to then on the other side have a more open access to the pool and to the yard? If you could speak a little bit on that.
Yeah, I think the low wall out here was twofold. One, for that sort of barrier and sense of privacy to divide this backyard space, and also to help continue the connection that is used on the loggias in the front courtyard. I think I'll be able to. Oh, okay, now I'm lost. So it's gonna be grainy, but the beam or the columns aren't directly in the ground. They have this connection with steel plates that was continuing the language from the other courtyard.
Yeah, I think Claire was.
Claire, could you go back to that view?
By separating the entry porch from the courtyard, she was trying to give the addition house its own sort of integrity. Like otherwise, it would just seem to be a sort of a slipped out version.
I also, and this is both with the front courtyard and also the concrete kind of fortified entranceway of the main house. I thought that did enough service to kind of create that barrier. And so thinking about this extension as still being connected to the main house and not needing kind of another layer, another barrier in between.
There is one option here on this house, which I want to note with regard to the original plan. Like this is the view where you see how piecey it is. Like if you think about the house, the original house is setting up a view and then not and allowing you to consume it with your eye rather than really moving out. And then that view is, you're directed out to that view by the hillside on the one hand and by the pool on the other. So then what I like about this, when you look at it in pieces, you go, well, then I'm actually essentially making a kind of doorman here, right? A thing that kind of sweeps out and extends, steps aside. I like very much the idea that might be made of curtain, that might just be a curtain that you could pull back or open and so forth, because the idea that this symmetrically, you transition the view from this rippling surface of water and then symmetrically do it vertically with a rippling surface of fabric. I think it's a really beautiful idea. It's actually more beautiful than the idea that it's being done somehow with other things, right? Then you could actually have all the circulation along this side of the house and just moving in and out of the house at will, right? Like since it's family in a way, right? And the idea that there needs to be a front door. The front door traumatizes your furniture plan, right? You know that, and I know that, right? It should just be that you could let that whole, this way you could then have, along that backside, if you say, well, it's a series of columns, right? And a bit of fabric. And then on the backside, it's just a differing dimension, that allows me to, and then this side now is entirely this courtyard of sun that is owned by the house. But these are. I mean, it really has to do then with one other thing, which really has to do with saying, okay, like what is the house new now? Like what is its new identity that's actually different and changed in a way? I mean, I was thinking about what Abby was saying about that really could be a kind of clearer landscape gesture about this whole edge, and then it just leaps out. It could just be, the building it's an edge which transitions between one landscape and another in that way, in a very kind of straightforward way.
That's a beautiful and very radical vision. And Claire, when you get into advanced design, let's do that. I see Steven's smiling because he loved the minimalism of your proposal, David. Yeah. Listen, we've got to move on. We've got to move on. Last comment.
Let me just give one postscript. The house was owned by the. Oh, I just want to make one last postscript.
Go ahead.
The original owners, Tom and Miriam Schulman, got divorced after 25 years of marriage and raising 2 boys to adulthood. And the house was then bought by a man named Michael Lefetra, who maybe Michael Rotundi. Do you know Michael Lefetra, who he is?
No, I don't.
He's an interesting person. He's a movie producer, but he also kind of one of his sidelines is he buys houses designed by Lautner and Neutra, and he fixes them up beautifully, and then he typically puts them in the National Register and sells them as kind of just a singular piece. And he's done that about 10 times. And he bought this house because he had just gotten married and had a couple of kids. So this is his family house. So I just find that I can imagine, Claire, that he would like your addition, and because it's in the same language. I'm just imagining that's probably how
David, does he have aging parents?
Perhaps so. I don't know. I would imagine. So, but I think many of the comments were really helpful for you to think about.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, everyone.
Claire, that's good work. And now we're going to go on to Mac. Mac Cross, you ready, Mac?
I sure am.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Thank you all for being here today. I'm excited to share some of my work with you. By way of introduction, I'm Mac Cross. I'm currently in Nashville, Tennessee. I did my undergrad at Vanderbilt in civil engineering, sustainable design, and studio art with an emphasis in ceramics. And I graduated this past spring and then went straight into the MArch program here at UT Austin. So I'm finishing up my first year. So to start, I'm just going to go briefly through our first project, our first couple of projects. First one in kind of emergent geometries, using simple shapes to develop more complexity. This was an exercise, and I'll switch over to an animation. This was an exercise in, I wanted to see if I could divide a square into thirds, fifths, sevenths, and elevenths without doing any measuring. So this is kind of the resultant process that got me there in the end, which was a lot of trial and error, but I actually really enjoyed it. It was very satisfying to see it all work out in the end. And then these bars here correspond to thirds, fifths, sevenths, and elevenths of one side length. So that was project one. So project two, the house transformations, kind of variations on an archetypal, the idea of a house. So what I ended up with was using Steven and Christie's transformations. Steven kind of morphing the chimney into another building mass, and Christie sort of reducing the exterior into eventually a sort of frame or truss almost of what the original house was. I thought it was interesting how, and Michael stressed this a lot, that sort of what ended up here in the middle more often than not were not only more practical, but also generally more pleasing. So there's kind of a good reminder that sometimes not taking things to the extreme can be effective. So the third project, the first more developed architectural project of the semester, 2 writing rooms for a couple of married writers. So using what I kind of went through with the emergent geometries, This sort of became a square divided into quadrants, and then one writing room up here was a square initially, and this one was a golden rectangle. And this project ended up kind of being about this logical structure almost of sliding partitions, sort of speaking to the nature of any relationship where, depending on the needs of any given day and any given project, the two writers could configure these partitions in any way, whether they wanted to collaborate, leave it wide open, be within earshot, or if they wanted to be closed off and a little more introspective, or if they needed to just focus. So that's kind of what this project ended up being about. Here's the interior of one writing studio, the interior of the other one, and then looking through here, all four partitions being open here just provides pretty seamless access between the two. So moving into the final project of the semester, I chose the Schulman house. Claire gave a good overview of the house, so I'll just kind of pick out the things that stood out to me personally. First was the site. I think positioning a house kind of in a valley here presented a lot of interesting opportunities, and I do end up utilizing that pretty extensively in my finished product or in progress product. Another thing about the house that I really enjoyed was the careful attention to bringing light into the house. You can see with these clear stories on top, and also behind the building, there's a light well that kind of runs along the contour that just brings in a lot of really interesting moments that let light into the house. Another thing that Mr. Erlich stressed when we met with him was the idea that this entrance sort of inspires a sense of compression as you enter. And then once you're in the house, you feel a little more free to expand, which I thought was a really compelling idea to carry into my edition. And finally, the idea of like light versus heavy, because in the house, this is in the house as it exists currently, these two kind of monolithic pillars that surround the main entrance are board formed concrete, and the rest of the house is this white, very light, sort of almost ethereal, kind of shrouded in glass all the way around. So it's a really interesting juxtaposition between heavy and monolithic, and also very light and ephemeral feeling. So moving into my edition, I didn't want to necessarily rely on all of the formal vocabulary. I wanted to present something of contrast. So what I ended up focusing on was this room here, being like a secondary living room. And here above you, this grid here is this light well that I have an interior of here. I ended up just giving this room to the addition. So when mom and dad come to visit, or when they eventually move in, this room will be theirs, which lessened the amount I had to like build and excavate out into the green space out here. So what I ended up going with was, again, this shared, or this existing room here being given over to the addition. And I ended up with kind of an earth sheltered mass here that speaks to the, from a geometrical perspective, back to kind of the first, the early projects. This kind of exists on the two coordinate systems, following this one along here, and also following the contours of the site. So zoom in. So preserved the light well here just to keep, because kind of the challenge with that I kept running into and was wrestling with throughout this project was how to get light and kind of feel the relaxation and the decompression that's so clear and evident throughout the main house. But then again, this being underground, that's a lot more of a challenge to kind of get that feeling across. So preserving this light well here was a big in accomplishing that. And also I extended the light well out over the kitchen here as well. So I'll just go through some exterior renderings, just kind of letting the vegetation spill onto the roof here. Kind of also providing a way, easy access to the pool and a nice patio space. Again, this is the living room that exists. And then this wall was partially knocked out, replaced with columns, opening to a kitchenette and a storage room here in the event that the parents would be downsizing and have extra things to store. So this kitchen ended up being kind of the most compressed space, and I was pleased that it didn't necessarily feel that way from this perspective. Again, opening the skylight here and having a lot of, initially I thought about keeping this closed off, keeping the wall preserved, but opening it up into one space really helped kind of lighten up this kind of back corner that's the most underground, most sheltered room. And going through the door, you get a hallway leading to the main bedroom, closets here, and then just the views kind of overlooking the pool and the bathroom. And in the bathroom and the hallway, I use this sort of high and low windows, both to just reinforce bringing light into this space as much as possible to sort of combat the oppressiveness of it being earth sheltered. So I will flip back to the plan and open it up to feedback.
Thank you, Mac.
One just sort of warm-up comment. The storage room, it's actually quite a, I was thinking of a storage room. One of the biggest difficulties is getting rid of stuff. And I can imagine that storage room actually being like an equivalent, an attic where things are organized in a way where you could go in there and sort of go through your boxes periodically, you know? So it's like a little memorabilia space, which would be kind of cool. The only time I get to do that is when I'm cleaning my garage or cleaning a big closet. And then it takes forever. You know, I've been reorganizing my library for the last 2 weeks at my office. And it takes so long because you take something down and you open it up and there's like an inscription from a friend like Michael. And then you start reading the book. But anyway, a little room like that is pretty great. And I think it's also, a clever strategy to basically appropriate one of the rooms of the existing house, which becomes, it's like their front porch, so to speak, is in the house, which is really nice. So, but there's a lot of other things I think if you talked about, so I'll let others comment for the moment.
Just have a quick question, Mac. Is this the existing grade, or have you built this up?
I have built it up just because I knew there would be a lot of cut to dump over top, but it wasn't built up too much. I think maybe 2 or 3 feet.
So somewhere up here, these two things are meeting, or where is that happening? Is it
what 2 things?
I'd say natural grade is the lower of the two.
Existing slope, and then the new slope.
Well, actually, Stephen would know best, but I think it's the lower line you drew.
What I'm wondering about is what happens off the drawing over here. Like I'm kind of like this. Actually, I'd like a drawing with a little bit more context. You know, like the whole house plan and the whole site plan and the whole view of the the addition relative to the house, which you didn't show. And so and there's some things I'm grasping for, and there's some things I'm trying to understand. And one of them is this, like, how is this thing conceived? Like when you were first describing it, you were describing it as a kind of earthwork, right? Essentially a kind of bit of, but then when it arrived, all of a sudden it was this kind of very white kind of, and so I'm trying to figure out, I'm just trying to get a handle or a grip on what it's doing, you know, like, and part of that has to do with the confines of the existing topography. I mean, because I'm surprised with this drawing. I assumed that in Steven's original house, there was enough room to actually walk around this side of the house.
No,
like,
there is not.
There's not.
No, this is
that's buried in grade.
This is actually probably an 8-foot concrete retaining wall, and then the skylight lets light in above. Yeah.
Got it.
So this could be easily 12 feet of retention, and maybe and then the contours drop down a bit. But I bet that's at least more or less where you're showing it.
Got it.
Yeah, that's probably what the case is. Yeah. So I along with Michael, I think that's a very interesting idea to have kind of take part of the house and make it kind of a shared. And I can imagine like the family, the younger members of the family it would be a great, you know, kind of communal. Well, actually, they come in there, but anyway, that's a cool idea. I really like that idea. One criticism, though, is that really the kitchen becomes the hearth of every house I've ever been to. You know, when people come over to our house, and I bet when people visit all of you in your houses, you just hang out in the kitchen as kind of a generator of activity. And I think you've that connection is strong. That's okay, but somehow you're a bit cut off from the landscape.
No, you shouldn't be seeing a fridge. Like a fridge and a sink is not a view.
Yeah, and actually, Mac, one of the things that I really liked your influence idea with the two writers, your diagram with the transformational concept of having these sliding doors that could open and close and connect your two writers. And I wish some of that might have been integrated into this design, where perhaps it gets closed off and the little grandkids are running around, but you don't want them in your face. So I think that, you know, sometimes when you do these studies, you could go, oh, wow, that's something that I might carry into a new design. And then lastly, well, not lastly, this area I find awkward. And also, Mac, this is a question for you to answer. So you studied previous to coming to UT, sustainable design. So how has that knowledge that you've gained influenced this project?
I think just overall, well, admittedly, I didn't get into as much of those considerations as I would have liked, but I mean, the idea of just earth sheltering being a lot more easier to climate control for sure, was the main consideration. I think green roof, thick walls.
Right. So I think it's I asked the question because really, I mean, I wouldn't know why you wouldn't just make that a completely landscaped roof, and it would be a good strategy for you. And it's inherently there. I just wish you had brought it up as a strategy.
And well, this is maybe worth noting. With Revit, the process of putting topography on top of building elements is not, there's no real workaround for it. So there is topography on top of that slopes down onto the roof, but it was putting the hatch inside of the section, so I had to hide it.
What about the dotted line for where the roof line is? I'm not sure where your roof line is.
Maybe Revit's the wrong tool.
Revit's always the wrong tool.
At this point in the game. I think there's something else that I mean, I want to harp on this other thing. I mean, it's just a really weird thing. It has to do with, I mean, there's this kind of we have this kind of phenomenon in Austin. There's this big Lake Travis, right? This big view, and people they'll build houses and they want a one window on that view, right, the whole time. And then you see these architects, and they do that. They do this kind of like they follow this logic that they learn here first year, like the sacred and then the profane stuff, and then it gets all buried away. Or you look at Richard Myers, all the programs buried against the dark side, and then all the kind of view, all the consumption is on the open side. And then you look at and then after 6 months they sell the house because they're like it's this one-sidedness of it, which I think is a problem. I mean, for me, the dilemma of this idea, which I like as a starting point, is this side over here. I mean, it's already been pointed out the kitchen doesn't get you any advantage, right? You have to leave the side open, but then you have to put the kitchen against the wall. The kitchen against the wall is a very strange thing. I mean, I guess it's okay if you're seeing this not as the adult room, but the teenage room, right? It's where the college couple that's come back and they're living here for a little while, and the parents don't really want them. So they don't really want them to stay too long, so they don't want to get too comfortable. But this is like the way I think of this, right? Because it's actually this side, right? It's this like the idea that you could carve back into this, let light in, that you could begin to give more than one dimension. Right? I just want to like note this, right? Like partly it's the kind of shitty apartments that students live in, and then you look at a couple of market houses and they're just one-sided, but this double dimension, and especially in Japanese architecture, right? The small garden versus the large garden, the intimate garden versus the horizontal garden versus the vertical garden, the bamboo garden versus the water garden. I mean, the idea that you're making this long, thin house, right? Which right now is just ultra focused this way. I actually love the idea of a long, thin house. I wish it were then invested in the problem of the two-sidedness of that long thinness, right? Because right now it's kind of weird. Like everyone in this house now feels slightly awkward because they're looking into the absolute privacy of this house, right? It's this kind of weird thing, right? That's what I mean. It's like helicopter parents, right? Like a slightly religious, there's the boyfriend that goes, we really want to kind of like never let you not know that we're not looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Like there's this kind of weirdness to it that I think really requires that then, and then also, and this is the sustainable part, you go, well, this is where all the labor is, right? All the actual labor is in this wall, right? The labor and the materials, the carbon rich materials, the all this other stuff out here is just, it's just one thing after another thing, but the idea of actually then conceiving of this not as this secondary construct, but as the primary construct, right? All the earth's being pulled away, all the formwork's being made to make this wall. This is then a kind of for you at the end of your first year, I think a thing that you might kind of ask more deep questions about. I mean, certainly you would ask about it when you made a ceramic pot, right? You're not trained to think about that way in civil engineering. You might be trained to think about it that way in sustainable design and civil engineering, but you're really more trained to think about it in ceramics. Like, where does the labor, how does labor of this thing that I have to make very carefully vest itself, as opposed to the systematic side over here, which may be just curtain wall, replacement, shop front wall. I mean, there's a million things it could be. I mean, short of asking you to kind of like make it in the way you've imagined it, where it's really an extension of this kind of screen wall part of the building, as opposed to the other alternative, which is that you think of it as an extension of this retaining wall that then comes back, and is thick. And the minute you draw it that way, right, that's also what this building that you're doing is doing. Then you recognize the potential of this edge that you're essentially building to do more for you. I mean, that's kind of my major comment. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it going off and carrying this language out, but it does, and this is why I like the larger site plan. It does get to the problem that the original house sets up this threshold and that view, and it sets it up by limiting the mass at that point. And now you're kind of pulling a kind of bit more of that same language out into that world out there. There are very interesting architects who do that well. Neutra and Schindler in Los Angeles both are really good at kind of this liminal set up one expectation and then pull more construction into it. But the construction usually changes. It changes its language, it changes its syntax, it changes its rhythm. So it doesn't become this, I mean, what I don't like about this idea, the retaining wall being pulled over, is that it sets up this essentially artificial dichotomy between the kind of land gesture and the constructed gesture. but for me, this wall right here is neither nor, right? I think it's its own really interesting problem of detail and material choice. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining that well. Right now, it sets up a kind of, it's neither nor. It's neither an extension of the house, nor is it a landscape gesture in actual fact. So it requires, I think, another language. If for me, on the original house, the thing that's most interesting is like if you look at the kind of thing that's there, there's this really weird addition that's been put on there. I mean, we have the architect here. Maybe he can talk to us about it, right? There's this thing that you go, what the hell are those doing there? You know, they're this negotiating device between this kind of world and that kind of world. And I actually think that's the part of the house to look at with regard to the way you conceive of that wall with regard to the view from inside the house.
Mm-hmm. So if I can, if I was to work with this concept, Mac, your party would, and if I was given the ability to revisit this house done 30 years ago, I would stick with, and again, I'm just using your basic party. So here's this beautiful concrete wall, expose it. I would probably have, again, I talked about minimalism as I've gotten older. I try to see things in a simpler way. I would get rid of all this other concrete. You don't need it. I would get rid of all these walls. This becomes glass. And then you have a privacy screen so that the grandkids screaming and yelling don't, you know, and that privacy screen, I go back to what I loved about your transformational design of the two writers' studios, where I think you could have whatever, some kind of idea of shojis or curtains or roll down shades. So I would just, even as Michael talked about, you know, kind of this is a repository of your life. Well, maybe it's exposed. Maybe it's part of the experience. I wouldn't have this wall either. I would just keep it. I would hate these closets. Just keep it so simple. Anyway, that would be me revisiting the house with this party.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, much closer to, I think, you know, Mac is dealing with what his peers are doing and the way I set up the program with rooms and, you know, sort of decent closets and decent bathrooms and so forth, which, you know, pedagogically I think is a good thing to grapple with. But I think the radicalness, Mac, of this move, you've really domesticated it as far as you can, as, you know, to try to pretend that, you know, you never did that. And I think you're hearing more mature designers saying, if you're going to do this, you're creating earth sculpture. You know, it's a whole different animal. And it gets to exist in itself. It doesn't get to be totally tamed into bedrooms and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a helpful way of thinking about it and a good thing to keep in mind for sure.
Who's drawing?
That was me.
I
think if you're going all this trouble, just move the pool.
Yes, it would be cheaper to move.
Just, you know, Steven's what Steven was describing, which would be kind of cool, is almost like a big loft space for the elders, and with, you know, some division in between.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Man, that's a nice diagram, Michael.
Look at all the old guys are going for simplicity, Mac. So there you go.
Well, you know,
Mac, it's the hardening of the arteries. It's harder for us to actually turn our wrist. You know, that's one of the things.
What happens is you get stiff in the wrist.
No.
Abby, you've been awfully quiet again. Come on.
I was
last word goes to you.
Yeah, I just I think, you know, I like the idea of this earth, you know, building into the side of the hill. I think you just need to go a little step, you know, a couple steps further, where like, this is a great idea to begin with. And then, like David said, you start to pull back that hillside a bit. You can still have it be a green roof. It's still, the idea can still be there, but you could let in light maybe from the other side. Also, you know, I think once you draw this and then start to think about how these programs on the interior actually connect with the outside. I think it's having the bedroom right next to the pool is probably, with young children, might be problematic, as was already mentioned. But I think it's just, pushing it a couple of steps further and testing out where these programs go. Would it make sense to even elongate? Do you shift the whole building further, I guess, away from the main house? So starting with that idea and then just shifting and pulling and pushing to find where those programs really fit with the rest of the house and the yard as well.
Look at this, Mac. Everyone's drawing on your project. I remember, I think at one point I tried to talk Mac into this. Like
Wait,
really
it's not showing
digging.
up. Oh, that.
Wow.
But that would be digging too deep into the hill. We didn't push it very far. All right. Hey, Mac, thank you so much. We're going to go on.
Matt, I just want to make one quick comment. I realized that, like, when you're thinking about making architecture and this, I don't know what the studio allowed or didn't allow. I know that secretly that you need to learn these other programs like Revit and so forth, but they really are tools that are used for certain things. And I do think it's held you back slightly here. Right. I mean, I don't know if you are required to do it, and I know you want to. I know everyone wants to learn it and so forth. But I think it's just a little bit of a ponderous thing for quickness, sometimes. And so I just wanted to note that I appreciate you learning it, but trying to get the right tool for the right thing really, really crucial.
And
I mean,
if you're working with the land, like the digital programs and BIM software is really, really challenging to really understand surfaces and the landscape. And so, when you just start thinking about that from the beginning of a project, if you're wanting to really incorporate the building into its context, which, I mean, obviously you always should be thinking about what programs can actually achieve of the goals that you have. And Revit will not be that program ever.
What would be? Would Rhino be the better choice? I think so. No?
Yeah, honestly, it's really there isn't anything that's good, to be completely honest. It's a really
sounds like
big
a
challenge.
business opportunity.
It's something that people have been looking into, but it's not easy. It's not good. I mean, the most effective way is model. And then sketching and rendering.
Photoshop.
I mean, it just Photoshop. It's really those two tools are the way you can begin to get some kind of landscape ideas up and running. It's really, really tough.
Fascinating. All right. Last but not least, of course, Christy, you're on.
All right. You guys seeing that?
Yep.
Great. All right, so I'm Christy. I'm a first year, and I don't have any design background. I studied biochemistry and biophysics in undergrad, and then I've worked a variety of jobs the last 3 years. So for our first exercise, we were tasked with starting with one shape and using that to generate a sort of geometrical composition. And my idea was to use the process to dictate this. So I came up with this design that could be created with one continuous line. And I kind of shifted away from that in the second exercise, where we were supposed to start with two shapes. So I wanted to think, instead of thinking continuously, think in discrete terms. So I started with two circles that sort of represented particles and thought about how they might interact, maybe like atomically. For the geometric house transformations, the thing that really stuck out to me here was how subtle changes and decisions can really affect the way you do the same transformation. So on the left and the right is the same transformation, but I've just slightly treated one thing differently. So like, what happens if you collapse the walls on themselves but leave the windows out versus take the windows in? And then in the second part of this exercise, when we were combining two of the transformations, I kind of was looking at those subtleties again. And what intrigued me was how the order of operations really affects your geometric transformations. If you cut into the corners of something and then rotate it, it turns out differently, versus if you rotate something and then cut into the corners of it. And then so for the two writers' studios, we were supposed to create two studios that spoke to each other, but had their independence based on the people we were suiting them for. So I started with one shape to kind of give a unified plan. And then after giving that or generating that in plan, I kind of treated them oppositely in section, kind of symbolically to the people and treatments of light that, yeah. So that's just kind of what I've worked on thus far. And then for this project, I decided to do the Schulman residence for a couple of reasons. I really, like Max said, I really liked this site and the way that this house is, you know, it's surrounded by other houses, but you don't really know that when you're just, I mean, from my experience in Google Earth, it really feels like you're kind of secluded and covered by this beautiful surrounding of trees. You will see my site plan looks slightly different from this. I tried to go off of what I found from the most recent images on Google Earth, and the site plan is slightly different than this. This tree has been cut down. There's this curvilinear path around the edges. This retaining wall isn't there. And also what I really loved about the house was this juxtaposition of light and heavy elements and materials together. And also the kind of emphasis on the open and outdoor spaces, this courtyard in the front that really unifies the two wings and ushers you into the house, and this you know, beautiful backyard view that you see from the living room. So when I was looking at this, the house and thinking about it geometrically, a couple things stood out to me. First, we have these, you know, two horizontal or rectangles, elongated rectangles. The one on the bottom, though, felt to me pretty symmetrical. You know, if you cut a line through this, you could almost mirror it and it would be the same in plan. And it's the integrity of that rectangle is really maintained. Whereas the canted wing of the house has a lot more sort of asymmetry going on within it. And it has these pop out elements that provide, you know, opportunities for different spatial arrangements. And again, in plan, I really, really appreciated the treatment of these mullions that kind of connect the wing from one end all the way to the other. You have these kind of lines that are, you know, running the length of it. And you also kind of see these pop out treatments happening in section with the windows. And there's also clerestory up here that doesn't appear in this plan, but you'll see that later. So when I was thinking about my design, the first two things I kind of thought of were, do I want to connect this to the additional or the original house, or do I want to make it separate? And do I kind of want to continue the language or try to do something that contrasts? And as for connecting or separating to the additional or the existing house, I decided to keep it separate. Just programmatically, that made a little more sense to me for the parents to have their own separate space. But then also, I didn't want to, these wings already feel pretty long to me, so I didn't really want to elongate them anymore. And then I didn't want to mess with the width of the wings, as the integrity of those really felt kind of pivotal to me for their relationship to each other. And then secondly, about the language, I really felt like there's already inherently a lot of contrast going on within this house, just in terms of, you know, those light and heavy elements and kind of the juxtaposition of symmetry and asymmetry. So I decided to try to take some of those ideas and use them in my design rather than introducing more contrast, if you will. So how I generated my design. So we have these two wings that are in relationship with each other, as we've already talked about, and connected by the two-story living room. But then they're also related to the pool. So what I did is I bisected the living room and mirrored the pool across that, and used that the series of rays that was generated by that transformation to create a field that created a new axis for me to build upon. And then I created generated a box that has the width of the existing wing and extended it past this lower wing, and then rotated it on its pivot point there to create sort of space. So I wanted to create a space that was sort of a breath between the addition and the existing house, in the same way that there's this breath between the pool and the existing house. And then just programmatically, the square footage requirements came out to about three squares that were the width of the dimensions of the width. And then So thinking about how to treat those squares, I decided to use further geometric transformations to create these sort of pop-out moments. So, we have these three elements here. We have the pool, we have the upper wing, we have the lower wing, and it's relating to the lower wing via this sort of courtyard condition that I'm creating here on the floor, the ground, and then it's relating to the pool via that mirror transformation, and then the sort of pop-out language corresponding to the pop-outs going on in this wing. So here you see a site plan. A big thing for me that really drew me to the house, like I said, was those outdoor spaces, and that Steve Erlich has used in a lot of his other work. So I really wanted to kind of emphasize these outdoor spaces. So I've created 3 outdoor spaces that correspond to this house. There's this one sort of porch that speaks to the existing landscape and the pool. That's sort of a more public space. And then this courtyard that I've created to join the existing and the addition, and then the patio in the back that is a private space for the aging parents. And then another part of the program, like has been mentioned, was this storage space. And I didn't want to make this thing any longer than it already was, just to kind of maintain the integrity of the balance between the size of the wings. So for my storage unit, I extended the line of this living room facade and the line of this wall in the garage, and that came up to about perfect square footage. And also I just liked how that provides you a lot easier access. I'm anticipating if they're moving in a bunch of old furniture or something, they don't have to be shuttling it through this narrow wing. They can just bring it directly there. Oh, and then just lastly, yeah, you can see those sort of the roof treatment and the pop-outs, how I've done similar clerestory moments to that's happening in this upper wing here. All right, so breaking this down in plan, like I said, I didn't want to breach any sort of physical connection between these two to kind of allow for that breadth. And so I have this path between the existing house and the addition that is sort of facilitated by this overgrowth of trees, and then this curved retaining wall.
Nails long or nails?
Christy, you're frozen up.
Outdoor spaces, I have this.
Yeah, we don't see the image.
Christy, we're not seeing the image, or we're not seeing the plan itself. We're still seeing the site plan.
We see a little piece of it. It has to just slide over.
Christy, I would unshare and share again.
Okay. You're seeing that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I have this patio that's connecting with these trees to make a sort of a connection between the existing and the new addition, and this porch that kind of ushers in this public space to the living room area. And so thinking about how I positioned the programmatic elements inside of here, I wanted this great wall of windows, but I wanted to position it as far away from these windows so that we're not kind of looking in on each other in the house and the addition. I have a study nook that's kind of facing out to the seclusion of the trees and overgrowth over here. And then, yeah, here's, I don't know what you guys saw before, but there's the patio I was talking about.
We can see it. It's good.
Okay, cool. So then here it is an elevation looking from the pool. You can see how I've kind of continued on with the language of the clerestory and the mullions. So I created this clerestory above the bedroom, as there is a clerestory above the master bedroom, but then a slightly higher clerestory above the living room with windows all the way around, kind of to speak to the similar spatial arrangements that exist in the original house, just with that double height roof or ceiling in the living room in the existing house. And here are the elevations along the narrow ends. And then here would be looking with that dotted line representing the retaining wall and the garage. Okay, so in section, continuing on this thought of this like outdoor indoor space, I wanted to bring in this language of the mullions that kind of symbolically represents to me the barrier between the two. I wanted to use that to connect the outdoor to the indoor space even further with this addition, so that these lines are continued all the way along. So I used the lines of those mullions to create the retaining wall and to create elements inside of the house, such as the shelves in the study nook and floating shelves in the master bedroom. And there's a cross section of it. And here's some renderings, what it might look like from the pool. Here's sort of that back patio that I'm anticipating, with, you know, pockets created by the shape of the wall, but also pockets of light and shade created by the trees naturally. And then this would be looking out from the existing living room, or this is like the secondary living room that Mac had built off of, looking out from there. And inside of this thing, yeah, that's looking, and then in the bedroom. I have a short video. I don't know if we have time for it.
We do, and Miro is very, very jerky, I have to say.
Oh,
But,
sorry.
I mean, we do see them eventually. It's good.
Okay.
Let's try.
Okay. I can share the Moreau link if that will be better for you guys.
Then we'll be moving all over the place.
Oh, should I not do that?
Oh, no, it's fine.
You can do that if people have a second screen. It's easy to do. Just put it in the chat. All right, Steve, do you want to lead again?
Sure. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking for a floor plan. Yeah, if you, Christina, if you could just blow up your floor plan a little bigger, please. So I think it's a very sophisticated solution, very simple. I like the creation of this new space, and I think it's quite interesting that you actually went to the effort to giving the master privacy, opening out into the private courtyard. And I think the language, you're definitely taking the philosophy that you wanted it to be an outgrowth of the existing architecture. So that's cool. I mean, I think it would make a lot of people happy. I think your interior design is fairly sophisticated. You really have a good sense of space. The one thing that I would like you to consider, though, is your entrance experience. I think that needs a little bit of work. You're really sort of walking in and you're confronted by dirty dishes right off the bat. So just think about that. I think it needs to be a little more gracious, a little more commodious in how you do it. But overall, I think it's a very good plan. Well done.
Thank you.
I'll hop in quickly and just say I appreciate kind of the exploration of the land surrounding this. I thought was really well integrated into the hillside. And also I like the exterior, I guess the space leading out from the living room, feels it's a bit further away from the main house, so it feels like it has its own space, which I think works really well in this. And the sections that you drew that cut through the hillside and all the way into the pool really allow for an understanding of the whole space that I think was really effective.
Thanks.
I mean, Christy, for me, it's a very nice project to see at the end of your first year. I mean, I think this is terrific. I think this is actually a really well structured project. I'm going to steal it from Michael. I really like it a lot. I think this is a really, and it's led you in a number to have a set of tools that have allowed you to kind of bring this to a level of finish, which for someone at the end of their first year is just tremendous. Drawings are beautiful. So then now as a professor, I want to offer some kinds of questions and criticisms. I mean, for me, the thing that's most interesting looking at you as a designer is to say, well, you've entirely sublimated your ego to the house, the way it was made, and then to controlling lines that the house give you coming from the first two projects. And I don't mind that. I will tell you, with regard to controlling lines, in my own experience as an architect, I have a lot of sympathy for that, and I find it an incredible straitjacket in my own design. Like, it's this thing that I'll be working on, and it has to be within this system. And then and I find that I often, like, by outsourcing the authorship, right? The authorship is in the lines, right? It's not in me. It's in this set of squares or in this boxes or in this dimension, right? That I often find myself uncertain about why I made certain decisions. And now that it's in your project is doubly so, because on the one hand, you've taken on the language of the original house, and then you've taken on, and so there are kinds of questions, or you can see that it's very well done, but there's also certain limits that you run up against, right? And for me, the primary limit has to do with the way there are alternative ways that this could be conceived. And there's alternative ways to kind of look at the original house. I mean, just to go back to the diagram, the first diagram for me is the one that says the house, not your diagram, just I'm gonna make a diagram on your plan, right?
Oh.
Just, right. Although, actually, just can we go to the site plan?
Sure.
It'll show up there just as well.
Yeah.
Right. So if you look at this diagram, you go, there's a box and a line and a threshold and a view. Right. So it's true that these things, they can be understood as language on the one hand, which you've used them to then say, well, I'm going to make more, but I'm going to make more by continuing that language. It's one way to look at them. The other way is to look at them through a lens of intentions, like spatial intentions, and how they structure the experience of landscape, in which case what they do is they put things out here that you then have to deal with through this eye, so to speak. Right. And then moreover, there's another way to interpret Steven's language, which has to do with its relationship to the Japanese construction of layering and landscape. So like when I look at your project and criticize it, and I would be sitting there looking at it in my own desk and asking, what is it? Right. Which is the thing it's harder for you to say. If you were asked, what is it? You say, it is Steven's authorship and his language and the controlling geometries of that place. And I am just the Ouija board that fills that in. I've done it very, very well and very, very sophisticatedly. But really, it's me as a midwife in a way, as opposed to master builder. Right. I'm trying to sense the desire lines of an existing thing and respect those things. But the alternative would be to say, well, let me interpret in a second way, right, as this I, in which case, and this is the criticism that I would offer you, and it's not really a criticism, but another alternative. I mean, for me, the piece I like least is this thing. And I like it least because it colonizes my view of my yard, right? Now it's my parents' damn yard. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the one where I look out into what was this kind of natural ravine through this threshold, which takes me away from LA, right, and gives me this remarkable, and now my parents are sitting in it. You know, God damn it, you know, like it may be that's the case, but maybe if I now look at the Japanese thing, then what I would have argued for is if this thing has to be there, I would separate it from the house, Like literally, I would go, this is a harder edge, it's the landscape edge. And now this is the thing that opposes the pool, right? Like it's almost like a kind of Japanese pavilion in a garden, right? Like a place that we go to and meet at, not the place that is owned by my parents. You know what I'm saying? Like the place that's owned by my parents is on this side. Just to Steven's point about the roof, I think there should be a porch cover here. First of all, that introduces you to the transition to the inside, makes a place to sit in the sun and so forth.
And covers the front door.
Covers the front door. But then it also begins to differentiate the role of this piece, right? So the role of this piece, so one way to interpret it is language and control. And then the other way is to interpret it as a framework of experience, which I can further by actually making the things at here. Oops, I just lost my, sorry. My phone just rang and it kicked me out of my out of Zoom view. I can't get back just immediately. And now I'm back. Let me erase my drawings. But that's the kind of primary criticism. I have a kind of secondary one, which just has to do with the kind of uncertain, or at least I'm not sure of it, shaping of this moment right here. Like when you get to the end of this wall, I actually think this is a super fantastically interesting dilemma. The question of the mystery that surrounds this little, like I'm sitting here, right? This little pop out has hidden me from the house. And I'm looking back, there's the driveway, but really I'm caught between that uncertain connection to the world and then this very strange, mysterious view through this little threshold over here. Like to me, this garden is the other kind of the shaping of it, the shaping of the retaining wall, all that stuff. Like for me, this is it's not really criticism. It's just this shape is too easy for me. You know, it's like but it's a developmental issue, not a criticism. It's a you know, down the line you're going to be unhappy with that easy kind of whiffy curve, you know, that chuggy curve. You know, like really, it's a thing that wants to be a thing that you develop into its own kind of strange landscape caught between these two realms. It's actually the funny opposite of this condition, right? This is the linear one, and then this is the one, it's the lateral one and it sets up this kind of very nice, very subtle, actually very Japanese kind of relationship within the landscape.
That back wall has had many shapes. At one point, she tried to hide the garbage cans because there would be garbage cans out there, and you know, how to make it a civilized backyard. So I think you're seeing a shape and an object that's in transition. And I think the last
sure, I'm not complaining about
was that she made a retaining wall that was too complicated to build. She just had it going back and forth and doing all kinds of tricks. So I think we're going to just, Christy, agree that there's something more to be done back there. I think the thought that the front porch should be a pavilion, freestanding, that belongs to neither the parents nor the it's a fascinating one, because this is our patio, and you know, but I rather enjoyed the gesture of the entire building sort of looking away from the main house. I love how it turns its shoulder and doesn't even look at the pool, really. It's looking at that hillside. I love the differentiality of that.
You know, it's possible that
your scheme is similar to Claire's. I think this turn is a crucial one. Sorry, Mike.
No, it's okay. I'm just thinking it's possible that the children love the parents and they want to come and sit on that porch. They want to come and sit on that porch and they're not begrudging, you know, of anything. But I would say also,
can't guarantee it, Michael. You have to have both. You can have both and.
you can have both and, yeah. I mean, the parents might use it as leverage to keep their kids out of there. Yeah, I don't want you on my porch. But anyway, I want to speak to David's point of geometry, of using geometry as an analytical tool, which I think is I love that. Actually, I love that, and I think it's a very sophisticated way to really find out what the bones of a site are, as well as a house.
I mean, the geometry is basically the visual DNA of a building. And if you can't discover the inherent geometry, then probably the building was made based on not decisions of principle, but probably principles of or decisions of convenience. I think that what David is bringing up is, in his experience, geometry can basically, as we used to say, the tyranny of the geometry. When the geometry becomes a structure that's too heavy and all of your decisions are based on adhering to the geometry, which would be the way the Swiss would do it, as opposed to the way an American who understands, the organizational system. I think the geometry, like in front of the house, for instance, if you look at the entry, you got those two staircases that are bracketing the entry. Okay, what Steven did there reminds me of what Frank Lloyd Wright did in a Hollyhock house, which is bilaterally symmetrical. So conceptually, when you draw the Hollyhock house, you see the bilateral symmetry, but you don't experience the bilateral symmetry because in one case, let's say in the case of that staircase, when you look at it overall, you'd say, okay, those are bilaterally symmetrical, but then you walk in, one staircase to the left is open, the other staircase to the right is closed. Completely different experience where you're beginning to use the lines as a guiding device as opposed to one that you're actually elevating and making them. So I think for a first-year student to be able to begin to understand that geometry is an inherent part of the architecture, whether it be orthogonal, whether it be fractal, linear, non-linear. I think the more you begin to understand how the role the geometry plays and how you can begin to work with it, eventually the geometry that you see diagrammatically wouldn't be evident in the building perceptually, but I would agree with David in that you got to be careful that it doesn't control every move.
Yeah, great. Well, that was part of the premise, of the studio was geometry still operates even, with or without a computer, so to speak. Because today, when we use geometry, you automatically think of what can I do that's all twisted and petal shaped, and like how can I push geometry into organic forms and so forth. And this was a way of saying geometry rules even in kind of more crystalline, perhaps even.
I think the odd shapes of things, there's a lot of things that people will do for lack of any other ideas. In our day, we used to tweak. We'd twist things because, we ran out of things to think about. Let's just tweak that. And that's not an idea. Geometry is not an idea, but it helps you. It's a regulating. It's a governance system. I mean, you look at Villa Stein. Villa Stein's got all the lines when you draw on it, and you see them. But then when you look at the elevation, you don't see. You can detect those lines, but you don't see them. But anyways, I think this was really an excellent project. Not to go off on any kind of architectural literature. Even the initial studies, instead of just looking at the transformation of pre-existing form, you're basically using two-dimensional diagram and extrapolating out of that three-dimensional form. With the circle, how they're this instead of being it's sort of like a mutation of geometry in those original forms.
Yeah, I think also David put his finger on what's disturbing about the retaining wall at the back is it puts that whole back porch in a long sliver or corridor, especially looking back at the house. It sort of you look into the driveway. I'm pretty sure that I would now take this thing and try to bring it to finality, put that. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were drawing somewhere else. I couldn't see.
I was drawing, just took a
leave it on the plan for a second, because we're talking about geometry, and this is something that I'm sure David would eventually get to. When you look at this, right?
Are you drawing?
If you were to draw that, yeah. If you look at the tangent of where that tangent is right there, the tangent is right there. So when you draw the line off of that tangent, the geometry of that wall has nothing to do with the geometry, the positioning of the house. So you either got to, if geometry is important to you, then you got to figure out how to amend that. You can either rip the whole wall out, or you can add a lower piece that begins to shift that tangent so that it actually goes through your entry like that.
I think it's intriguing. I mean, there's a lot of other options here. I mean, for me, the really interesting question, and it goes back to, the whole idea about. This is an interesting problem. I love the problem that we're looking at the house, and we're looking at transforming the house, and we can talk about it again because suddenly the role of the house has transformed in society, right? Again, like suddenly in the last 10 years, like we could fundamentally talk about the house solving a new set of problems, right? So, I mean, if you look at the original house, to me, it's still, it's all predicated on an idea of a relationship of private nature, right? And so for me, the question of this retaining wall has to do with the idea of what is the program of this space with regard to the big program, right? So, I mean, there's a couple of options, and I'll throw them out there for me. I mean, one of them is that the parents of these people are like deeply philosophical, and the program of the space is the consideration of death. And you look at a blank wall, and it's actually it's actually conceived of poetically. I mean, I hate to put it really bluntly, but I want to come at this from a different angle than just geometry. I think the geometry problem, then the question becomes, what's the geometry of death, right? The other one is the idea of like that somehow that it's about the geometry of small intimacy, right? As opposed to it's in dialogue with this in terms of usage. And then the third one is that it has to do with the shape of this view, right? Like this to that is the same as this to that. And that's this fractal question that Michael brought up. And so each one of these different ideas registers a different potential of how you conceive the geometry, right? So this, what's really intriguing about this view is that it's looking up into this valley, and it has this odd, I think this is the most interesting thing about this, very problematic. Again, there's a Japanese name for this particular view, where you have a porch and then the landscape comes at you, right? The hillside comes at you.
That's
and then
man.
It's a really, really interesting one. So, I mean, again, I think there are all these different issues here, but what's not going to happen is using Steven's language and using the existing geometry are not going to answer this question for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a question where now you actually have to engage in this kind of more fundamental, substantial issue of how is the house being used, and how is it being used with regard to site, but really more largely in America, how is it being used with regard to landscape as that relationship is established in the organization of a site. So that's the part for me where you just go, all right, now you have to claim authorship, Christy. Now you have to actually say, this is what I have to do. This is what I'm adding in a way to through the opportunity of the fact that the program of the house is actually changing, right? It's actually changing from a kind of power couple consuming landscape to the introduction of the idea of, I think, help and aid and sustenance, which is a really interesting, intriguing kind of alteration to the kind of overall program of the house.
I love that. You know, if you could go back to the plan, I do want, even though I'm your teacher, just go back to the real plan. What really sort of was a little bit heartbreaking, and Steven brought it up, just go down to the kitchen. Just zoom in on the kitchen. Like I could have sworn that you were going to put a window here. And right, because there's no connection between the kitchen and your you're about to be beautiful backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I realize there's a gigantic like cabinet, or is that the Sub-Zero fridge or something?
Yeah, it's not nice in the renders.
It's not nice in the renders either. It's dark and blocked up. This kitchen is really part of the yard experience.
Mm-hmm.
This is one thing here.
Michael, that's a beautiful solution. I hate to say it, that's the Japanese solution, where you pull the kitchen out, and the kitchen becomes an outside space, and it's its own threshold to the kitchen garden, which, oh man, that would be nice and nice and expensive.
I'm afraid
you
this whole thing is expensive.
probably don't need that opening there. So that opens up a lot of possibilities, right? Where you could
What are you saying?
Well, I'm just saying you
Yeah,
don't really need that connection. So once you make perhaps the kitchen like this, opening out, defining, someone earlier said having, a transitional lower space. But yeah, those are good criticisms.
Christy, good work. Good work. Guys,
Mhm.
this is the end of a long day for the students, but an afternoon session for you all.
Abby, sorry we rode over you there on the last one. I was doing all the I was like doing all the landscape running there, but
yeah. So Michael, could I just make a couple of comments?
Please,
Thanks.
please.
So anyway, I'm flattered to have had this house chosen, something I did 30 years ago, and I think it kind of it brings up the whole question of, what is a student's job, what is a teacher's job? Because I think we believe that for us to be teachers, we want to see our students somehow go or teach us something too, go beyond perhaps what we did or do. So I think consider that a standing challenge, that you're the next generation, and we look forward to knowing where that takes us and you. And then, so really, it's great that you respected the house. And I think you reinvigorated it. And I don't know that you reinvented it. That would be the question that maybe you challenge yourselves on the next round. And continue to discover the big idea and go deeper into it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for being such a creative part of it. And, true for Warren as well. You guys' generosity really made a big difference to my students, and feeling like they were doing something significant. And Ed, if you're still out there, same nods to you too. Props to you too.
Go ahead. I just want to say just a quick note. I sat on another jury this week, which lasted pretty much like this one. But it was really refreshing. This jury is completely different. It was really refreshing to actually hear architects like Wright, Korb, Van Eyck, and others mentioned, because that's rare in these in juries these days, because we're not really talking about somehow have we gotten past the discussions of form and the discussions of light and meaning and that kind of thing. It seems like there's so many problems to solve now. I mean, we can burden ourselves and students with problems where that are so that are so such a heavy load that we can't talk about the elements of architecture which make architecture what it is, and make it a discipline, and make it sort of a life sort of work. So it's just really refreshing to be on your jury, Michael. I really appreciate that. To be able to generate these kinds of sort of excitement and feelings and discussions.
Well, thank you. The class and I had a long and heartfelt talk about the currents buffeting architecture, or trying to recenter what we do. And I explained that this is not focusing on what architects can do with the means they have, with the medium they have, is not to take away from the large problems facing us in climate and society and so forth, but only to give us the tools to actually work, to contribute a solution to it, not just to join the chorus of wailing about it. So thank you. That's what I feel.
I get to just quickly say, the students don't know this, but Michael and I are often on the last review on Friday every the end of every semester. At the end of last semester, I tore such a deep hole into that review. It was so rude, and I was yelling at the very last student. And I thought that the next day that Michael would never speak to me again. So I just want to thank you for inviting me back to your review, and Michael Rotendi for actually still speaking to me, and to the students for like
no, hardly the case. I grew up in a household where friends would come over to visit and say, "Why is your mother yelling at your brother?" And I say, "Oh, they're just having a conversation." You know, so you're pretty normal in my world. Plus, you know, these are really a lot of fun to not just listen and have a conversation, but to actually wish you had thought of certain things that others say, and you know, so there's, you know, delivery is one thing, and message is a part of that, but it comes out as another.
Well,
but I think one of the things, let me say something about the character of a studio, or intent of a studio like this. You know, it used to be believed that you had to, in order to teach architecture, you had to start with the biggest picture of all and let people come down to the small picture, as if the small picture was worth only considering at the end. Right now, if you were to use the metaphor of the microbiome, what really controls our lives are the smallest things inside of our body. And they're packed with everything that ultimately determines what our character and personalities ultimately become. And I think that the grassroots is basically the microbiome of soil is where climate change begins. And the microbiome of our gut is basically where our biggest thoughts, I think, begin. So working in architecture at this scale and being able to think about things that are, there was an old saying that I used to dismiss as a student, but now I really understand it. God is in the details. And you just unpack those details. You unpack all the small things you guys all of you have been studying this semester, and you're gonna basically grow that into the bigger ideas that ultimately will determine the direction of architecture. So I thoroughly enjoyed this today.
Yeah.
Me too. I want to add one more thing. I agree. I'm going to steal this project. The only kind of gentle criticism I would say is, you guys had the architects, and you wanted to hear a lot about the architects. But one thing we didn't talk about was that even any architect will say this. So you ask the architect, "What did you want to do?" But like the idea that the architect was actually solving someone's very explicit problem. You know, like someone who they were building a house for that was spending a lot of money, and y'all didn't. I didn't hear about that. Like, what was the first? What was the first? Why? What was the problem that Steven was trying to solve? You know, like for someone, as opposed to how was Steven operating in isolation? You know, and as much as I agree with Michael Rotendi, what you just said, I also think there's this other lens through which you can kind of take the microcosmic and kind of bring it out. One is through geometry and material and so forth, but the other is through how can we talk about this problem as a relevant, meaningful problem that then also connects to other larger concerns and considerations too. And for me, that would be the general criticism of the studio. The two architects who are here, Warren and Steven, would go, yeah, these people had a very specific thing that they needed to have done. You know, and the same would be the reason for why suddenly their parents were coming into their lives. So for me, the basis of the criticism was thinking about that question, like how do you deal with that problem? It's such we're facing it in our own lives. Michael's faced it in his life. It's such an interesting, profound idea that the transformations in the way we live our lives also drive architecture as much as these kind of the questions of geometry. And so yeah.
I think
you know,
something
the program
please, Abby,
of adding the program is actually a terrific program in that it comes from a place of love, of embracing your parents and not kicking them out to the elderly home, you know. So it's a great, beautiful idea. And then
thank you.
How do you resolve it? So, you know, from my point of view, thank you, Claire, Mac, and Christina, for showing us one way to do it.
Yeah. Abby, you had something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one kind of thing I was thinking about, and the projects that I tend to work on lately have been really at an urban scale. I'm working on the Waller Creek project in Austin, and another project that it will kind of transform this, the city. So I'm thinking about an incredibly diverse number of users and user groups, and just a diverse set of needs. And so to be on this review today, where we're talking about a family, and like David said, that has maybe a problem to solve or a certain way that they want to live, it's been really fun to think about how an architect can really work with one group of people, and really think about how that one group of people wants to experience or could experience this space. And I think, and I was thinking about the presentations, and this was maybe something that had been done kind of in thinking about the design, and so maybe you did do this, but I think it could have added a layer to the presentation, which is maybe an idea of who you're designing for. I think presenting that to the jurors, if you come up to problems in your design, like, should I do this or this? Well, who is the person you're designing for? And perhaps coming up with a profile, making up a profile might be a tool.
A second exercise for the two writers, Amy and Richard, you might have heard their names being used. They were pretty colorfully filled in and talked about. But it's true that for this exercise, we hardly asked, why was this house built? Why, for who, and so forth.
The great article to read on that is J.B. Jackson, Westward Moving House, the Westward Moving House, house form, family form, house form, family form, landscape form. Like how do those things triangulate, and how do they evolve and change over time?
Oh God, guys, I'm going to try to close, and I need to talk to my students just a little bit. So can I say thank you? Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, David. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Emroto.
Thank you.
And it was a great pleasure to see you all. And
Brilliant project.
Maybe again.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Ed's gone. All right, guys, here we are. Are you happy?
Good review.
That was a damn fine review. And you all really stepped up. I didn't feel like embarrassed or once. And I have, as a teacher, I'm sorry to tell you, you all stepped up. And this was a remote studio. It's not like we were in the same room and have all that locker room stuff going on. So I just wanted to thank you for being a great team in a way. Oh, hi, Hannah. You in a car? Hopefully you're not driving. Oh, there you go. All right. So listen, the next, not a hurdle, but the next sort of thing, I guess, for many of you is the portfolio review on Wednesday. Can I just get a show of hands for who's involved in that? 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, it's better to ask who's not involved. Hayden, you're not part of it?
Yeah, it's all of our second studios besides Aiden, so everyone in this.
Okay, so I get to see you one more time. I guess you'll be showing 2 studios worth of material, right?
You sit with us on the review?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, cool.
Well, I'm there to make sure that the other 2 guys don't go sideways on you. Don't worry, I'm on your side. And it is as much a kind of counseling. I don't know, we look at where you're at and where your weaknesses are and your strengths are and so forth. I know there's a special website for you to upload to, that Robin Dusek. Has she given you the folder to go to? Okay.
I think Robin already sent the link.
Okay.
She's
So
sending-
I don't know. I don't think there's too much more you need to do than just get your work up there. I can't even say that there's work to be completed. I think you all have completed almost everything. Actually, ironically, I'm going to tell Yiwei that he has more work to do. I think you showed last time, you showed nicer perspectives of your building than you showed this time. I'm telling you, they're there. They're locked up in that computer of yours. You need to do a couple of better shots of the outside of your building. And I told you, not so wide angle. They were too wide angle, too distorted.
I was just too lazy to make another one.
Don't be lazy for Wednesday, all right? That's a pretty sexy building, and you need to show it off to.
I was gonna sleep for 3 days straight, but all right.
Okay. So good for you guys. Phone me, call me, email me if you need, but otherwise I'm going to see you on Wednesday. Have a great break. Wait a minute, do you have other exams to do, everyone? Papers?
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You're so lucky.
Like halfway done.
These are the
It's like
final-
7th inning stretch of this semester.
I don't know
But it's
whether
going to be
to
overtime.
I know you're not going to believe it, but you'll remember these as the happiest days of your life. So it's just true. Take care, all. Thanks once again for your great effort. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Michael. Michael, as far as submitting this, just unbox PDFs and videos or whatever.
PDFs will probably be the most, I mean, you'll be managing it again. So that'd be good.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks.